served.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. One day closer to more Texans football on Sunday. Rockets back in action tonight. It feels like they haven't played in forever.
It does. It feels. Did they have a bye week?
No, it's the kind of. I mean, they last played on Saturday. I'm like, God, when have they played? And I haven't watched them in a while because I was at a wedding on Saturday. So it's man. It's been a minute. It's this NBA Cup is kind of it's kind of harsh. The
NBA Cup is it's kind of like Major League Baseball. It's like you care about it when your team is relevant,
right?
And when your team isn't relevant, you're like, screw the rest of the league. I don't care what anybody's doing. NBA Cup, whatever.
I would take it a step further. When your team's not relevant in baseball, you just ignore it. The NBA Cup, when your team's not in it, you're like, this NBA Cup is stupid. It's really dumb. Why do we even do this? Why do they change the color of the floor for this thing?
Not to get the floor. People do not like the floor.
I hate that.
It's polarizing. Yes. I tried to not be a grumpy old man and say that I liked it, but it's visually distracting.
Yeah, it's visually unpleasant. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's unpleasant.
Yeah. So
it's like you've assaulted me with a 1970s floral print or something in my Just
put some shag carpet down and get it over with.
As far as just not to get too far off track here, 2 minutes into the show. Yeah. But which do you find? What do you think for most people becomes immediately less interesting when your baseball team is out of the playoffs or when your NBA team is out of the? And I'm talking about. So if your baseball team's out of the playoffs, are you more detached during the MLB playoffs or during the NBA playoffs?
Oh, I'm more of a basketball person than a baseball person. The NBA playoffs I'll watch.
It's more fun to watch and it's got more star appeal.
Yeah, star appeal is a big thing.
As soon as the Astros are out of the playoffs, I have to force myself to care about everything. Except this year, the World Series was an easy one to care about. You had the George Springer dynamic, and then you had the hatred for the Dodgers.
I was trying to remember who was in it. Yeah,
Shohei and all that stuff.
Yeah. There were storylines that appealed to us here in Houston with that one. But in general, if you just like spin the wheel and spit out two teams, what am I more likely to watch? The World Series or the NBA championship? It's the NBA for me.
Yeah, it's almost like you're given the choice between doing a math problem and watching a Netflix series.
Right.
I'm like, all right. Even if I don't like this Netflix, I'll watch the Kardashians.
I'll get into it.
I know that's a Hulu joint, but whatever.
Yeah, I'll get into it. Yeah, for sure. I am into this Cardinals and Texans game on Sunday. I don't know if the rest of the nation is, but I'm into it this coming Sunday.
I think the world, not just the nation, is at the edge of their seats trying to figure out if the Texans can cover at home.
Well, they're America's team now. I mean, they did what the other 30 non-Kansas City teams couldn't do, and that's jab a stake in the heart of the Kansas City Chiefs.
It struck me this morning as I woke up from a weird dream, and I don't even remember what the dream was, but there's somehow, it's just so weird. Somehow the Texans beating a 500 football team and sending them to one game below 500 was the thing that legitimized them.
Yeah.
That because the logo on the helmet of that team was the Kansas City Chiefs, and because it happened in Kansas City in a primetime game, that was the thing that legitimized them.
Yeah, I've thought about that during the week. And whether it's legitimizing them, you're right. Like, that's how we felt after the game. My thing was now, like, okay, you're right. Like, they're a 6-7 team. Are we getting too excited about beating a 6-7 team? Are we just getting excited about the logo on the side of the helmet? And my one thing where, a couple things where I feel like that was a legitimate win for the Texans is it was in Kansas City. Kansas City, the Chiefs have been the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium this year. They were 5-1 at home going into that game, and that was a place where you got beat twice last year. They were competitive games for 3 quarters. So yeah, I know. Like in the standings, you go, well, wow, you just beat a 6-6 team that's now 6-7. I choose to believe that was a turning point in the season for the Texans.
If you look at the Chiefs and try to forget all of their all of everything they've done over the past decade. I mean, the College Football Playoff Committee would say that they have a lot of quality losses on there. Their losses have been they this year have been a lot like the Texans. So where the Texans had a lot of quality losses, and you're kind of waiting to see, okay, yeah, but when can they enter the VIP club? And I feel that these two teams, because the Chiefs had lost to the Chargers, the Eagles, the Jaguars. Yeah, good team.
Playoff team,
the Bills, the Broncos, and then I guess the Cowboys would be their weakest loss. And
which still isn't a horrible loss, and it was in Dallas on Thanksgiving Day.
Yes. So there's an element there where I look at the Texans, and the one thing over the course of the season that's been really encouraging is that they've become a better and better fourth-quarter team. So when you look at their early season losses, they were slugging it out in ugly games versus teams like the Rams and the Broncos, and they just weren't able to close it out.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, the Rams, they lost that game. The Broncos, with your backup quarterback playing on no preparation, you slugged it out, and just your red zone issues really did you in.
Yeah.
And you couldn't close the game out in the fourth quarter. I do think if you look at the point differentials, the Texans have been really good in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
When you look at the splits where the Texans have scored and not allowed points, the fourth quarter has become very good for them.
They're averaging, I want to say they said this on the broadcast on Sunday, and so hopefully I'm not getting this wrong. They're averaging giving up 3 points per game in the fourth quarter right now, which is crazy. It's a crazy number.
It's in the fourth quarter, so like the Texans in the first quarter offensively have scored a total of 38 points. They've scored 105 points in the fourth quarter.
So
Davis Mills has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, Davis Mills, that Jags game really helped that number. They scored, what was it, 26 points in the fourth quarter of one of those games. Yeah,
the Texans in the entire season have allowed 37 points in the fourth quarter.
Oh, so I got it right. So about 3 points a game. Yeah, so about 3 points a game. So both sides getting it done. That's cool to see. The other number I saw with the Texans, and we're going to start digging into the Cardinals, actually this segment, but we'll start digging into this matchup much heavier today and tomorrow than we have this week. Part of it is getting educated on the Cardinals. Like if there were a team I had to pick that's the furthest off the grid for the Texans, it would be the last place team in the NFC West. So getting up to speed. The number I was going to bring up though, Seth, I saw. It was an article. It was part of an athletic article yesterday that was sort of an around the NFL playoff kind of catch-all sort of thing. And they had the 14 playoff teams with what their record is against the other 13 playoff teams during the year. And the Texans' record is 3-5. It's among the worst of the 14 teams. It's like the 12th best record. But what was noteworthy was they've played the most games against other playoff teams of all those.
Yeah, and they've got the third or fourth hardest schedule in the league, depending on whether you're going by odds or outcome or whatever.
They're 3-5, so they've obviously played 8 games against those other 13 teams. Whereas you look, I don't have it in front of me, but like the Patriots, they've played like 3 or 4 at most. Some of the teams have only played 3 games against playoff teams this year. The Texans have played 8. That's where all 5 of their losses have come from, and all 5 of those losses. The Seattle game's a little phony, but all 5 of those losses have been by 8 points or less.
I think that, I talk a fair amount about teams trying to figure out who they are by the midpoint of the season, because you just don't necessarily know what your strengths are going to be, which players are going to overperform, which guys are going to be a disappointment. Mm-hmm. I think that over the course of the season, they've smoothed out some of the rough edges on offense, but more than anything, they're just doing a good job of grinding clock. They're not running the ball magnificently, but they're getting first downs. They're winning the time of possession, and they're doing everything they can to allow the defense to be the strength of the team.
Yeah.
And it never feels great, or it rarely feels great for the duration of the game. It's tense the entire time. Mm-hmm. But really at this point of the year, the improvements you're going to make from here on out are – it's not realistic to think all of a sudden they're going to take a great leap forward.
No.
But I think they have gotten better in the red zone, and they're good at not turning the ball over.
Yes.
So just those two things, if your defense can play at a magnificent level, enforce turnovers, etc., then that's a winning formula versus the more competitive teams. But it's going to be harrowing.
Yes.
It's going to be tense.
Yep. Someone points out we were 5-5 until the Colts and the Ravens lost this week. That's true. I mean, 2 of your wins are over teams that are still on the front, and you have a win over the Chiefs. Like, so you're 3-5 against the other playoff teams. And, oh, by the way, you've got wins against other teams that are still in the mix for the wild card. You know, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Colts. Those games don't show up on that stat that I brought up before.
If you look at the trajectory of various teams as you start to enter the playoffs, I mean, the Texans are one of the ones that you feel like, okay, these guys had some struggles early in the season, obviously, but with the run that they're on and with the way they're actually playing football, I hate to say they're peaking at the right time because that's a little too quaint, but I think they've substantially improved as a football team.
Yes,
they're a legitimately more solid football team now than they were in Week 1, and you can't say that about a lot of the teams that got off on a tear.
I was on a show on a website called SportsNot yesterday, and a streaming channel, and that was the first question that the host Evan asked me is like, what's the difference now with this 5-game winning streak as opposed to the beginning of the year? And I thought about it. I'm like, man, there's not much difference. There's zero difference with the defense. Like, the defense has been this all year long. They're forcing more turnovers now than they were at the very beginning of the year. But the defense has been a constant. I said if there's a big difference, it's probably that they're not turning the ball over. They're making plays at the end of some of these games, whereas they weren't making plays offensively. You know, like they've had a couple games lately where, hey, man, Woody Marks pops off a run, and now all of a sudden the other team's not getting the ball back at the end of the game.
I disagree slightly in that I think the defense has gotten better. And part of that is with, when CJ Gardner-Johnson was here, that he seemed to be an issue with some of the mental breakdowns in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And that's where I think my trust in the defense in the fourth quarter to be able to just extend what they did in the first 3 quarters is bigger now than it was before.
Yeah.
And I think part of I think the turnovers, it wasn't just random dumb luck that they didn't have as many turnovers early in the season.
Yeah.
I think that was also everything gelling and the defense and the secondary really, really coming into their own.
I guess maybe a better way to put it would be the defense has not been the problem this year.
Yeah,
like, the defense wasn't the problem early in the season. The offense was the problem early in the season. I think the other thing they've done is they've protected the quarterback much, much better now than they were at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I think that, and part of that is I think Nick Haley has gotten better.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not you think he's the guy or not, or whether he should be next year, he's definitively better than he was in Week 1, which you should expect. Mm-hmm. What does that mean long term? I don't care. Yeah. I think they're just less of a haphazard operation. They had issues in that Chiefs game with the end of the first half, with getting the call in on time, getting up to the line of scrimmage, all of those things. It wasn't a really tough environment. I think to go back to the defensive side of the ball, though, too, they're more consistent as a group from the front to the back, and I think they've figured out some of the things versus the run. Mm-hmm. Like, if you go to that Chiefs game, it never felt like they were really stuffing the run all that much, right? But it's because the Texans only had 1 tackle for a loss in that game, but the running backs averaged 3 yards per carry.
Right.
Like, they were executing the bend but don't break to a T, and people don't call them a bend but don't break defense because they do it well.
Yeah.
The only time they call it a bend but don't break defense is when you're not actually that good at defense. Because people say that. They're like, we're running this stupid bend but don't break defense. Yep. That's what the Texans are running. They just do it really, really well.
Yeah. And I would say, too, probably some of that was Kareem Hunt is not a guy that gets stopped behind the line of scrimmage very much either.
Yeah.
He's the style of back that they trot out there for Kansas City. So let's start digging in on the Cardinals here. This is Nick Serio from his GM show with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer talking about the Cardinals on offense with Jacoby Brissett.
I mean, offensively, they've, when Kyler got hurt, they've gone with Jacoby, and Jacoby's played as good a football as any quarterback in the league. I think his attempts to interception ratio, I mean, it's like historic. It's one of the best in the history of the league. He doesn't really turn the ball over. Big, strong guy, smart. He can get the ball really to all parts of the field, makes quick decisions. I would say he's probably played as well as he has this year than he has at any point in his career, and that's a product of 2 things. Number one, comfort level, let's say with the system. He's kind of learned that. Coach Petsic's system. They've kind of evolved a little bit. Number two, like their skill, tight end and receiver. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a collective group. McBride's one of the best tight ends in the league that probably nobody talks about, but he's going to go over probably 100 receptions and 1,000 yards, which not too many tight ends do. And I'd say Wilson has really picked up the slack with Harrison being out. And then when Marvin is healthy, between Harrison and Michael Wilson, two really good receivers. And they're a throwing team. I mean, they probably average 40 to 45, 50 attempts in each game. Jacoby's done a good job making good decisions. They've kind of had some moving parts there a little bit in the offensive line. Same thing at running back. But overall, this is a throwing team, and they win by patting the football. And then as a team, I think they've had 4 games that lost by combined 13 points against playoff teams. Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and there's Seattle, earlier on in the year. So, I mean, they present a lot of challenges offensively.
The one thing I would correct that Nick said there, he said they win by throwing the football. They don't win. That's the problem. They move the ball by throwing the football. They don't win. Jacoby Brissett is 1-7 as a starter.
In the last 4 games, he's got 7 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. So the first 4 games, he was doing a really good job of he was almost like clockwork, getting 2 touchdowns and 0 interceptions over the course of the first 4 games that he was in. The last 4 games, it's 7-2. But he did, you talk about putting up yardage. He put up 452 yards passing versus the 49ers.
Okay.
82.5% completion percentage.
Okay. I'd be curious, what was the score of that game? Were they empty calorie yards or were they real yards? Was it a lopsided game?
Well, that was when the Cowboys. That was right around when the Texans played them.
Okay.
So that was right when the 49ers defense was really reeling at that point.
Yeah, they lost Bosa and Fred Warner and whatnot.
All right, let's see. I got it here.
Okay.
They lost 40-22.
Yeah. So that's. I mean, look, I respect Jacoby Brissett, and if you're a Texan fan, you have to respect him because of what he's done against you on other teams. I just think the way Nick lays that out, I know he's respecting the opponent, and he drafted Jacoby Brissett, so he knows a lot about Brissett. He drafted him in New England. Nick lays that out. I'm like, okay, this is a perfect matchup for the Texans defense. You got a team that wants to throw the ball against a defense that hasn't given up more than 225 yards passing in any game this year. That's never happened before in the first 13 games of an NFL season where a team's given up that few yards per game in a season. They're leading the league in passer rating against. Jacoby Brissett is a statue that can't move. And, oh, by the way, their left tackle is going to be out for this game, Paris Johnson.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that lines up for the Texans here. And Nick brought up Trey McBride, he's the one game wrecker. If Marvin Harrison Jr. is not healthy, he's the one game wrecker that they've got offensively. And the Texans, the last 2 games, they were entering this gauntlet, Seth, where they were a 4-game stretch where the tight ends they were facing were going to be Tyler Warren, Travis Kelce, Trey McBride, and they got Brock Bowers next week. That's a murderer's row of tight ends. Thus far, they've held the tight ends they've faced, Warren and Kelce, to a combined 4 catches for 30 yards. They've done a really good job on the tight ends.
When I'm compiling reasons for the Texans to get motivated on this, motivational ploys for DeMeco Ryans, and it's the first one I had thought of early in the week was Paris Johnson, because Paris Johnson was the guy that the Cardinals drafted after they had traded out of the third pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Texans took Will Anderson.
That's right.
And when these guys played each other a couple of years ago, Will Anderson had some really good reps versus Paris Johnson.
He did, yeah.
But I wanted that to be another, hey, Cardinals. Remember when everybody said we were so stupid for trading for this guy?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes.
You know how, I can't believe you traded your pick when it was going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals actually ended up having that Cardinals pick actually ended up being better. Yeah, this is the fatty that Will Anderson is destroying, that everybody thought the Cardinals were so smart to get. But now he's running scared.
Yeah.
He's not even showing up.
Not even showing up for the game. It's shameful, really. All right, we'll dig plenty more into this game as we roll on here on a Thursday here on Payne and Pendergast. They introduced Phillip Rivers yesterday in Indianapolis. I think he's playing on Sunday. We'll get into this. We'll hear from Shane Steichen. We'll hear from Phillip Rivers himself. And if he's playing Sunday, it means he might be playing the Texans 3 weeks from now, too, in Week 18. So we'll get to all that coming up next.
Hey, you don't want to be in a position 5 years from now.
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans-Cardinals on Sunday at noon. Noon kickoff, 9 a.m. for Texans Countdown with me and Seth right outside the stadium. Looking forward to that. A couple back-to-back home games. Haven't had a home game in a minute, so it'll be good to be back at NRG Stadium. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, asked about his reaction to Phillip Rivers, who, by the way, is 3 years older than DeMeco Ryans, coming back to play football for the Colts.
Oh, man. I was shocked, but I was not thinking about me gearing up to go play at all. No, I saw Phillip, I think it was like a year or two ago down to Alabama. So I saw him where he was coaching, so I had talked to him for a little bit. I don't think either one of us was expecting that he would be back in the league now. But, I mean, Phillip, one thing about him, he's always a true competitor. Like, he loves competing, and you see that from all of his days back with the Chargers and what he was capable of doing. So him having the history with Shane, I can see why he got him as an emergency guy. If he needs him, he can come in and run the offense well, and it's what you need from that position, someone you can trust, someone who's smart, capable of getting all the other guys in the right spots and making great decisions with the football. I feel like that's what Phillip will do.
Okay, and we may be talking about him 3 weeks from now, Seth.
He, if you had to look at those two guys and say which guy looks like he's ready to step onto an NFL field, DeMeco looks much more like it.
Yeah.
I would say Rivers has kind of what I would classify as a Sonny Jurgensen physique right now. He does not look like he's in his fightingest trim.
Yeah, kids, that's kids. For those of you who don't know who Sonny Jurgensen is, not a compliment from Seth right now.
Yeah. I think that, and he poked fun at himself about it. I think the biggest thing you'd have to worry about with a quarterback like him, who's not a mobile guy or anything, he didn't make his money running, is his arm ready? Is his arm ready for all the reps and everything? The fact that he's been coaching high school football, I'm guessing he's been throwing the ball around a fair amount.
Yeah.
And, probably not maybe what he would have been doing when he was in the NFL. But it's not like he's starting from scratch after not. It's not like that Kevin Costner movie where he went out and started throwing baseballs at the traffic radar thing. Do you remember that? Did you ever see that?
No, I never saw
the one
this
based on a
movie.
true story where he came back. He was like a 40-year-old rookie in the minor leagues.
I don't think that was Costner. That was somebody
that makes
else.
Sense.
Yeah. That was. I remember the movie was The Rookie. I think it's called.
Yeah.
I don't think that was
That's
Costner.
Dennis
Quaid.
Wait, who was
it?
Dennis Quaid.
It was Dennis
Oh,
Quaid.
it was Dennis Quaid.
It was Dennis
Okay.
Quaid. Yeah, I know they all look alike to you. It was Dennis Quaid.
Anytime it's about an aging athlete looking for glory or anything, I always figure Kevin Costner.
Aging, handsome athlete. Yes.
Yeah.
So here was Shane Steichen yesterday. This was interesting because I had the same question. Like, how did this whole thing come about with Phillip Rivers coming back? And he said, here's how it came about.
Sunday after the game, when Daniel went down and then we found out about Riley's knee, we're kind of like, hey, what are we going to do? And me and Chris were talking, and we're like, hey, let's call Phillip, see what he says. Called him Sunday night. We said, hey, what do you think? He said, heck yeah, interested, heck yeah. And so he slept on it. I said, sleep on it. And then Monday, called him back Monday morning. He said, I need to get up there. I need to get up there and throw, get in that building, start moving around. So he came in here, threw. He didn't forget how to throw a football. So we did that Monday, and then Tuesday, he was in the hotel thinking it over. He called us. Me and Chris were in the office. Said, what do you think? He said, dadgummit, let's freaking go.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Heck yeah, dadgummit, let's freaking go. That was not Shane Steichen censoring himself for a press conference.
Yeah.
That's likely
That's how he
actually
talks,
what Phillip Rivers said.
I think once he made the trip to Indianapolis, there wasn't a chance in heck that he was gonna turn this down. I think he just given his personality and his enthusiasm.
Consarn it, there was no way. Yes, yeah. Yeah. No.
I think that I'm all for experiments like this, as you know, but it's kind of like animal testing. I approve of it as long as it's not on my own pets.
Right.
So as long as my team isn't the one that's running this experiment, I'm A-okay with it. I've got no moral issues with it whatsoever. I think there's a better than likely chance that it goes down in flames and it's a miserable mess, and Phillip Rivers probably ends up with some kind of a significant injury. But I am here as a spectator.
Yeah.
When the Jaguars hired Urban Meyer, it made me a little nervous that it was within the division, but I approved of the experiment. I approved of the Chip Kelly experiment back in the days.
Yeah.
That was, I would call that a successful experiment.
No, it makes it saucy. There's no doubt about that. Okay, here's Shane Steichen basically asked point blank, is Phillip Rivers going to play? Like, what do you need to see for him to play?
How soon? It's been 5 years. Is Sunday possible? Does he need a week and a half? What do you think?
Yeah, we're going to go through this week of practice, see how it goes, and then we'll make a decision at the end of the week probably. So we're going to get him through practice.
What's Riley's situation?
Riley will practice. He'll practice today. He's done with the knee, but he will practice.
If Riley's healthy, will he start?
We'll see how the week goes. We'll get to the end of the week and make that decision.
So we should point that out. Riley Leonard was a full participant at practice yesterday. Now, there were Colts media at practice, at least for the shooting portion of it.
Oh, God. Were they? I thought this was I'm sorry, at the press conference, as we play these Phillip Rivers clips, I honestly, when I was watching, I thought it was a laugh track. Like I was watching one of those old sitcoms or something.
Oh, well, the video you're talking about may have been a laugh. I know the video you're talking about.
Yeah, because it was Ari Meyerhoff, but yeah.
Well, here's what I was going to say. I'm talking about the actual practice, not the press conference.
Yeah.
The part that they were shooting at practice, the order of the quarterbacks taking the reps,
which
is, some people may think that's not a big deal. It usually maps to what order they view those guys on the depth chart. Phillip Rivers was the one. It was going Rivers, Leonard, Rippon. The order of the guys in the drills.
Well, and then that's during the portion where people are allowed to be out there and report on things. Maybe that's gamesmanship or something. How many reps? If that Phillip Rivers is getting reps at all during the regular practice is notable because usually it's a starting quarterback that's getting all the reps.
He's on the practice squad right now, technically. I mean, he's not even on the 53-man roster. Here was Phillip Rivers yesterday being asked, hey, what did your family think of your decision?
They've been very supportive. I think my younger children are most excited. I shouldn't be most excited. They're excited because they don't remember Dad playing. My 6-year-old actually asked me like 4 months ago, like, Dad, why don't you play anymore? And I'm like, hon, I'm sorry. Best you're going to get is me coaching on the sideline, because they were seeing, highlight or they're pulling up some, old games. My boys are fired up, obviously, but I think share the same sentiment. A little nervous, like, Dad, you think you can do it, And then my older girls are real excited because they're a little bit confused. They're like, shoot, I was 12. Some of them, now all of a sudden they're grown adults, married, and they remember 16 years old going to the ball game. So it's been a whirlwind of 48 hours, I'll say.
The funniest thing, at the very beginning of Phillip Rivers' press conference, keep in mind, the last time he did a press conference as an active player was in the COVID year. The first thing he says is, wow, no Zoom.
Yeah, that's right.
The last time he did a press conference, they were all on Zoom.
It's funny. So one, we learned at least one thing is that he lied to his children.
Yeah.
Which that doesn't really fit in with the image that he's tried to paint of himself publicly.
Fair.
Lied to his children, said, you'll never see me play football again, and then boom, there he goes.
Here he is.
Two, did anybody have the guts to ask him to name all 10 of his children in that press conference?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's a lot of kids, man.
That's the soft-ass Indianapolis media.
Yep.
You're afraid to ask the hard questions.
Yes. That's
a crazy. I wonder if they probably have a big family dinner every night. I've got this vision of them sitting outside, like in the movies where people always have these big family dinners outside, like that's what they do in their nightly dinners out in the Midwest or wherever, or in Alabama where they reside now. They have dinner outside every night.
See, I think he reached a point. Once you get to 10 kids, I think you just build a cafeteria attached to your house and hire workers.
Especially they're all involved with sports and everything, so they're probably
a lot of different schedules.
It sounds like a lot of them are involved in sports.
Lots to manage. You know what? I would be curious to talk to his wife. That's who I'm more curious. I'm more curious, not just her thoughts on him going back and playing football, but just managing a household of 10 kids.
My brother-in-law, real quick. My brother-in-law, a really, really smart guy. He's a financial guy. Yeah. But that's what he was telling me about over Thanksgiving. It was like both their kids my niece and nephew are very involved in sports and everything. Mm-hmm. And he's experimenting with AI to create a schedule, like an automatic schedule for my sister and him to kind of manage everything and his work and all that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm using it. I'm experimenting with it to see if I can get better sports stats.
Yeah.
That's how I'm experimenting with AI.
Watch me make this funny picture of somebody.
Help me find 3 different ways to say somebody sucks.
Put a fire hydrant on Phillip Rivers' head and make a dog pee on it. Oh, my God.
I forgot to poop for 3 days last week. Just a whole different level of organization in their household.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Your family dinners between your highly successful brother-in-law and your highly successful brother. And then here you are.
They all think they're better than me. They can go die.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I said. That's what I said at Thanksgiving dinner.
I wish I was there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's the latest on Phillip Rivers. I think. Okay, point blank, real quick, because we're up against it. Do you think he plays on Sunday?
I do.
Yeah, I do
if
too.
If I were gambling, man, I'd put my 401k on it. I would
too. I
talked to my brother-in-law about that too. He advised against it.
Against betting on Phillip Rivers play. Yeah. Hell, man.
I always give sound advice like that, and I look at my sister, and it's like, fun life you're living.
Yeah. Living a little, okay? All right, headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Texans. The injury report is about what we thought it would be. Some news on the Texans' schedule as well that we'll get to in headlines, and big news in college football. Yet another job opening up in college football, not for the reasons we thought it would be, though. So that's all coming up next. But first, if you are looking to we just mentioned earlier, the Rockets are back in action tonight.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Let's get to some headlines. Sorry, Seth and I are digging into the career history of Jacoby Brissett against the Texans. 5-1, but I think some of these wins are a little phony. We'll get to that. We got 2 days to get to that. Let's get to headlines. We did not touch on the injury report in the open when we were talking about this game on Sunday between the Texans and the Cardinals. I'm not going to get too nervous about Wednesday's report because we've had a lot of guys this stage of the season not practice on Wednesday. Today will probably be more telling, but for what it's worth, DNP yesterday did not practice. Azeez Al-Shaair, DeMeco Ryans, Chubb with the rib injury, Kamari Lassiter with the foot injury that he played through on Sunday. Woody Marks, they listed as a knee with Woody Marks, and then Sheldon Rankins, elbow and shoulder, did not practice yesterday. I'm not, maybe other than Chubb, just because he came out of that game and never came back into the game on Sunday. That might be the one I'm most concerned about, this being more long-term than just, hey, he's not practicing on Wednesday. So we'll find out more today.
I think with Woody Marks, it's likely that he's that guy in the training room right now that looks like the Michelin tire man. On a Monday morning, you walk in, and he's got 8 different packs of ice wrapped on him with ace bandages at various spots on his body. Because it was, what was the injury last week? A foot or ankle?
Foot, yeah.
Now he's got a knee. I'm guessing that the foot didn't have a miraculous recovery to where that's 100%.
No.
So as a smaller guy especially, and as a rookie, that you're monitoring that.
Yeah.
And you know if you said, hey, Woody, we 35 carries this game, he'd say, oh, yeah, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Or heck yes. I don't know what his verbiage of choice would be, but it's starting to take its toll.
Yeah.
And that's where the Cody Schrader signing, some of the other guys on the roster might start coming into play.
I don't want to get too greedy because at the end of the day, the Texans just need a win in all these games. It would be nice, and this is an opponent at home where I think it's a really good matchup for your defense. It would be nice if they're up by a sizable amount in the third quarter and they don't have to give the ball to Woody Marks 22 times to win this game, or next week's game for that matter, against the Raiders. It would be nice if this could be, hey, Woody Marks gets 10 carries in each of these games. Lighten the load on him.
Has Woody Marks had a fumble yet this year? Because immediately I started thinking of, Gumbawale, look, if you got to make do with a Gumbawale, that's great, but then I have PTSD from that Rams game.
I know John Harris is listening right now because he just texted me about something. Johnny would know if Woody Marks fumbled because Johnny's got that encyclopedic memory. Johnny, has Woody Marks fumbled yet this year? Text in. Johnny's better than AI. I just tried to get Jacoby Brissett's stats against the Texans on AI, and it's like I asked him for a stock update.
He had a fumble versus the Colts.
He did? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. He must have recovered it because I don't remember them turning the ball over against the Colts.
Yeah, I don't remember it either.
Yeah. All right, so that's the injury report. By the way, the activity practice window on Harrison Bryant, tight end, and Justin Watson, wide receiver, they're both back at practice. I had forgotten both guys were on the team, if I'm being honest right now. Both had their practice windows opened up. Jakob Johnson back on the practice squad. Seth, we get another Sunday to watch NFL football without covering the Houston Texans the Sunday after Christmas because the Texans and Chargers game is on Saturday that week. Yeah.
Which feels like that's the right kind of Saturday afternoon game.
Yes.
You don't like it when it's your playoff game.
No.
But when it's during the regular season at the end of the year, especially it's, you're right there. It's still kind of relaxing post-Christmas and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's a good time right there.
3:30. It's perfect.
It's almost like a primetime game except for the fact that it'll probably be Rich Eisen on the call.
If I had to guess, it's definitely going to be Rich Eisen on the call.
He's their golden child of play-by-play. It's like, hey, who do we have who brings zero energy to the broadcast?
Rich Eisen.
Let's be sure that we can have a low bar of expectations, and he's going to deliver.
When I saw it was going to be on NFL Network, by the way, for those who don't have the schedule committed to memory, it's the Chargers game that they play. They play the Chargers in Week 17 in L.A., I'm like, oh, crap, the NFL Network is based – I think he lives there, Rich Eisen. I think he lives in L.A., so he's definitely going to be doing that game if I had to guess. Either way, though, I'm glad it's on Saturday. I'm glad it's a 3:30 start, so you don't have to get up too early, not staying up too late. get up early on Sunday, eat a little breakfast, come home, watch some NFL football, watch some Red Zone all day long. That's nice. That's nice. Thank you,
You know
NFL.
what the good thing about that'll be, though, is that if they pair him with Kurt Warner. I do like Kurt. As a color commentator, I really like. I like some elements of what he does. There's other like sometimes when it comes to the game management side of things, he confuses me a little bit.
Yeah.
But I would much prefer Kurt Warner to a lot of other color commentators.
Can I just tell you that Justin Herbert had one of those games that I hate against the Eagles on Monday night this week? He's the only NFL quarterback in the Super Bowl era to complete under 50% of his passes, throw for under 150 yards, get sacked 7+ times, commit multiple turnovers, and yet still win the game.
Yeah, that feels like a 2023 Texans hate watch for you, where there's just so many instances where, hey, no team has ever done this and that and lost the game, but the Texans managed to find a way to do it.
If he does that in Week 17, I'm taking all my Christmas presents, I'm throwing them off the balcony, just in rage.
The worst year for that was in the David Culley year, I think, because we had that they were +4 in turnover margin and lost the game.
No, that was the game. So that was the game. They committed 4 turnovers, but they forced 5. And that was the game. It was against the Dolphins, I think, or it was the Dolphins or the Titans. And David Culley said, "You can't win a game committing 4 turnovers."
Right.
When his opponent committed 5.
The team that won had actually committed 5.
Yeah. One of many great memories from 2021.
That was the high point in you hating statistical anomaly football games.
Yeah, well, that and last year. I mean, the Texans had so many last year that were ugh. Sharon Moore fired at Michigan for cause. Apparently, he was having an inappropriate relationship with a staffer and was actually detained by police yesterday because reportedly he went to that staffer's house with a knife, threatening to kill both her and himself. So this is a dark story, man, and it's coming from a football standpoint. Couldn't be coming at a worse time for Michigan, who's getting ready for a bowl game, and you've got a transfer portal coming up as well. And the other good coaches in this cycle have already been cherry-picked through or extended. Yeah. So it's from a football standpoint, it's bad. Obviously, the story itself from a interpersonal standpoint is pretty disturbing. So that was the big college football news item yesterday. Sharon Moore fired at Michigan for cause. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. John Lopez said something interesting yesterday. As I was leaving the studio, he and Reggie were talking about turning points in the Texans season. I don't know if I'd agree with John's choice for the biggest turning point in the season, but I thought he made an interesting case for it. We'll play that, and I've got about a handful, about a half dozen here that I thought both on the field and off the field turning points that have gotten the Texans back into the mix here at 8-5. We'll do that as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. But right now, I'm talking to you guys out there, or gals that are looking to get jewelry as a gift this holiday season, or just looking to get jewelry in general. You guys know this time of year when I get to talk about Mark Klein & Klein jewelry,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a...
I just solved a lot of problems for young people. I think this is actually increasing in popularity in some urban areas. It's almost like a dormitory style living. You know, if you're in your 20s and you got, you got school loans, you got a job that's not paying great money or anything, just be able to live in the adult dorms.
Do they have those?
I feel like in some cities there's buildings that are kind of like that.
I mean,
those for women especially, so they have like the feel of the city of not
yeah,
living by themselves.
Like it's just so basically like a bunch of studio apartments. Is what it boils down.
Yeah,
to.
or like the old time apartments where there was one bathroom on the floor. Which is like how a lot of dorms are.
Yeah.
Kids today wouldn't understand the way most dorms used to be.
Yep.
Which is there's one bathroom, okay,
community bathroom,
one set of showers, and I know it's still like that in a lot of places, but now they got all these new dorms that are like luxury apartments.
It's crazy. Dude, it's crazy.
Kids will be like, I have to share my bathroom with the room next door? I'm aghast.
My freshman year, I lived in literally the smallest room on campus.
Oh, really?
At Notre Dame, yep.
The Rudy room.
Yeah, we didn't know about Rudy back then, but yeah.
Did it feel like it was a broom closet that they were just trying to squeeze extra cash out of?
It was so small. Well, the whole floor. The whole dorm.
Oh, that whole floor, all those. That was like the smallest dorm.
Yeah.
The smallest rooms in a dorm on campus.
On campus, yeah. And so we were in the basement of that dorm, and the rooms were much smaller down there, and just mine happened to be the smallest one, by like 3 inches or something like that. But yeah, I survived. Yeah. Huh?
No window.
There was a window. It was basement, but it was kind of the window was kind of elevated, like you'd see ground level out the window kind of thing.
Ooh,
so there was a little bit of light coming in.
Yeah.
No cable TV, no air conditioning. It was hard Scrabble, but I was used to it, man, because of how I grew up, Yeah. So
that's why you'd be taller if you'd actually been well nourished growing up.
That's right. So let's get to the Texans here. Lopez, when we were leaving the studio yesterday, we got done with the show, we got done with Crosstalk, and as I'm walking out, I hear John and Reggie talking about turning points in the season, and I thought John volunteered this one, which I thought was interesting. I don't know that I totally agree that this was necessarily a turning point that got the Texans season going in the right direction again, because it happened after the first 3 games, and it really took them 8 games to kind of get their sea legs under them. But John Lopez said he thought the turning point in the season was when they let go of CJ Gardner-Johnson.
I keep going back to CJ Gardner-Johnson. To me, that one decision.
Really?
Yes.
That one feels like that's not even on the podium of the decisions.
It is number one, and let me explain why. They brought him in, and we're like, and I was guilty as anybody, boy, this guy's going to change everything. And then there came a moment when Texas decided he's a little bit too rogue. He's not doing, just do your job thing. Do your assignment. He's not doing one play at a time. He wants his. And I think the message that was sent when they said so long to CJ Gardner-Johnson really just galvanized what they are as a defense. Like, even that dude got cut. And if you're not doing, exactly what Coach DeMeco Ryans says, I think that one moment sort of, not just on the defensive side, but especially on the defensive side, told the team, we don't care who you are. We just want you to do this, and we want you to do this right, and we want you to play your role, and we want you to fit in the scheme.
I thought that was an interesting – I thought, I don't know. You wind up debating semantics of what a true turning point is in a season sometimes when you go through this exercise. But I thought it was that was one that was a little off the radar for me. I would not have thought of that. But it plays into a little bit, Seth, what you were talking about earlier in the show, where I was saying I mentioned I was asked in an interview yesterday what's changed about the Texans this season, what's gotten them turned around. And I said the defense has really been a constant all year. But you made the point that well, early in the year were good, but there were some things they weren't doing well, and one of them was CJ Gardner-Johnson going into business for himself.
Right, yeah, and especially in some key and critical moments, and then the reportedly kind of pointing the fingers at others when he was in the wrong, and I think that's the big part of it. That I don't know what their expectations were of him from a leadership standpoint. But I think sometimes, like guys like CJ Gardner-Johnson, who aren't necessarily really wired to be leaders on a team, if they feel like, all of a sudden I'm in a leadership role, they're in their mind, what a leader isn't what an actual good leader is, and it's that I got to be the guy that's telling guys when they're wrong and when they're this and when they're that.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, you've got a lot of young guys in the secondary, but they are very mature professionals, and I think they go about their business the right way. And I think that there's a good chance that CJ Gardner-Johnson was just a square peg in a round leadership hole that didn't exactly really understand how to go about his leadership role. And you could put that on maybe DeMeco or Cassera if you wanted to, but they saw the problem and they fixed it immediately.
Yeah.
Or at least they cut out the cancerous mole.
They nipped it in the bud, as they like to say. Yeah.
He did have CJ Gardner-Johnson had an interception in the Bears win last week.
Oh, did he? Against the they I forget who they played, but yeah.
And the whole thing about he's played for the last 6 games, I think. But this is CJ Gardner-Johnson and what he told the team before the game.
So, like I told the guys, this is one of those where you got to come in and really put your ears back and really go play ball. It's going to be a physical game, short week, and it's about who will be the most physical team, and we came out and showed it today.
Yeah, there you go. It's the
Okay.
Vikings. The leader. That's the leadership that you want out of CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's landed. Well, he's landed on his feet in Chicago. He's doing good things there.
No, he's just got that. Even when you listen to him in interviews during the offseason, you can tell that this is a guy that's going to have a jagged arc in his career because I think it's a constant battle of like him kind of almost just getting slapped on the hand with a ruler. And realizing, okay, wait, I gotta really tamp things down a little bit. But then he starts to explore the space a little bit too much, and then he's got to get smacked on the hand with a ruler again.
It's interesting because in the brief time we got to cover him, I interviewed him in West Virginia at the Greenbrier when we were there. I found him to be delightful. It was a fun interview. And we talked a little bit off the air as well. I really enjoyed talking to him. I never found him. Now, there will be people in the building that would be listening to this right now, the Texans, that might roll their eyes when I say this. I found him to be pretty self-aware as to what his personality type was.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I'm like,
he knew what they were getting into.
But you know how it goes. It's the same thing as in normal real life. Yeah. There's people that have issues. They know they have issues, but they can't help themselves. Right. And that's part of their issue. Yep. Like even as they just can't help but sometimes just act inappropriately. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, and a lot of times, those are the people who are most interesting and engaging in certain situations.
Yes.
And it feel by CJ Gardner-Johnson's own words, that's how I think he's described himself at various times. Yep. Sometimes he just can't help himself, and the environment and the situation and the fit really matters. And in Houston, it just wasn't the right fit.
He skipped OTAs because he said himself, like, I don't think they want me around, because he just came a Super Bowl champion, and he thought he'd be talking way too much about his Super Bowl championness.
Right,
with
yeah,
the team.
These young guys don't know. Yeah, and like meanwhile, the Eagles had him on a pretty affordable contract, and they chose to move on.
They chose to move on, and probably the funniest moment I can remember with him being part of the Texans was at the season premiere event the Texans do right before the year starts. They do it in the bubble. It's a big gala. They raise a bunch of money. They've got 100 tables there that people are paying for, and they've got a player at each table. And so Odyssey has a table, so Amy and I got to go, and Titus Howard was at our table. So I was sitting next to Titus the whole night, talking with him. He was great. But CJ Gardner-Johnson was at the next table over from us, and he kept looking over at Titus, and he had his Super Bowl ring on, and he kept looking over at Titus, just waving it like this at him. It was just really funny. He had this big smile on his face.
That what's interesting about him being with the Eagles was the Eagles are in a similar situation as the Texans. They've had a lot of really good young guys in the secondary.
That's right.
And they felt like it was time that, yes, these guys can do it on their own. We don't necessarily need the CJ Gardner-Johnson. I feel like the Texans came to that realization a lot faster.
Yeah. The Quinn Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are there, Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamar Lassiter. I get that. As far as turning points in the season go, because I thought it definitely was good brain food that Lopez and Reggie were dishing out yesterday. I came up with a handful of them. I would encourage texters to text in if you got a feel on what you feel some of the turning points have been in getting the Texans back to 8-5 and getting them back in the playoff hunt. I thought one early one wasn't even one that had to do directly with the Texans. When they caught that break with Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury, I mean, it really felt like the Texans were snake bit the first 4 games of the year. You 2 games you fumble in the red zone late in the fourth quarter. The Tampa Bay game, Henry To'oTo'o just lets Baker Mayfield leak out. Like the literally games where if you just make a play, you could have been 3-0 instead of 0-3. Hell, even in Week 4, you struggled against the Titans until the fourth quarter of that game. Lamar Jackson being out for that Ravens game, because that was at a stage of the season, Seth. I mean, they were 1-3. I'm like, there was no like, hey, we need to vanquish the big bad wolf like there was this past weekend with the Chiefs. It was like, man, we need a win.
Well, the whole thing, too, is that I know my immediate thought when I saw you put this in here was like, well, Lamar Jackson hasn't been good since he came back. But up to the point of his injury, he had been good. The defense
we didn't
was
know
the
that.
problem with the Ravens.
Yeah.
They were scoring a boatload of points.
Yes.
So that part of it, him getting injured and then turning into either not being there and what he's been since he came back, that's a much different challenge than what they've faced since.
Yep. So I thought that was, I don't know if it's a turning point, definitely a break the Texans caught. You know, if Lamar Jackson plays, they probably lose that game, and you're 1-4 instead of 2-3 to start the season, going into a bye week, by the way.
Lamar Jackson, since he came back, it's been really bad.
There's nothing deceptive about the numbers either. If you watch the Ravens, he's bad.
I mean, in the last 5 games, he's had 2 passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown.
Yeah,
in 5 games.
In 5 games. I mean,
and he hasn't been above. He hasn't hit 60% completion percentage in the last 5 games either.
I'd love to know what's wrong with him. Truly wrong with him physically right now, and it's clearly that's a physical issue going on with him. Other turning points for me, I've got a few that are on-field turning points, but one other off-field one for whatever reason. Trent Brown's insertion into the lineup at right tackle, they're not a great offensive line. I'm not saying that, but he has been a bit of a stabilizing force at right tackle. It's allowed you to put Titus Howard over at left guard, which was a disaster in the first half of the season. So by virtue of Trent Brown solidifying right tackle, you simultaneously solidify left guard. Again, not a great offensive line, but Trent Brown's first game was the Jacksonville game that started this win streak. They're 5-0 with him in the lineup.
Well, I think that now what you have is veterans on both sides of the offensive ball. Like Titus Howard at left guard isn't your ideal left guard, but he's a veteran. Yeah. So you've got him next to a rookie and next to Jake Andrews at center. And then you got 2 veterans on the right side of the ball. And you can at least be steady, and you can be functional in a way that you probably couldn't as much before. That helped a lot. I mean, it's still the biggest thing I worry about in matchups for the Texans offense these days or this season is, okay, does the other side of the ball have a dominating defensive tackle? Because that's what happened. Chris Jones was working them in that game, and when they would go to their 6 offensive line combination, that's great. You can double-team Chris Jones, but then you got your Blake Fisher one-on-one versus a defensive end, and you ended up with some of the same issues you had with Blake Fisher versus defensive ends in the postseason. So that moving forward, interior defensive linemen are by far the biggest thing that scares me about any opposing defense.
I think that makes sense. So those are 2 kind of off-the-field or lineup-related. As far as on the field goes, I mean, it's been a lot of turning points. It's been, I don't know if turning point is the right way to put it. It's been, they've been walking this tightrope where the season could, they could fall one way or the other. I'll say this only because Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, other players after the game said that this was the play that they believed they could complete that comeback against Jacksonville. We can't talk about turning points without talking about the fourth quarter of that Jacksonville game. They were 15 minutes away, Seth, from being 3-6 and having their season over, and they scored 26 points in the fourth quarter. This was the play that everybody that was asked about it, DeMeco and Nick especially, said this is when we started to believe we could complete the comeback, when they were down 29-10 and Jaden Higgins scored a touchdown.
3rd down and 10 at the Jaguars 12. Higgins in motion to the left, Mills in the gun, marks to his right. Nico Collins, short side right, Davis Mills awaits the snap. Here it is. Mills in the pocket. Mills to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Jaden Higgins. The Texans score.
They would get the 2-point. They'd be down by 11. They would go on to win 36-29. That was a big turning point in that game. But because of what that game meant to the season, I think it was a big turning point, a specific mini turning point in a game that was a turning point for the season.
I mean, and it was just so improbable. The first 3 quarters of that game were just so miserable. And then, I mean, it was 2 weeks in a row where we just had the Titans game, we felt like that too, where everything was just, it felt miserable. And then all of a sudden, boom, here we go.
Yep. Speaking of the Titans, the following weekend, the Texans were still at a stage. I mean, that Jacksonville game only got them to 4-5. So it's not like that was this past weekend where you're going 8-5 by beating the Chiefs. The next week against Tennessee, you're in a dogfight against the Titans. The Titans score a late touchdown to tie the game at 13. You're driving down the field. The Titans are making plays on defense. It's 3rd and 16. This is one of the biggest plays of the season right here.
It's 3rd and 16 for the Houston 42. Marks in the backfield, Mills in the gun. Here's the snap. Davis firing downfield, and he's got Nico Collins on the sideline at the 40. Toe tapper. They say catch. Yes.
All right, so there you go. Oh, we didn't get to hear the part where Andre's telling him, get up to the line, get up to the line. It's all good, Ben. It's all good.
No, and that one, too, honestly, full credit to Davis Mills in that game because he talked about it in the post game. By the fourth quarter, he'd kind of gotten a good feel for exactly how they were playing the Texans, what their calls were, some of the tells. And in that one, at the snap, he could tell that the Titans were shifting into a cover 2 look, and he hit Nico Collins exactly where you want to hit a big, tall receiver in cover 2 between the safety and the corner.
Yep.
And it was a beautiful throw. It was everything that you want out of a veteran quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's the money they spent on Davis Mills. I know people raised an eyebrow a lot of times over that. This season, without it, if you had a rookie in there, if you had Riley Leonard in there, they ain't winning those games.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
I think if you had, forget about you're absolutely right about the rookies. I think if you had half the backups in the league, you don't go 3-0 in those games. Not that Davis was great, but he did enough to win. We're getting a lot of great answers on the text page about this. I say that because I'm looking, turning point in the season, Davis Mills bringing the Texans back against the Jags. The reason is because the defense finally said that if they get it. I hate this text page. Anyways, Davis Mills, the text page chops up all these texts. Last one for me.
We have a system where our computer can't do what your phone does, which shows you more than 144 characters at a time.
Yes.
And they don't do it sequentially. It throws it like
it's awful. It's just terrible. Am I not being a company guy by trashing our text system? I don't know. It sucks. All right. The last one for me, as far as turning points in the season, was Jalen Petre's hit on Rashee Rice in the Kansas City win on Sunday.
Mahomes takes the snap, steps to his left. Mahomes now back to the right. Mahomes being chased, throws downfield, and got a man. Worthy hanging on, took a big shot, incomplete. Wow. He had it for a moment, and Petre hit him hard, and he slipped down in front of the KC bench.
What a shot Petre hit Rice with. I mean, it looked like he knocked the soul from his body.
That was good. Ben
kind of did.
Listen to the crowd in the back. But we won't play the whole thing again, Ben. Just play it from the beginning. I'll down cue you. Listen to the crowd.
Mahomes takes the snap, steps to his left. Mahomes now back to the right. Mahomes being chased, throws downfield, and got a man. Worthy hanging on, took a big shot, incomplete.
You hear the crowd. Oh.
And it just started to rise.
Yes.
You're like, ooh, there's Rashee Rice with the
Making
ball.
The catch, yeah.
About to turn her.
Yeah.
And then that would pay dividends later on when Rashee Rice just dropped a very easy catch.
Over the middle.
He would have had room to run afterwards. He might have been able to tackle him at the catch point, but if not, he had some room to run. You'll never convince me that hit by Jalen Petre earlier in the game wasn't a factor in that drop right there.
I think it sent a message to everybody running through the middle of the field on the Kansas City Chiefs.
You saw that. I mean, Travis Kelce at the end of the game bobbles that ball, and
he dropped the play before that too, and nobody was around him.
Yeah.
It was that I thought that hit was a microcosm of what that game was, which was the Texans finally saying, we're not going to be intimidated by Arrowhead Stadium, the Chiefs' mystique, the Chiefs' kingdom, all that stuff. I thought that hit perfectly symbolized what the Texans, it wasn't just winning 20-10, it was exercising some demons that you'd had recently in that stadium.
I think a couple things, or at least a development, it's not one specific moment, but a few moments in the last couple games that speak to the team maybe being more veteran and the quarterback learning some lessons is DeMeco has praised CJ Stroud in each of the last 2 weeks for knowing when to just throw the ball away.
Yep.
Or when to throw it in the dirt.
Dirt it.
And there have been times in these last 2 games where in a previous version of CJ Stroud would have tried to extend the play and end up making a sack into a 10 yards worse or deeper than it needed to be.
That's the big part, the 10 yards worse.
He's thrown it at the feet of receivers or he's thrown it away. And when you got a defense on the other side of you that you can trust to keep the game close, that's really big. That's big in the maturation of a young quarterback.
Yeah, if we're looking at okay, that's a good one because the Seattle game was a disaster for everybody, and CJ was doing some of what you're talking about in that Seattle game. The next week against San Francisco, granted at home, granted not as tough a defense as Seattle, but I thought CJ, you can make an argument that San Francisco game was the best game that he's played as a pro.
Yeah.
Because there was no Nico Collins in that game. He was spreading the ball around to guys. He was getting the ball out fast. He didn't turn the ball over. He was 30 of 38 in that game. And so that's a good one. If we're talking about turning points in the season, it would stand to reason that if your starting quarterback had an individual turning point like that, that it's a turning point for the team because of how important that position is.
Jalen Petrie hitting Rashee Rice like that.
Yeah.
The fact that Rashee Rice wasn't concussed or anything.
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of like in a movie when you kill an entire platoon, but you let one guy live so he can go back and tell everybody else how ferocious you are.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what they did to Rashee Rice.
They did. He's not going.
We're going to let you live. Now you go tell everybody. And the entire league, every upcoming opponent is going to see the hit that Rashee Rice took.
Right. Yeah, you tell him.
But he lived, and the message he sent was when he dropped it later on.
Yep. Let him know. Today, any day, could be Jalen Petrie. Could be
glorious bastard.
Could be Jalen Petrie day. Yep. Okay, we're getting some good texts on this. Turning points in the season. Someone says it started with booting Laramie Tunsil this offseason.
Yeah, and that is, I think, in terms of walking the walk and living up to your motivational slogans and all of that, there is an element when Laramie Tunsil, as good as he is in pass protection, is just not a DeMeco Ryans type of guy.
No.
And when you're telling all your young players, you got to do this a certain way, and you got to be this kind of guy, that kind of guy. Some teams get away with it. Some teams have guys that just are flat out. They're so good that you just live with it. I think for DeMeco's strength as a coach and how he and Caserio have worked well together is in finding the right kind of DeMeco Ryans guys.
Oh yeah.
And I think they have to be strict with that. They have to interpret all of their slogans literally. It can't just be a squishy guideline to go by.
Yeah.
So without necessarily saying anything bad about Laramie Tunsil, I just don't think that he meshed with the type of football player that the DeMeco Ryans want.
Totally agree with you. This is a good one. Turning point in the season was fully trusting Woody Marks as the lead running back.
Yeah, that was, and I think a part of that too was Woody Marks earning that trust. I'm always really careful about blaming coaches for not playing rookies early. Don't get me wrong, I have my moments and I get frustrated. This year I did especially. But you always have to remember, all right, think about some of the spacing issues that we saw early with the receivers. It's not because Nick Haley was drawing the plays up that way. Nick Haley didn't draw a play up saying, I want these guys to be in the exact same spot on the field.
Right.
A lot of that is sometimes when rookies just flat out aren't making the right reads and aren't running the routes correctly.
Yeah.
We haven't seen those issues as the season has gone along. And lo and behold, that coincides with the rookies getting some play time or at least getting some experience and earning their play time.
Yep.
And I think likewise with Woody Marks. Woody Marks is, I think, way ahead of the curve mentally compared to a lot of rookies, but he was still a rookie. Yeah. And it took some time for all those guys to work their way in.
We're getting some really good ones on the text page. What do you guys feel the turning point has been in the season? Someone says the biggest turning point, Titus Howard's concussion. Without it, I'm not sure Trent Brown even sees the field.
It's
interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not what you would hope for. I would never hope for brain trauma to be the reason why your offensive line gets solidified, but I do think it's just, the phrase sometimes people use is a happy accident. I'm not happy about a concussion ever, but the gist of the phrase is like you kind of stumbled.
It's a serendipitous concussion.
Serendipitous concussion. You kind of stumbled into this, right?
Yeah, and Trent Brown is a little bit like our Phillip Rivers, maybe. Trent Brown is a 33-year-old behemoth of a man who is coming off of a patellar tendon tear.
Yeah,
and that is I've had a couple patellar tendon injuries. I had a partially torn patellar tendon, and that was when I was 22 years old. It sucks. It's really, really tough to come back from that and have the same type of power. And I didn't weigh 375 plus pounds, and I wasn't 33 years old.
Yeah.
That's where I never looked at Trent Brown as a guy that I would expect to play this season.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like they liked having him in there. He knew the system, and then they would see what happens. They're paying him the league minimum.
Yep.
And it's been absolutely one of the best signings Nick Caserio's ever made, I think.
Yeah.
That when you're and it's I like the philosophy because he did it with Cam Akers last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all right, okay, the guy's had an Achilles tendon tear in each leg.
Yeah.
He's a running back.
Yep.
He's getting up there in years. But we're paying the bare minimum to get him. Let's get him in the building,
Yeah.
and it's worked out a couple of times.
These are scratch offs. You know, like these are.
Ed Ingram is extremely affordable. That whole right side of the line has probably gotten it's one of the most bang for your buck spendings in football this year.
Ed Ingram's on the last year of a rookie deal. I think he was a second-round pick, something like that. He's on the last year of his rookie deal, and Trent Brown, to your point, is getting the minimum. You're spending your cap hit for the right side of your offensive line, which has played pretty well, is like a total like $4 million or something like that.
No, and I could see too when they rolled Trent Brown out there, which is almost literally what they did. They probably had been watching him in practice and thinking like, oh, I don't know about this because he doesn't move all that well.
Yep.
But I mean, he gets out there and between veteran savvy and sheer geometry because he's so big, he's been an improvement or he's helped the entire offensive line improve.
Someone says the Mills pass to Dalton Schultz on third down deep in the Texans' own territory to keep that last drive going against the Jags. That was a huge play.
That drive in general, they had a few improbable pull-ups.
Yes.
Davis had. I mean, we could count up the third and longs that he made, and a lot of them were in crucial situations.
Huge.
That whole the Money Mills nickname used to be very ironic.
Yeah.
Man, he lived up to it this year.
He did. 3-0, man. A lot of people saying that, man. Davis turning point, Davis Mills.
They were backed up in their own territory. Sean, through from 2021 through 2024, I think you look at that situation with the Texans offense, and in a critical moment, you think, well, this is where it all falls apart.
Yeah.
And you see that they're just not ready they're not really ready for prime time yet.
No, they've made some big plays this year. The offense overall has not been great, but they especially during this winning streak, they've made some plays to go win games. It hadn't just been the defense in the fourth quarter of these games.
This was a good segment by you, Sean, and you can tell that because whenever you see me highlighting the entire segment, I'm going to steal it from my YouTube.
It's going to be on the stream?
I'm going to go find I like being able to show visual examples of it. So for anybody listening now, you can go back to my YouTube later and actually watch what we're talking about.
I love that. What did I see? I saw you highlight yesterday all the factoids of Philip Rivers being 44 years old.
Oh, yeah,
He's older than this guy. He's older than that guy. I'm like,
I'm going to watch Philip Rivers' press conference later.
I'm like, good. I hit that on the screws. Nice. Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610. If you want to keep texting in, we'll read some of your texts. I'm going to skip down here because the players up in their fields, man, being depressed. Highly compensated athletes just not feeling it right now. We've got two of them here. I think it's a good segue. The first one's a good segue off of what we talked about because we just mentioned Travis Kelce by name. Travis Kelce on his New Heights podcast, man, he's just depressed. He just doesn't have any answers anymore.
I've always had the answers in years past, and this year I just can't find them. And I keep thinking if I show up to work and I put in the work and I fix the issues through my practice habits and through perfecting the game plan and my fundamentals and what I'm being taught, and go out there and try and play my ass off for my guys next to me, it's all going to come together like it has in years past. And this year is just not, man.
This isn't a year where
terrible for the guy.
He is playing better than he did last year. He was down at 8 point something yards per reception last year. He's back up to where he had been. Close to where he'd been in his prime. He's up well over, I think he's at 12 yards per reception this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's had more moments like he had multiple moments of in the Texans game. Yeah, it's too bad. It's a
shame.
I wish I could help him out. I wish I had some advice for him.
I got nothing.
Sometimes it's time to accept that you're just getting old, man.
I got nothing.
The dynasty is over.
The odds are out on whether he'll retire or not, and the favorite is he will retire after this year.
I did appreciate during the game, even though the broadcast had to annoyingly make it about Travis Kelce's mom, but at least they're promoting some kind of reality. Did you catch Tirico at the beginning of the game?
No, what did he say?
Tirico threw some shade on whatever the reality thing is that they're promoting. He was like, yeah, so you can watch the reality stars if you're into that sort of thing.
Oh! I love Tirico.
It was good.
Yeah.
I'll try to find it for you.
Tirico's great.
But then later on, you could see Taylor Swift was in the box, but she was sitting on the back.
Yeah.
Apparently she's trying to take a more low-key. And I wonder if she had a conversation with Travis Kelce about that in the offseason.
Oh, about I'm going to... You just
Well, because I guess he has spoken about how, last year maybe there was a little too much of him living that lifestyle and all of the hoopla and everything. It was a different level of stardom because he was a crossover hit. It wasn't just sports anymore.
Yep.
That he recommitted himself and the performance has improved. But I love that they even have to talk about it in Kansas City.
do too. Oh,
Is there a dying franchise?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Don't worry, everybody. They'll be back because they do, after all, have an owner who is routinely voted as the worst owner in the NFL by his own players.
He gets F- from his own players in that report card every year. This is the other player who seemed to be feeling it yesterday. Joe Burrow, quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals, apparently going through some stuff right now.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for?
$50 million
so that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
The rat-a-tat-tat of somebody typing right
Somebody
there.
typing out
Rat-a-tat-tat.
a scintillating tweet at that point.
Yeah. This is
Joe Burrow is sad.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is sad.
Without knowing exactly what he might be going through personally, he might have a relative who's sick or something like that. So without knowing what the specifics are of what he's got going on or off the field, there are exactly 0 people that are going to feel sorry for the $55 million quarterback not having fun at his job.
Well, Sean, but you're talking about the average person. What about actual NFL players? Funny you should ask, because one of the prolific Quisenberry brothers, 2 of the 3 NFL-playing Quisenberry brothers have played for the Texans.
Yeah.
First David, obviously, and then Scott, remember, in 2022.
Yep.
I believe Scott went to the Naval Academy, right?
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, so Scott's not afraid of hard work, and he understands, Scott's
I know one of them did, yeah.
I think it was Scott. Scott Quisenberry weighed in on Joe Burrow's press conference yesterday.
What did he say?
What he said on X. Look, I get losing is hard. I have 0 idea what Joe Burrow's personal life looks like, but if you cannot find joy playing a kid's game for $50 million a year, I won't have much sympathy for you. You could sell real estate and maybe strike gold, or could work for 3 years and not make a dime. The grass isn't always greener, especially for a player of Joe's caliber.
Yeah.
I played 7 years for the minimum amount, and I would die for another shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
He ain't feeling sorry. Scott Quisenberry, UCLA. You're thinking of Paul Quisenberry, the third.
Okay.
The third Quisenberry brother went to the Naval Academy.
And Paul played in the NFL too, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. He's on.
Did he play for the Texans at one point?
Let's see here, Paul Quisenberry. I'm clicking. Ooh, his individual picture looks like a Texans jersey. Yeah, he did.
Every Quisenberry has been his roster.
Yeah, man. He was on the team in 2021 also. Yeah.
Texans got to get them some
Played in one
Q-berry up
game.
in here.
Played in one game at tight end for the Texans back in 2021.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. So there you go.
And you know what? I mean, think about that with Scott Quisenberry. His brother went through cancer treatment.
Right.
Came back from cancer treatment to become a starter in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think nobody's now. This is what I'll say. If you just restrict it, like aside from all the whole hey, you should be grateful, all that stuff. This is the franchise that he's playing for. That Carson Palmer did threaten to retire.
Right.
He would rather have retired than go back and play for the Bengals. And then Carson Palmer would go on to play many more years after he left the Bengals. I think some of this is just Joe Burrow flat out saying, look, listen, Scott Quisenberry.
Yeah.
The grass is greener on other NFL teams. I know for a fact through long history with just this very position on this very team. We had a guy that thought the grass was greener and then went out and found greener grass and played many more years after saying, I would rather die on this grass than play on this grass.
The best part about the Carson Palmer story is he threatened to retire. So the Shangri-La that he felt he needed to go to was the Raiders. After that, this is so much better playing for the Raiders, and that was bad too. He didn't find himself till he got to the Cardinals. Yet another amazing franchise.
I completely I went straight to the Cardinals. I wasn't even thinking about the Raiders.
Yeah. He went to the Raiders in between. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. We'll get back to the Texans and the Cardinals at the top of the hour. Chandler Rome, the Astros, the winter meetings wrapped up yesterday. Chandler Rome was on MLB TV and spoke on a couple of the big stories with the Astros. One of them we went deep on yesterday, and it seems like Chandler feels similarly. We'll hear from Chandler Rome on the Astros coming up next. But first, let's get you to Dr. Ben Salento, man. Texas Sinus.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like it coming back from break and Seth's just laughing to himself.
I was laughing.
Cracking up.
You made a reference to the HR videos that we have to watch of the courses we have to take, and I live tweeted it to you.
That was so
I
fun.
live texted it to you as I was watching. I was taking screenshots. I wanted to live tweet it, but I'm guessing HR might put on it, which would be I might have to do it just for the irony of it all.
Yeah.
It's that moment, like middle-aged white guy enters stage left. Oh crap! Here we go. Here we go.
Hot-looking woman, stage left. Creepy white guy, stage right. All right, action.
It's always the white guy. Like, oh, crap, man. Come on. You're blowing it for all of us, dude. Come on.
And scene. Oh, those are the best. Those are the best. Where is that on the acting pecking order? Like, if your acting career, you're trying to get it off the ground, or you're floundering,
I'm
or
about
whatever?
auditioning. I think I'm going to try to find out. I've kind of tried to mimic these guys enough that I know exactly how to say this one. They took a different spin on it. When middle-aged white guy entered this one, it was him. It wasn't him like directly saying something to a woman or something. It was one of his ethnically ambiguous employees came to him and said, hey, this client is asking me to go on a date with her. The middle-aged white guy said, like, yeah, all right. What you complaining about, bro? So I admired that they kind of tweaked it a little bit.
Yeah.
It wasn't like him with a female employee doing quid pro quo or something.
Right. He wasn't directly harassing somebody. He was super psyched that one of his subordinates would get to harass a client.
No, that he was being harassed. It wasn't. It's not a harassment, but it's inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
She wasn't a coworker.
Unprofessional. Unprofessional.
Well, and he wasn't taking an HR complaint from his employee seriously.
The Academy Award winner of all those HR videos that we have to do is the guy in the bathrobe and the T-shirt, and on the T-shirt it just said "Bad Decisions" on it.
Yeah.
He's not a person; he's a representative of bad decisions.
It was an ambitious casting decision because he was a younger white guy.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. Remember they had that cast where they were they played certain types and everything.
Oh yeah. All right, Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome wasn't fitting these stereotypes. Okay. Chandler Rome at the winter meetings was on with the guys on MLB TV. Chandler does a great job covering the Astros, and he talked about something Seth and I talked about yesterday. They've got a glut problem in the infield right now.
This has been the question I've been trying to answer since they acquired Carlos Correa at the trade deadline last year. Playing him at third base means Isaac Paredes doesn't have a position. And Joe Espada was on this set on Monday and said he wants Jose Altuve to spend most of his time this season at second base.
Right.
So you've got Correa at third, Pena at short, Altuve at second. You got Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes for one position. And with Yordan Alvarez entrenched as the DH, I'm just not sure there's enough at-bats to go around for both Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker, which makes me think one of them could be on the move.
I saw someone say on the text page yesterday, like, hey, Isaac can play first and third, maybe even a little second. No worse than Jose Altuve probably plays it defensively. And it sounds like Altuve's going back to second base now, close to full time. Why don't you just, he can just rotate and give a guy a day off, in each spot. Of the film like that, man. Like there's pitching matchups. There's like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, well, and
you can't have four guys for three spots and just rotate them equally. Yeah,
unless you're a Mauricio Dubon or something. But then if Mauricio, you always wonder this with Dubon. Like, all right, what if he had been able to just park himself at one position?
Yeah,
what would his offense have looked like?
Maybe,
I don't know. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We might find out. He might end up as a starting shortstop up in Atlanta.
In Atlanta, yeah, he might. So yeah, this is a puzzle. This is a puzzle that Dana Brown now needs to figure out because it seems like all the rhetoric coming out of the winter meetings and out of some of the interviews is that Yordan Alvarez is going to be mostly the DH. Jose Altuve is going to be mostly the second baseman, it seems.
Yeah.
And Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena are everyday players, so it just boils down, like Chandler was saying, it boils down to they've got to either trade Isaac Paredes, who I think is an asset. He's an all-star. And get some decent pitching, or they've got to ship out and do a salary dump with Christian Walker, where it's more about dumping the salary than it is getting good players in return.
I think the trade window on Christian Walker extends from now through the trade deadline in season.
Mm-hmm.
That it's right now there's scant interest in Christian Walker, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But after everything else shakes out, after more people start to figure out where they are in free agency or where they, like that, there's a deal out there somewhere.
Yeah.
And the team has no reason to make it look like they want to trade Christian Walker right now, but logic would say that they want to trade Christian Walker.
Oh yeah, get out from underneath $20 million a year for sure.
Yeah, and also just you don't have this log jam amongst guys. The other part that they can't say out loud is that, look, between rest days for Altuve and injuries for Yordan, some of it takes care of itself with your whole.
That's true.
Hey, they want to play Yordan at DH mostly. There's going to be opportunity. Like more likely than not, Yordan's going to miss a good chunk of time to injuries this year.
He always does.
And that helps you manage Altuve a little bit different.
It's true. Yeah, you can count on Yordan missing like clockwork at least 20 games. At least. Last year he only played in 48 games. So
it's the offseason and we want pat answers to these things, but the reality of it is they're going to do what they've been doing now for a while, is just kind of just try to shuffle their lineup the entire way through the season to deal with some of these issues.
One other from Chandler here. He was asked by the guys on the set there, could Framber Valdez be back this year?
I can't see that happening. I can't see Framber becoming an Astro again, and only because in Jim Crane's ownership tenure, they have never guaranteed a starting pitcher more than $85 million, never guaranteed any pitcher more than $95 million. Framber Valdez will probably double that on the free agent market, but that is their number one priority this offseason. They want young, controllable starting pitching. They're trying to get it via trade. They're interested in Shane Baz of the Tampa Bay Rays. They're interested in Mike Burrows of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've got a couple targets that they're looking at, but make no mistake, their goal this offseason is to get at least one controllable starter to put in the middle of their rotation.
It's your thing. Chandler just threw out the numbers there. Like, he's never guaranteed a starter more than $85 million. He didn't say who it was. It's Lance McCullers. So that's who got the $85 million guarantee. So it's not just, hey, this is the most he's ever guaranteed to a starter. That one did not work out either,
right.
And hell, I'd even say Justin Verlander, probably the next biggest guarantee was the first extension they gave Verlander, 2 years, $66 million. He pitched one game on that contract, the first game of the COVID year, and then he had Tommy John surgery. He was gone.
It's the hardest thing to figure out with Jim Crane, because there's almost a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde element to him, where he wants to be financially responsible, et cetera, and yet at the same time he will make these luxury splurge purchases.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
And sometimes they have long-lasting ramifications.
Yes.
I mean. And I understand you have to run it like a business. The Astros are never going to have the same revenue stream that teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees are going to have, or even the Angels.
Yep.
So he's been as aggressive as they come for considering the same financial caliber. There's times where when we go through all this and we try to figure everything out, I'm just like, can we get Bezos to buy the Astros? Can we get Elon Musk to buy the Astros? Somebody that's just like a Cohen with the Mets that just flat out uses it like his personal project and doesn't treat it like a business venture. Is it that hard to get Bezos interested in a baseball team?
You wouldn't think, man. It's it's been a successful team. It's if he wants to come down here and buy a home to watch his team, no state income tax. The
whole thing about, I guess, who would you rather have? Like, set aside anything politically or anything like that. I have no idea. Who would be a better owner to have for your team? Would it be Musk or Bezos?
I don't even want to answer that, because I know you're saying political things aside. I'm going to have an answer, and everybody's going to think it's political.
Can't believe you're stumping for that. Whatever.
Either one of them, I would say. Yeah. All right.
I feel like Bezos. Amazon is known for being very, doing things very, very efficiently.
Yes.
And making people work long hours. I don't know if Bezos, even if Bezos is into thinking this is my pet project, at some point he won't be able to help himself. Whereas Musk, I feel like he could sell himself and others on a vision of a team that could spend 8 times as much as everybody else.
I'm just going to go by how their respective websites work. Twitter and Amazon.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. Hey, let's circle back to the Texans and the Cardinals. Nick Caserio lays it out on the GM show. Cardinals offense, Cardinals defense. Who are the game wreckers for the Cardinals? Who could get a 9.5-point underdog over the top against the Texans this weekend? That is next.
It sure is, Sean. I'll tell you what else is next. Johnson Fitness and Wellness. If you're looking to get something incredible this holiday fitness, why not?
Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seems like a lot of companies subscribe to the same HR videos that Odyssey does.
Yeah, the scene I described earlier, somebody said, hey, we had that one too.
Yeah.
That's what I do when I watch these videos, because our company seems to go with different, I don't know if it's a different company each year, but it's different cast and format a lot of the time. It's an interesting niche to find yourself in, is like we make HR videos and then sell them to companies to use, or HR courses and then
I bet
sell
they're
them
kind
to
of
companies
fun to direct, you know?
Oh, yeah. Fun to direct and fun to, like, cast and everything.
Yeah. I don't know what
There's some actually, I am surprised that I haven't seen any of these actors in something like I'm waiting to be watching a series on Netflix and be like, hey, I know that guy.
Well, yes, like a Netflix series or Hulu
that was
series.
the guy that couldn't take no for an answer.
Or an episode of Law & Order. You look, every actor at one point or another has been on an episode of Law & Order. All of them. If you are an actor and you haven't been on one episode of Law & Order as a perp or a lawyer or a judge or something like that, then you just ain't real, man.
The one little section of this HR video this year that I was curious about is there's one, they ask a question about one after the videos, you have to answer some questions. And one was a guy had asked a coworker out twice.
Okay.
And they said, is this harassment? And I'm like, twice. And she said no both times.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess wrong, because I always veer towards, like, I don't want to be a red flag after I take this or something. So
Hell no, it's not harassment.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, yes, harassment. But then a couple questions later, the scenario was the guy asked her out 14 times. And I'm like, clearly yes. And she said no every time. But I'm like, all right, but I'd love some guidance on that. Not guidance for me personally, but like, where's the cutoff line?
Right.
Okay, somewhere, if 2 is okay, but 14 is clearly wrong.
Yeah.
Like, at what point does it veer over into like, whoa, dude, what the hell are you doing?
This is like one of those things like, okay, will you sell that to me for $1 million? Like, will you sell that to me for $1? Well, hell no. Will you sell it to me for $1 million? Well, yes. Okay, well, now we're negotiating. Yeah. Like,
well, the old story was, I can't remember who the old comedian was he asked the woman, he was like, would you sleep with me for $1? And she, no. And he was like, well, would you sleep with me for, no, I'm sorry, I screwed it all up. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
You start off, will you sleep with me for $1 million? Yeah. And she says yes.
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, but what about for $10?
Yeah.
And she said, well, what kind of a woman do you think I am? And he said, well, we've already established what kind of a woman you are. Now we're just negotiating price.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
Everybody forget the first 45 seconds.
Yeah. Dump that. In your mind, hit the dump button on that first part there. The delivery was spot on. Nick Caserio on his GM show with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer did his weekly breakdown of the Texans' future opponent. Here is the breakdown of the Arizona Cardinals offensively.
I mean, offensively, they've, when Kyler got hurt, they've gone with Jacoby, and Jacoby's played as good a football as any quarterback in the league. I think his attempts to interception ratio, I mean, it's like historic. It's one of the best in the history of the league. He doesn't really turn the ball over. Big, strong guy, smart. He can get the ball really to all parts of the field, makes quick decisions. I would say he's probably played as well as he is this year than he has at any point in his career. And that's a product of two things. Number one, comfort level, let's say with the system. He's kind of learned that, Coach Petzig's system. They've kind of evolved a little bit. Number two, like their skill, tight end and receiver. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a collective group. McBride's one of the best tight ends in the league that probably nobody talks about, but he's going to go over probably 100 receptions and 1,000 yards, which not too many tight ends do. And I'd say Wilson has really picked up the slack with Harrison being out. And then when Marvin is healthy, between Harrison and Michael Wilson, two really good receivers, and they're a throwing team. I mean, they probably average 40 to 45, 50 attempts in each game. Jacoby's done a good job making good decisions. They've kind of had some moving parts there a little bit in the offensive line, same thing at running back, but overall, this is a throwing team, and they win by passing the football. And then as a team, I think they've had 4 games that lost by combined like 13 points against playoff teams. Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and there's Seattle, earlier on in the year. So, I mean, they present a lot of challenges offensively.
They were more competitive early in the year, as Nick alluded to at the end. They were 2-5 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pulling up their schedule right now. They were 2-5 at one point, but I remember this is back when the Texans were 2-4 and 3-4, and I remember thinking like, okay, the Texans got kind of grouped with Arizona as like one of these teams that has a bad record, but they're not a bad football team at that time. They've been less competitive lately. As the season has kind of slid into the toilet on them record-wise, Jonathan Gannon's probably on the hot seat right now. There's only been 2 head coaches fired. Every year there's at least 5 or 6 that are fired, and Jonathan Gannon has got to be in the crosshairs right now.
Yeah, and as far as the explosive plays, I think they're capable of it, but they're the 6th worst in the NFL in terms of explosive play rate.
Mm-hmm.
So again, they're capable of it. There are threats. I mean, everything that you're going to hear from Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans this week is very much stuff that they're telling the team, or that DeMeco Ryans is telling the team. And DeMeco's going to have highlight reels of all the things that they can do. Like, this is a classic week where you gotta figure out a way to be sure that your guys aren't just thinking they're going to cruise in to NRG Stadium and beat the pants off the Cardinals.
Yep.
So you have to very much show what they're capable of doing. The best and most effective way to do that is to just foster some kind of a hatred for the opponent. Like, usually trying to build up a bad opponent is tough. Finding a reason to hate them, that's a lot easier. Belichick was good at that. Bulletin board material and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like this Cardinals team really lacks personality in a way that I can't find a reason to really hate the Cardinals.
Well, this time tomorrow, I'll be finding 5 reasons to hate them at 8:25 tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm going to help you in that endeavor 24 hours from now to get some vitriol. You're right, though. It's tough to conjure up reasons, especially because there's probably not a team that's more off the grid as a Texans fan than the Arizona Cardinals. The biggest tie that the Texans have to the Arizona Cardinals is that's where DeAndre Hopkins got traded to, and that's where J.J. Watt chose to go. After they left, after he left the Texans.
Right, yeah. So, and then there's the whole, the players don't care about the draft day stuff, the disrespect that we felt when everybody was acting like, I can't believe, well, you know what?
Oh, that's a reason.
DeMeco could turn that into, remember, we traded up for Will Anderson. And the whole world thought we were idiots because it wasn't worth it, and the Texans draft pick was going to be the best draft pick in the league the next year.
I'll take it a step further and give you a reason, not to rob from tomorrow's segment, but I'll probably use this again. I'll take that whole Will Anderson trade thing a step further. Everybody thought the Texans were idiots because the Cardinals themselves put out a video putting out just their side of the phone calls. With Monty Ossenford talking to Nick Caserio. It was a very one-sided video to make their trade look like they got over on the Texans.
I don't know how much that rings with the players as much, like, hey, look at this, look at that. They disrespected your GM. But I think the whole, hey,
I just wanted to resonate with you.
With me personally.
Yeah.
I'm worried. I'm thinking about from DeMeco's perspective, though, and getting the players to really. And that's why I really wanted Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle, to play in this game. Because the Cardinals said, why would we draft Will Anderson when one pick later we can draft Paris Johnson?
That's right.
The offensive tackle. It'd be awesome if the D-line could have that. Like, hey, let's figure out. This is the other motivational technique I would use with DeMeco a little bit. Is that sometimes Rex Ryan was really good at this.
Mm-hmm.
They would just kind of pick a player that was going to be the star player that game. Design blitzes and everything. Just to get that guy a huge day. Or if it's a guy who's facing his old team, just be like, hey, guys, let's do it. Let's do it for this guy. He's facing his old team. They thought he was no good, but here he is. Let's really stick it to him. And then everybody else kind of rallies around it.
This is kind of Will Anderson's old team in a way. It was
Hey,
their
this is a team that thought that, like, nah, we'll pass on Will Anderson. What good is he going to do for us?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. They could use Will Anderson right about now. I'll say that. Nick is right. I mean, this team started 2-0, so they've lost 10 out of their last 11 games. But the first 5 losses, lost by 1 to San Fran, lost by 3 to Seattle. Now, the loss to Tennessee was just awful. Like, that was a game that they handed to the Tennessee Titans. There's no getting around that. But then they go to Indy back when Daniel Jones was on his heater, and they lose by 4. They play Green Bay, and they lose by 4. Lately, they've just division games have gotten them lately. They got killed by Seattle, killed by San Francisco. They got killed last week by the Rams.
So one of the things the Texans have done really well, and you can only do it when you've got really good players, is that they play match coverage, which it looks like zone, but then it turns into man coverage as guys sort the routes out. And that's where, with Jalen Petrie especially, I think it's really benefited him because he can use all his savvy and everything, but then it's not as tough as coming up and playing press man at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And they've been very, very good at it. The one game where it hurt them, I think, is the Seahawks game. Even though they had a good defensive game, there were some moments there where, man, Jackson Smith-Njigba is just a different beast. I don't care who you are as a defensive back. When that guy's got 10 yards of build-up speed, it's hard to figure out where the hell he's going. He's a
monster, man. Like,
they might try to do. If they had to play the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, they might change the strategy up a little bit.
Yeah.
But because of that, I mean, you end up with, at times, Travis Kelce, you saw times where Kamari Lassiter's latched onto Travis Kelce.
Right.
Old Travis Kelce isn't going to win that matchup.
No.
Jalen Petrie can kind of diagnose and use leverage to put himself in a better position.
Yep.
They've done a really good job of that. And one of the things I was worried about really for a long time with the Texans was how are these guys going to be versus tight ends, the good tight ends. They'd given up last year, and before that, they'd given up some big games to tight ends. This week, they're facing Trey McBride, but they've gone through a tight end gauntlet this year so far and done pretty damn well against it.
Well, the 4 games that they were heading into where the tight ends are going to be a huge storyline was starting with the Colts, Warren from the rookie out of Penn State, Tyler Warren, and then Travis Kelce, obviously, last week is a Hall of Famer. He's not what he used to be, but he's been good this year. McBride this week. They got Brock Bowers next week. Yeah, just to put some numbers behind what you just said, Seth. So are the tight ends they faced, Warren and Kelce, combined 4 catches for 30 yards.
Yeah.
Combined. So, and Travis Kelce had a horrible game on Sunday night.
The other big part of that, where this defense functions so well, is, and this was another thing that was a point of contention and weakness the last couple of years at times, was the play action.
Yeah.
And the linebackers, week after week, I see people from the opponent complaining about how the linebackers didn't bite on the play action one bit. Mitchell Schwartz was doing it this week.
Yeah.
I actually reached out to him. I said, hey, bro, welcome to our world. This is what we get to see. We get to watch this every week. And Mitchell replied to me. He said, well, I was more talking about just the Chiefs' ineffectiveness. And I was like, yeah, bro, I get it. But they still do. They do this versus everybody.
Mitchell asked the Colts about their ineffectiveness last week and the Bills the week before that.
Yeah.
And the Titans
Bills
the
have the
week
second
before
leading
that.
rusher in the league.
Yeah, man.
And the Texans linebackers were sitting there on some of those play actions with Josh Allen under center. Linebackers just sitting back there at 5 yards, not budging forward one little bit. And that goes to the coaching side of it and the players' intelligence side is they know their pre-snap keys.
Yeah, man.
They know their tendencies. They know the tells. They're reading stances. Like, they're doing all those things where they already know that it's play action.
Yeah.
And they can already be thinking about, okay, what route combinations am I going to see out
Our
there?
team is not some labradoodle anymore that you can fake throw the tennis ball and we all go running looking around for where the tennis ball is, all right? You know
the Camus Grugier Hill days when people loved Camus Grugier Hill because of the big plays that he made, but they ignored the times that he was running in the exact opposite direction of the other 10 defenders on the field because he bit on everything.
Oh, my God.
That was the Texans had a stretch there where they had some really exciting young linebackers, but part of the reason they made so many exciting plays was because they were that labradoodle you're talking about. Was like, they they were biting on everything. So they would come up and they would make some big plays versus the run.
Yep.
But what you didn't see was the times where they were sprinting past the tight end who was running in the opposite direction for a touchdown.
Oh, my God. Here is Nick Caserio on the Cardinals' defense.
And defensively, their scheme is very unique to what they do. Not everybody plays defense that they do. Kind of how they deploy their people is different than most. I don't want to say it's chaos, it's organized chaos, but they usually end up in the right spots. If you were to work back to front, I mean, Budda Baker is like a maniac back there. I mean, this guy is explosive, he's fast, he's tough. Hundreds of tackles each year. He's a big part of what they're doing. They have a pretty good 1-2 punch between him and Jalen Thompson. I know Thompson got hurt there the other day. We'll see if he plays. And in a corner, they got some good young players. I mean, drafted Will Johnson in the second round, who was injured coming out of Michigan, but he's played a bunch. Max Melton's played a bunch. bunch. Denzel Burks played a bunch. They moved Garrett Williams to nickel. And then the front, I mean, they re-signed Campbell or brought Campbell back, who's still a problem. They signed Josh Sweat for agency, who Jonathan Gannon was with in Philadelphia. And then they signed Davis Gaither at linebacker, who he starts at linebacker, and he also leads them in special teams tackles. This is a good football team. They have talented players. I would say their record is probably not reflective of the team that they actually are. So we understand the challenges are in front of us. No different this week than it was last week. Have to have a good week of practice and preparation and get ready for a team that, to your point, Johnny, like we don't see very often. And when you go back and look at the game 2 years ago, I mean, it came down to the wire. We had to get a fourth down stop. I think we blitz zeroed them, and then they interception. But we turned the ball over in that game. So, again, that game it's relevant. It's not relevant, but it is relevant, just kind of as a reference point.
We'll dig into that game from 2 years ago tomorrow in a little bit more detail. It was very similar situationally, Seth, in terms of the two teams, the trajectories of them at the time. If people may forget, Week 11 of CJ's rookie year, the Cardinals came here, and that was when CJ was on a heater at that point. He was coming off of the win over Tampa Bay and the win over Cincinnati, two huge games. And the Cardinals came here, and they were 2-9. They're 3-10 now. The Texans at that time were 6-5 on a 3-game winning streak. Now they're 8-5 on a 5-game winning streak. It was very similar in terms of the directions the two teams are going, and the Cardinals came really close to winning that game.
That it really, if anything, it was that Kyler Murray just flat out got tired. And I'm not even criticizing him for it. He was coming off his injury, and he was running an offense that was really a lot more than he'd ever had to do in college. In terms of actual running and on play action type stuff and getting the plays out and everything. And he got tired in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
Like that was the one where I think if Kyler Murray had been back for a couple of weeks and had his legs underneath him, then it would have been a different outcome.
It might have been. Yeah, 21-16 was the final score. We'll go back and revisit that game tomorrow on a Football Friday as we get you ready for Cardinals and Texans. Once again, noon kick on Sunday. Noon kick. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown gets started at 9 a.m. All right, up next, where does DeMeco Ryans, this is an important topic that DeMeco was asked about on the Pardon My Take podcast. Where does he stack up amongst the best-looking head coaches in the NFL? Weigh in. Stuff. It's very important stuff. 713-572-4610. Well, right now, I want to talk about something equally important, getting you into that.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so you texted me yesterday, Seth, and you're like, hey, DeMeco was on Pardon My Take. And I'm like, okay, I haven't watched it yet. I've only seen the clips, that have popped up there.
Yeah.
That is one that I will go find, and I will watch that entire interview, because DeMeco's he's a good interview, and he's a good sport too. Like if he goes on an interview like that, I think DeMeco, he's playful enough where he knows the deal going on Pardon My Take.
Well, yeah, they have a good time with it. You got to go in it with a lighthearted vibe. And they started right in. He had asked, I only watched like the first 3 minutes so far.
Yeah.
But they asked him, I was like, hey, are you worried with his win streak about, Nick Saban's rat poison? Guys are going to start feeling too good about themselves. And DeMeco said, I don't know. Well, you guys could give me some, give me some motivation for him. And PFT commenter just went right in on red zone, the offense.
He started rattling off all the deficiencies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's great. Oh, we'll have to find some of that. The most important topic that came up on the interview with DeMeco Ryans was, of course, DeMeco's looks, how handsome he is. And Big Cat, who's one of the hosts on there, informed DeMeco Ryans that he is top 3 most handsome head coach according to the Pardon My Take-o-meter.
I got a dumb question for you, and I hope you take this the right way, but it's a compliment. But I would assume that most of your beat reporters in Houston are not doing the same thing, asking these questions. We have you ranked top 3 most attractive head coaches in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Are you cool with that? Do you think that's a fair ranking?
Oh, man. Hey, I'm in the top 5. I'll take it. Let's go.
You're top 3. You're top 3. You might be 1. You honestly might be 1. And, I don't know if it's, listen, guys should be able to compliment guys. You're an attractive guy.
Good-looking dude. It's Matt LaFleur, Andy Reid, DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Andy Reid.
I didn't hear that part of it. I hadn't heard that. They were just trying to. Now I got to go back and listen to the episode where they decide why they put Andy Reid in there.
Yeah,
it's got to be his. It's kind of. What was it? Most handsome?
Most handsome.
Sexiest?
Yeah. No, most handsome. Most handsome. Yeah. So I wouldn't have thought Andy Reid, but he's got maybe a dignified old guy vibe to him.
Mm-hmm.
It could be construed as a a handsome older man. What is Andy Reid? We looked up his age this week. What is he? 67, I think.
60, upper 60s.
Upper 60s, yeah.
No, I think he's 65. Whatever it is. Yeah. The other Casino.ca did a survey where they ranked it. Sean McVay. This was by fan vote.
Yeah.
Sean McVay followed by Matt LaFleur folled by Dan Campbell.
Oh,
which, I think on the rugged, there's 3 different types right there, probably, of handsomeness. But with Campbell, it's more about his whole rugged vibe. With DeMeco, I think DeMeco, it would be kind of along the same lines. I think the vibe, is that there's when you're ranking the whole package, and not to mention his physique and everything. If people are into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, all the guys you just named, all in good shape. I think Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell grew up on a farm. So he's got kind of that sort of on a ranch, whatever. Yeah, it's just, they're all the same to me. He grew up around animals and lots of land. Yeah. Anyways, so he's so kind of rugged, and a little rough around the edges, maybe. DeMeco is a Southern gentleman who will whoop 7 people if you walk up to his lady. You know what I mean?
Well, he's very polite, genteel almost, but with that side of him that can do business.
He's got a switch that can get flipped, you know, and so can do business. Exactly. I feel like Vrabel.
He has, DeMeco's kind of that one where I think, when women are listing all the things they want, and it seems like they're impossibly conflicting things at times. You want an alpha male, but who also knows how to be polite and knows when how to act in certain situations and all that. DeMeco seems to check off an unrealistic number of boxes.
Yes.
And being able to do the super manly stuff, but also to be able to do the super gentlemanly stuff really well.
Someone says, what the F? Andy Reid? What stupid-ass list is this? Not that I'm glad my sports talk radio station is doing this, but Andy Reid shouldn't be on there. These people are stupid.
Brandy chimed in immediately, of course.
What did she say?
DeMeco is number one, exclamation point.
Yeah.
We're going to have a talk about this afterwards.
He's a good-looking dude. I feel like Vrabel is somebody that, they're maybe a little more unconventionally handsome, but I think women, like the Vrabel vibe.
Yeah, but he's not.
He's a have-it.
He's got the same vibe as Dan Campbell, but Campbell's in better shape.
Campbell's in good shape.
Vrabel's got a dad bod. I think he would probably tell you that,
Yeah, dad bod's had a good run there for a few years. It felt like,
Well, people tell you that most women prefer the dad bod. A lot of women would prefer a dad bod because it shows that you're not necessarily as in their minds you're not as focused on yourself,
but not as vain,
self-absorbed as somebody that's shredded and working out all the time and everything.
Not as vain. I'm just going through this.
Likes to live life, all that.
Yeah. Where are you on John Harbaugh?
John Harbaugh. Wait, Jim or John?
John? Yeah.
I guess, I could see John Harbaugh.
John's the better looking of the two Harbaugh brothers.
Yeah, John Harbaugh, I could see having that appeal of that's a guy that looks like he's got it together.
Plus, he's a little more laid back than Jim. He's I think a little like DeMeco. He's appropriately intense.
Yeah.
And he's intense when he needs to be, but he seems like a pretty laid-back dude at the
He looks like a guy that
conferences.
remembers to pay the mortgage.
Yeah, exactly.
Jim, it looks like he just took all the mortgage money and put it into crypto.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a balance there.
Yes. I'm not going to go through all 32 head coaches. I'm just not going to do that. But there are a few that jump out. But DeMeco, top 3. Good for him.
Somebody called me a racist on the text line.
Why?
I'll have you know, I was voted least racist whitey 7 years straight. So no. That's
Where, up here at the station? we take our annual poll.
No, on the team. On the team.
On the team. Back in the day. Oh, that's funny. Perhaps Andy Reid because of his tonsil tickling skills. Oh yeah, that's what makes him handsome. The tonsil tickling skills. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, by the way, I saw a tweet yesterday. As long as we're on topics non-football. That America spends more on OnlyFans than the next 7 countries put together spend on
we're
OnlyFans.
a large nation.
On OnlyFans subscriptions. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that doesn't. You sent me this. I'm like, all right, well, okay. I think if there's one country, the two countries that I would be a little bit more concerned about with what is your moral fiber, et cetera, is immediately say the UK and Canada.
Yeah.
Much tinier nations.
Yeah, they are much. Yeah, I need to know what our OnlyFans per capita is. That would be a better. This graphic that I saw was meant to rile people like me up who don't take the next step.
What are we at right now? About 300 million, or is it more than that?
Population of the United States of America. I will look it up right now. According to the latest census, population of the United States is. It's somewhere between 342 and 348 million.
Oh my God, Canada is way outpacing us in OnlyFans subscription
per capita.
Because the population of Canada is 41 million.
That's it?
Yes.
Oh my God, bunch of skeevy pervs.
And they're third on this list.
Yeah, Canada's third. It goes United States, 2.63 billion. What a business model, man. UK, 531 million. Canada's third. Italy is fourth. Mexico, fifth. France, sixth. Australia, Germany, Brazil, Spain. That's the top 10.
I don't know anything about. It's one of those things I feel like I need to learn more about, and yet how do I go about doing it?
OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. Yeah, just the whole everything about it. It's become a huge thing in America, and yet I'm like really just completely ignorant about it.
Well, it's been a very empowering.
This sounds fake as hell. This sounds like the words of somebody that's going to be found out to have embezzled company money to support my own OnlyFans account.
Right.
Hi, I don't even know what you're talking about. Never heard of it before in my life.
Back in
what
the
are you
day.
talking about?
Don't know what penthouse is. You got a stack of penthouses in the closet.
I am neither racist nor am I an OnlyFans customer.
Skeevy perv.
I'm certainly not platinum level.
The big.
I've had OnlyFans models to my house for dinner.
Yes. The biggest thing is that it's empowered the people in the adult film industry to take control of their own
They don't have
content.
to, like sleazy producers.
They don't
got
to pay the man anymore. Yeah.
They can just do it on their own.
Do it on their own, man. Just go and turn on the camera and let people pay $10.99 a month or whatever.
Well, I remember for a while they were trying to branch out into more than just the adult-based stuff and more going to music and comedy and things like that. Did that take off at all? Or
I don't know. I don't know. I know I'm going to sound like you right here. I know what OnlyFans is.
Yes.
I've never even clicked on it to purchase a subscription.
It seems like one of those things that could get really just like anything involving men and women in general.
Yeah.
It feels like it could turn into one of those things where you're spending way, way, way more money than you probably should because
like most subscriptions.
There's like it almost feels like an interpersonal connection or something.
That's what I'm picturing you, because your thing with subscriptions is always you take the monthly and you multiply it times 12. And so that's what I'm picturing you right now.
When I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, should I spend money on this or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like it's 4 months later, and I realize I haven't talked to April in 3 months. Why am I still paying for this?
Lisa Ann at $10.99 a month. That's $132. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So anyway, America. Why are we great? $2.63 billion on OnlyFans, man. All right, there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Phillip Rivers is back. He's back in our lives. We got a text from somebody. Man, I really like Phillip Rivers. I hate that he had to come back in our division. Does Phillip Rivers, if he starts, I'm going to carry this into the next segment. If he starts, does he last till Week 18 against the Houston Texans? We will hear from Phillip Rivers himself and Shane Steichen, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic.
people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll circle back to the Texans and their offense. They are getting a lot of praise for their offense in one corner of the media universe. Extreme praise compared to other people right now when it comes to the Texans offense. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday at his press conference when they asked him what was his reaction to Phillip Rivers, who's 3 years older than DeMeco, coming back to play for the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, man, I was shocked, but I was not thinking about me gearing up to go play at all. No, I saw Phillip, I think it was like a year or two ago down to Alabama. So I saw him where he was coaching, so I had talked to him for a little bit. And I don't think either one of us was expecting that he would be back in the league now. But, I mean, Phillip, one thing about him, he's always a true competitor. Like, he loves competing, and you see that from all of his days back with the Chargers and what he was capable of doing. So him having the history with Shane, I can see why he got him as an emergency guy. If he needs him, he can come in and run the offense well, and it's what you need from that position, someone you can trust, someone who's smart, capable of getting all the other guys in the right spots and making great decisions with the football. I feel like that's what Phillip will do.
That's okay. That last part is very relevant because the alternative to Phillip Rivers right now is rookie fifth-round pick Riley Leonard, who has played one emergency game last week, and he's got a strained MCL right now. And Phillip Rivers is a guy who I think it's important to note, Seth, people may not know, he's familiar with this system. He played in it in San Diego when Shane Steichen was there. His son's high school team that he's coached the past couple of years runs this system. He talks to – J.J. Watt was the one who kind of revealed this to everybody. He's been talking to Shane Steichen on a weekly basis, not with the idea of coming back to play football, but just about this system and about ball in general.
Right, yeah, and I guess in the system itself, it's Shane Steichen's compared to what they did with the Chargers with the Phillip Rivers, but the terminology and everything and a lot of the philosophies and everything would probably be really easy for him to – latch onto, especially since he's been running a muted version of it in high school. I, as a Texans fan, I would be much more concerned facing Phillip Rivers than I would Riley Leonard.
100%.
I'm really glad that this isn't the week that the Texans face the Colts, because the Colts, as we know, are capable of being a very good team this year. They'd fallen off a cliff over the last few weeks. Partly it coincided with Daniel Jones' fibula injury, but also a little bit before he had at least that we knew about his fibula injury, that he's going to be able to get back there and he can execute the offense, and it's really just a matter of, all right, is he still sharp enough physically to do it? But I think his ability to actually carve apart potentially a defense, I think it's much higher than it is with Riley Leonard.
Yes.
I also think that if I had to gamble, he's not going to be healthy by the time the Texans face him 4 weeks from now.
That was my question. That's a question I teased into this segment. So I think he starts this week. I think he gets his ass kicked this week probably a little bit by the Seahawks. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's no breaks down the stretch for this team. It was going to be hell if it was Daniel Jones healthy in there. I mean, Seattle is a top defense. San Francisco's missing some guys, but Saleh has kind of gotten that thing hemmed up and gotten them playing good defense. And then it's Jacksonville and the Texans, two division games. Jacksonville's not a bad defense, and the Texans are an elite defense. So you don't think he makes it to Week 18?
No, and I think that part of it is the wisdom of going, I guess, I don't know if wisdom's the right word, but one of the reasons to go with Phillip Rivers is that their defense isn't as good as they looked statistically in the first half of the season. They don't have a good enough defense to just lean into, hey, we're going to not turn the ball over. We're just going to hand the ball off to Jonathan Taylor, and our defense will take care of business. That defense does really well when the Colts have a big lead.
Yeah.
And they can rush the passer. They can do all those things and take advantage of the Colts having a lead. But they can't slug it out the way the Texans defense can. So I think you just got to plan on scoring points with more than just handed the ball off to Jonathan Taylor versus a loaded box every single play. And that's where I think Phillip Rivers gives them the chance to, they're going to hand it off to Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 80% of the time, But then he can take advantage of those moments where it sets up the shot downfield or it sets up the passing attack in a way that, especially coming up to the line of scrimmage and figuring out, like, okay, here's our chance to take a shot.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers might have 15 pass attempts in this game.
Well,
but they're going to be higher percentage chances than if Riley Leonard's out there.
And the defense has to respect it. The defense has to respect. They're not going to respect Riley Leonard's arm. I know that they shouldn't because I watched Riley Leonard last year, every snap of his last year in college. He's not a thrower of the football. He is on the Colts because Shane Steichen looked at him and said, "Oh, this guy would be a good fit in this offense where I like to have a guy who can use his legs a little bit." And you know who the big winners are? Owners of Jonathan Taylor in fantasy football playoffs this week.
Yeah,
because he is going to get. You're absolutely right. They are going to. It's desperation time for the Colts. You know, there's no balancing act that's going on, or we got to look at Jonathan Taylor's workload and whatnot. You're 8-5, and it is slipping away. You were the number one team in the AFC 4 or 5 weeks ago. You were 7-1. You're out of the playoffs right now.
This is where, so much hinges on the health of your quarterback and your running back. And this is Jonathan Taylor, a guy who very rarely plays all 17 games in a season. You're going to ask him to be John Riggins down the stretch here.
Yes.
Where, for the kids, the Redskins back in the day had a Super Bowl run where they basically just put the entire team on John Riggins' shoulders.
It worked.
Week after week after week. And that's really what you hope to get out of Jonathan Taylor. But you've got a quarterback that the other big part of that is if you're going to lean on Jonathan Taylor, the veteran savvy of your quarterback to be able to get guys into the right looks and into the right plays and to read the defensive front, all of that. Jonathan Taylor is best served having Phillip Rivers there, not just because Phillip Rivers can pass the ball and offset the rushing attack, but just the actual run plays are going to be better set up with him back there.
Here was Shane Steichen yesterday, asked about how did this whole thing, which is one of the more remarkable developments this season, Phillip Rivers coming back to play down the stretch for a team trying to make the postseason. How did this all come about?
Sunday after the game, when Daniel went down and then we found out about Riley's knee, we're kind of like, hey, what are we going to do? And me and Chris were talking, and we're like, hey, let's call Phillip, see what he says. Called him Sunday night. We said, hey, what do you think? He said, heck yeah, I'm interested, heck yeah. And so he slept on it. I said, sleep on it. And then Monday, called him back Monday morning. He said, I need to get up there. I need to get up there and throw, get in that building, start moving around. So he came in here, threw. He didn't forget how to throw a football. So we did that Monday, and then Tuesday he was in the hotel thinking it over. He called us. Me and Chris were in the office. Said, what do you think? He said, dadgummit, let's freaking go.
Dadgummit.
Direct quote, I guarantee you.
Freaking go.
Direct quote. Phillip Rivers does not curse. Likes to talk
Flanders,
trash.
When it comes to, he talks a lot of trash, but he does it like Ned Flanders.
That's right.
I think, and there's no, as soon as they embarked on this, like Phillip Rivers feeling it out, as soon as I heard reports of it, my thought was, oh yeah, he's 100% going to do this.
Oh yeah.
Because he's that enthusiastic about it, and you knew once you get back into it and you're feeling it a little bit, and he's throwing the ball around with the coaches and everything, it's too intoxicating.
Yeah.
It's too enticing, and especially for a guy like him that I figured he was probably going to go for it.
We've had people ask, what does this do to his Hall of Fame candidacy? He's a semifinalist right now for the Hall of Fame. This is his first year on the ballot. You got to be out for 5 years. If he gets signed to the main roster, he's on the practice squad right now. If he gets called up to the main roster, his Hall of Fame clock starts over again. So he'd have to wait another 5 years to even be back on the ballot.
Landry had a good angle on this because people have had that question, like, wow, why did you do that? And we talked about it yesterday, and we thought, well, for one, it doesn't seem like he's a guy that probably cares as much about it as some other guys do. He's got 10 kids. He's kind of occupied.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have a lot of free time to just sit around thinking about whether or not he's going to make the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
The other part of it, too, is that he's one of the last of the old guard of pure NFL quarterbacks who I think kind of saw the game differently, played the game differently. The Drew Breeses of the world. Eli Manning, it's not like he was a hyper-intelligent quarterback or anything, but all of those guys that are coming up on their eligibility, there's probably going to be a little bit of a logjam, and Phillip Rivers sitting next to a Drew Brees or an Eli Manning with his Super Bowl victories or something, probably doesn't look as good as he does maybe 5 years from now.
Yeah, maybe.
So that, Pat Mahomes is still going to be playing football 5 years from now.
Yes.
That he might actually improve his chances of actually getting into the Hall of Fame if he waits 5 years.
That's interesting. I may sit down and take a look at that today. Like, because Aaron Rodgers is going to retire here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So he'll be put up against Aaron Rodgers. I'd have to think of who the other ones
Matt
might
Stafford.
be. Matt Stafford, yep, he could be put. So I think at that position, I just feel like there's always going to be 3 or 4 or 5 guys that are always kind of.
I can see Matt Stafford if he wins a Super Bowl this year, calling it a career.
He could
just ride off into the sunset.
It would be the ultimate ride off into the sunset because I think he's going to win the MVP of the league too.
It would be a John Elway
big time
ride off, except at a higher level of play.
Even
he's
more,
playing at a higher level of play than John Elway was.
John Elway had the MVP on his team. His name was Terrell Davis.
Yeah,
Matt Stafford might be the actual MVP of the league and win a Super Bowl this year. That could happen. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Texans offense. Boy, do we agree with his assessments of the Texans offense? This is from 3 people who share a desk together every day on the Worldwide Leader. They are looking at this through a prism that I'm not sure many others are looking at right now, but we'll take a look at it ourselves through them coming up next.
The Drive is live on a football. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We talked some Phillip Rivers in the previous segment. Derwin said, the question did Phillip Rivers forget how to throw? It's can his body take a hit from Jalen Petrie? Yeah, nice blitz off the edge. Jalen Petrie, wipe
the
out.
Old peripheral vision and all that stuff. It's funny when you think about what it takes to be a good quarterback, and probably the 20 or so traits of all of it.
Least,
You've got the 20 classic traits that scouts will evaluate, but then you have the little things that you don't even think about that might decline with age, like peripheral vision.
Right.
And all of those other things. And when you're not really dialed in and playing all the time, it can compound really quickly. And that's where, if Rivers were going to a different team with a different offensive coordinator, it might not concern me as much about. And I say concerned as a Texans fan that might have to face Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
I think that Shane Steichen's going to be spending all week thinking about how do we keep him as clean as possible. How do we make this about Jonathan Taylor, but also with some opportunity there for Phillip Rivers to take advantage of opportunities if he sees them in the course of the game. And I think Steichen's going to do a good job of it. I think there's a good chance, even going against that Seahawks defense, which is a really, really good defense, that Phillip Rivers never hits the ground on Sunday.
Yeah.
And when there's an ambush factor and you don't know exactly how he's going to do it, that's hard to game plan against. They're going to want to load up. The Seahawks will go into this game thinking, all right, well, we got to load up to stop Jonathan Taylor. They're going to get him 30 touches at least. But we can't do it too much because Phillip Rivers can take advantage of it, and we don't know exactly how they're going to do it. So the Texans, if Phillip Rivers is still alive and ambulatory by Week 18, they'll at least have a feel for how the Colts are doing it. But the Seahawks don't have the benefit of that.
Nope. It's going to be interesting, really interesting, and I think that's a late game. That's at Seattle, so that's got to be a 3 o'clock, 3:25 game, whatever it is.
That's going to get great ratings.
Yes.
For a Colts Seahawks, the Seahawks draw well anyway, but people are really going to be watching. That's going to be a huge curiosity factor game.
It was already high enough the food chain that J.J. Watt and Ian Eagle were doing that game.
Yeah.
They got assigned to that game before this Phillip Rivers thing even became a thing. So it was already. It already had some juice.
Yeah, the Colts' backs are against the wall.
Yes.
I mean, they gave themselves. Remember, how long ago was it that we were saying, well, I mean, you're not going to catch the Colts. If there's one thing I can tell you with certainty, you're not going to catch the Colts.
We entertained the notion. I don't know that we totally endorsed it, but we entertained the notion that it might be better for the Colts to just plow through everybody.
Right.
To bring those other teams back to the pack and make that Week 18 game irrelevant for them because they'd have clinched their seed already, the Colts. And now they're the 8th seed. It's crazy, man. Football's wild. All right, so the ESPN folks, particularly the people on NFL, is it NFL Live? Is that the show during the afternoons? I think it is.
It's when they talk about the NFL on ESPN.
Yeah, like in the afternoons.
That's what I call it.
Mina Kimes, Laura Rutledge, Dan Orlovsky, Marcus Spears, they're all on there. This was Mina Kimes talking about what she is seeing from Stroud and his offense.
Something that I've loved is just how relentless they've been about attacking the middle of the field. CJ Stroud in his last 4 starts has more in-breakers as a percentage of his throws than any starting quarterback at the moment in football. And on those throws, 42% of his throws are in-breakers. And on those throws, he leads the entire NFL in success rate. He leads the NFL in APA per dropback. He's averaging 12 yards per attempt. CJ is very good at throwing those balls, and he has 2 monsters at receiver right now. Like, when we think about the identity passing game, first thing I think about, 6'4" Nico Collins, 6'4" Jaden Higgins. On those and the deep digs, we think about Collins all the time, of course, but even like the slants, the quick stuff, they use their frames to box out smaller defensive backs. You saw that in Kansas City, who has a good secondary, but they just can't physically match up with those guys. And to me, that feels like an identity that they can build around because this is an offense at the beginning of the year looked completely like it did last season. Now it feels like they're gaining some momentum.
Without getting overly technical about it, so much of the Texans' offense and when they are operating well is just simply that Jaden Higgins is a threat now.
Yes.
And that they can attack the boundaries with either of those guys, and that helps open up things over the middle of the field. They've got more viable weapons now that Jaden Higgins is playing more like a veteran wide receiver. And then Dalton Schultz also being as productive as he's been and as consistent as he's been. It's just a better offense. It's without having the huge outpouring of points or the red zone effectiveness that you really want to see. They can just threaten more areas of the field now.
The only thing about the Chiefs game, and Ben, I know we've got the highlights in the rundown here. I'm not going to need the highlights because I'm just going to use it as a talking point. The only thing about the Chiefs game for me, in using that as some sort of example, is that CJ threw for a little over 200 yards in that game. 203 yards he threw for in that game. 99 of the 203 yards came on plays that were technically poorly executed.
Yeah.
The 46-yarder to Nico Collins early that Nico had to come back to, and it turned into kind of a mini jump ball with McDuffie. That was an underthrow by CJ. That should have been a walk-in touchdown. The other catch by Nico, the 53-yard catch, was outstanding examples of the talents and the chemistry with CJ Stroud and Nico Collins. But it was a scramble drill play. It was not – it didn't get executed the way it was drawn up.
Yeah.
So that's my only thing about the Kansas City game is you look at like half of CJ's yards came on two plays that theoretically weren't executed the way they were drawn up.
Right, and I think that's where matchups are an extreme – it's always a matchup thing in the NFL. But I think, sometimes teams are more immune to bad matchups than others. The Texans, they've got two things that really confound them. It's one, when there's a stud interior defensive lineman.
Yeah.
And two, it's teams that are really good at disguising their blitzes and showing some exotic things in coverage.
Yeah.
And especially on the road in Kansas City, that throws a wrench into all of that pre-snap stuff.
Yes.
In a way that the Texans aren't really good at adjusting to yet. So that's like the Chiefs. Even though their defense is not nearly as good as they were last year, they're still a very solid defense in terms of just, they're still a top 10 defense in terms of points allowed.
Yep.
And doing it at home in Kansas City and having Chris Jones playing the way he did, that's about as tough as I think it gets for the Texans offense.
Yeah.
And then, so the fact that as a team they could play well enough to do all of the other things, control the clock, et cetera, that's where it was good enough. And CJ being able to do two things. One, get rid of the ball and not make bad plays worse. He's done that now since he's come back. He's been much more veteran-like in that ability. But then on those third downs where he's able to pull a rabbit out of his hat, scrambling to the right and find a Nico Collins, or the other one where he was scrambling to the right and found Nico Collins. He had two plays like that in the game.
Yep.
That's the thing that puts you over the top.
Yep. So we heard from McCon. Here's Dan Orlovsky. He thinks the Texans can make a playoff run with this offense.
This is an offense that doesn't need to be explosive all the time. It doesn't need to create a ton of big plays. It just can't be negative play dominant. I think that kind of core part of who they are offensively at least gives plays the chance to get started and then some shots down the field. CJ's a good enough player to make up for the other parts. I think their offense is good enough to make a playoff run.
Okay. Do you think their offense, as currently performing, is good enough to make a playoff run?
A playoff run, yes, just because the defense is so good.
Yes.
I mean, that's a flat-out fact of the matter is I think they're not having all these negative plays that just kill them offensively. They can get the first downs. They can do all those things to control the clock, get time of possession. But then it's that really, really hard thing to do is make it all the way to the Super Bowl relying on takeaways by the defense. We've seen this. Go back to the Bears when the last time they made a Super Bowl. They were crushing teams in takeaways.
Yeah.
But at some point, like Rex Grossman's only going to get you so far.
They ruined Dennis Green that year. They won a game against the Cardinals where they didn't score an offensive touchdown.
The Seahawks with the Legion of Boom. Russell Wilson wasn't a great quarterback, but, man, he was a good runner.
Yep.
And that offense with Marshawn Lynch could do all those things. They were a more effective offense in total.
Than this one with the Texans.
But they were able to play good, solid, sound football offensively. but the defense was really what drove that team. I think that's what you would aspire to. They just don't have as far as we know, our version of Marshawn Lynch is whereabouts unknown. We just don't know where he is right this moment.
Right, yeah, we don't have that guy. And I guess some of it, too, is, what do you define as a playoff run? Like, to me, a playoff run for the Texans means getting to the AFC title game. And I think they can win 2 games with this defense. I think this current version of the Texans can win 2 playoff. I'll say blindly, they can win 2 playoff games. It starts to get – it catches up to you when your offense isn't pulling nearly the same weight as your defense. Yeah. With every progressive game, it gets harder and harder. I think they can win 2 playoff games. If the playoffs started today, we'll talk about this maybe in the next segment. If the playoffs started today, they'd have to go through New England and then through Denver. That would be funny, the 2 games.
As Mina's gushing about these intermediate these throws over the middle and everything, I'm looking for I was looking for plays, completions, intermediate completions in the Chiefs game. Not a single one popped up. It was a lot of just short stuff, or the one play you referenced. 2 of the plays.
2 chunk plays to Nico.
Collins,
2 chunk plays to Nico. 46 yards on the deep shot and 53 yards on the scramble drill. So that was half their yards passing right there.
Yeah.
Those 2 plays. That can't be you can't be that reliant on it. I don't think, although they won 20-10 in Kansas City, so who the hell knows? Here's Marcus Spears, also part of that show. He agrees with Orlovsky.
I was very impressed by that. His poise, but also his mobility and ability to go above and beyond the X's and O's and make plays down the field with his arm. Like having both of those big guys, but even in that Kansas City game, there was a few opportunities that he had to connect with Christian Kirk that they weren't able to make happen. But you could see some potential big play stuff that could transpire between both of those guys as well with Kirk in the slot. I think they can be really good offensively, y'all. It starts clicking the right way, and they continue to protect CJ. I think this can be a big play offense.
Okay, we got to acknowledge they had 3 completions in the second half of that game in Kansas City.
Yeah. That was about the defense. That game, I came in, I was on a high all day Monday, consciously pushing down that part of me that wanted to be cynical about the offense.
Yeah.
It was just such a great defensive performance, and you delivered the worst passing performance that Pat Mahomes had ever had in his entire career.
Yeah.
That's I think everything you need to know. If you want those emotional highs after big games, it's going to come with a really impressive defensive performance.
No doubt.
The one thing is, because he was talking, both him, he's talking about CJ's scrambling ability.
Yeah.
I think bootlegs, too, since he's come back, especially in the Colts game, have been very effective.
They've been clean.
And that's not that it needs to be the steady diet of them, but, man, he's had some money throws on the run.
Mm-hmm.
He's on it's a designed run. It's a bootleg. But he also has that ability in the playoffs, as we saw last year, to turn that into positive yardage.
Yeah.
The well-timed bootleg is a really potent thing for this team right now, and that's another one that's a stick mover.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, it's either going to be CJ running for 4 or 5 yards at the very least, or it's an easy throw into the flats, or it could erupt into something big.
CJ has not been the pinpoint passer he was in his rookie year, maybe since his rookie year. These last couple years, it hasn't been as automatic as it felt during his rookie year, Seth. And it feels like, it's certainly against Kansas City on Sunday, he was better on the run than he was in the pocket. The 2 big throws he missed in that game came from the pocket. The one he sailed to Hutchinson on the first possession of the second half, where Hutchinson was wide open in that soft spot in the middle of the field. And then the other one where Christian Kirk kind of broke off his route to the outside there and got a little bit of separation, and I felt like that was one, like CJ would have just dropped that in the bucket his rookie year. So that's the thing for me. Like, I love that we're still seeing 3 or 4 throws a game where I go, okay, there's like 5 guys that can make that throw in the entire world. And if he can just clean up the ones where I'm like, okay, there's 100 guys that can make that throw. Why did you just sail it right now?
Right.
If he can clean up those combined with the superhero plays he's making, now you're cooking a little bit.
There's like one thing that people say it so much that you start to worry that it's just a cliche, but it's just so 100% true and obvious. It's the cumulative trauma that a quarterback takes by being hit.
Yeah.
Because we saw this with both Deshaun Watson and CJ Stroud. their rookie years, I was impressed with, wow, look at how calm he is in the pocket. He's just standing there, just calm, cool, and collected.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, just you get hit enough times that over the course of the first 3 years, and you watch and you see this with other young quarterbacks, it grades a little bit, and then it starts to go back up. Like, it starts off at a high level, then it starts to fall. Guys' footwork almost gets a little worse in some situations.
Yep.
And then when they really learn how to have a sense for what an NFL pocket is like, it starts to get better again. And I think CJ's right in the middle of that, making an upturn on that. That you've taken a lot of shots to the body.
Yes.
You've had a couple of concussions. And you got to figure out that, okay, yeah, these hits are different than they are in the SEC or the Big Ten. I don't care what all of the college draftniks say. It's a different deal. And you also see it within football games, because we saw it with Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen is a big, tough guy, takes hits as well as anybody else does. By the end of the Texans game, he was not making good decisions because he'd been under constant artillery barrage, and his brain had turned to mush.
It was week 7, 8, and 9 last year. I've been saying that since week 7, 8, and 9 last year. Green Bay, Colts at home, Thursday night game in New York, and CJ got his ass kicked in those 3 games. And you could see it happening within those. Like, he only had 86 yards passing in that Green Bay game, which they almost won. They lost on a last-second field goal. You could see it happening. I'm like, man, this does not look like rookie CJ
At the end of the Green Bay game, or in the fourth quarter, remember, he threw that pass to Tank Dell on the sideline that didn't help them at all. Didn't get a first down, didn't help extend the clock or help the clock wind down. And if he would have stuck with his progression on that play, he had John Mechie open in the end zone for a touchdown. But you can't, at that point in the game, he'd had so many snaps in that game where guys were he got hit by free rushers. You know, like, the clock in his head had been sped up. And it just, it's real. And it happens it's a week-by-week thing in those situations. That, yes, it happens cumulatively, but it also happens within the game. That by the fourth quarter, if a quarterback can't trust his protection, he's going to be sped up. He's not going to make the classic textbook reads.
All right, so the AFC playoff race is pretty much set in terms of the teams who are going to be in, at least if you buy into probabilities and percentages. If New England could choose their opponent, they're the 2 seed. Denver to get a bye right now. If New England could choose their opponent in the wild card round right now, who would they pick? We'll answer that question coming up next. But tickets on sale right now.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, text message. We have not mentioned this today. It's really funny, though. Text message. Have you guys seen the video on the Texans website where CJ doesn't give Cal a high five after the Chiefs game? And so Cal 2 days later walks around with his hand up for hours and days waiting to get a high five from CJ. Literally, it's really funny. Go find it.
Well, and he's still wearing the same his same overcoat and hat and everything. Yeah, it's really good.
It's hysterical. It's really, really funny. Yeah, go out of your way to find it. It's like 90 seconds long. It's
well
not a
done,
long video.
Texans social media department.
Yeah.
It looked like CJ was surprised by it too when he finally got the high five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you know how social media is when it first happened. You have the Dove Klymans and the ML footballs of the world like, oh, looks like there's a dissension within the ranks of the Texans. I'm like, no, he probably just see Cal CJ walking by him. That is like snubbing him. Not a snub. He just walked by him. But, yeah, the video is really funny. Go find it. It's really good. So we talked about this yesterday. The AFC playoff race is pretty much set as far as the teams who are going to be in it. If you believe that the Colts are going to continue to slip and fall back, which I think they will. I mean, look, they're hiring Phillip Rivers to be their quarterback. After that, the next couple teams are the Chiefs and the Ravens at 6 and 7. Who are not just 2 games back of the Texans in the standings, but both of them lost head-to-head to the Texans. So we're sitting here looking at 7 teams. I'll put Pittsburgh a little separately. You know, either Pittsburgh or Baltimore is going to win the AFC North. The other 6 teams themselves look to be almost locks. And I guess the other big question would be, can the Texans catch Jacksonville and those two flip back and forth? But this is the question I have right now. And before I ask this question, this was Aqib Talib, former New England Patriot, former Denver Bronco, on Skip Dreaming Show, saying that New England, because right now, if the playoffs started today, the 2-seed New England would face the 7-seeded Texans in Foxborough. He said New England would pop the Texans.
Well, I think if the playoffs started today, they would have to go to New England and they get their ass popped round 1. So the defense would take them all the way up to Foxborough.
No.
They get popped. That's why I think the defense will take them. You know what I'm saying?
I
like
New
the
England
defense.
playing good ball. I don't think New England playing good ball at all right now, but go ahead.
Man, New England is going, their defense flying under the radar. You know what I'm saying? They're going to play physical as hell, too. And when the playoffs come, I guarantee you, Vrabel had them boys ready to go.
Yes.
I guarantee you, McDaniels have an excellent game plan against that little zone coverage that they run. I just like, if it stayed like this, I'd like them to go get popped right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Just for one, putting all of your eggs in McDaniel's basket without having Belichick there, that's an interesting one to me. And talking about the Texans' little zone coverage that they run, there's a little bit of, you know what there is there? There's a little bit of defensive back snobbery. And he's almost like calling them zone corners.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of defensive back snobbery
It's
there.
like calling a quarterback a game manager a little bit.
Because they play match coverage, which is it starts off in zone and it turns into man, and it's not like it's easy or anything. But Talib especially, I think, looks at it as like, oh no, real men get up and challenge people at the line of scrimmage, and that's just a cute defense they have there. But I think he's been a little too much of a homer there. That guy got insulted. I got insulted by him saying that little zone coverage.
Yeah. That's what PFT commenters should have told DeMeco on the Pardon My Take. Like, you want to get your team? You want to give them a little bit of rat poison? Guess what Aqib Talib said about you guys?
I saw a stat the other day that showed that the Texans are the only team that actually has caused quarterbacks to have a negative rating on EPA, or whichever EPA stat it was, when unpressured. So it's that even when there is no pressure, the rare occurrence where there's no pressure, the Texans' pass rush isn't getting there, the quarterbacks are still bad versus the Texans' defense.
Because the DBs are so sticky back there.
Yeah, that's how good they've been. And plus, I think the quarterbacks are aware of that pass rush too, and they're probably speeding up their decisions a little bit.
Yeah.
So the Texans cornerbacks, they can play that way. It's not because they can't come up and challenge people on the line of scrimmage, it's because they don't have to.
Right.
Because the pass rush is so good.
If you were New England, so you're sitting at 2, Denver's going to get, as of right now, Denver would get the bye. So let's pretend the playoffs start this week. Seth, you know I've long been an advocate for a format where the upper seeds, in this case the 2, 3, and 4 seeds in the wild card round, would get to choose their opponent. I think it would make for great TV. I think it would make for great locker room bulletin board material. If you're the team that New England, who would get the first pick in this draft, if you're the team they pick, you're like, oh, you want to play us, huh?
Yeah.
So if you're New England, let's pretend that let's pretend. What did you want to say?
I'm just getting pissed at New England now.
Okay.
Aqib Talib did it to me. Because of the other side of the ball, I just want to double. Like, Drake May hasn't faced a good defense yet.
They haven't faced good teams. I mean, it's.
But they faced at least some. They faced Buffalo and they beat Buffalo. But he hasn't faced a good defense. I don't think he's faced a top 50% defense
We
yet.
gotta look that up. That's important.
No, I don't. Oh, Cleveland would be the only one. But
Yeah.
the team is such an atrocity that who knows?
Yeah.
Cleveland's the only good defense they faced all season long.
That's crazy.
They haven't faced a top 10 defense other than the Browns.
Okay, so
which doesn't count.
No. I can't make it so easy for you on the other side of the ball. Okay, so let's pretend that the Sean Pendergast plan gets put into place, and we have a made-for-TV show where New England, Jacksonville, and whoever wins the AFC North get to choose their opponents from the 5, 6, 7 seeds. Because we just heard Aqib Talib say that New England would pop the Texans. Well, that would seem to me like they should really want to play the Houston Texans, right?
I want to see Drake May versus this defense. I so want to. He got sacked 6 times in that Cleveland game, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, Myles Garrett got him a few times. If you were New England, who would you pick to play out of the Chargers, the Bills, and the Texans?
Oh, I just want to be sure that Drake May doesn't face a genuinely good defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be tough for him, though. I would guess Baltimore's been playing really well, so I don't think defensively.
No. But the choices are because the choices are between the 5, 6, and 7 seeds.
Okay. Who would they want to face? When seeded this way.
Yep.
So the Chargers, the Bills, or Houston.
Who would you pick if you were Mike Vrabel and you get to make this pick? Because that's who I would let make the pick. I'd let my head coach make the decision.
I would go if I were the Patriots. I would want to play the Chargers.
I would too, and they're the 5 seed right now. Yeah, I would too. I think of all the teams that are in this mix right now, and again, I'm putting the AFC North aside because that'll either be the Steelers or the Ravens. The Chargers are the ones that are on the shakiest ground. Their schedule the rest of the season is brutal. It's a hard schedule the rest of the way. Who would you pick if you were Jacksonville between Buffalo and the Texans? If we're doing this draft style, so New England with the first pick in the playoff draft chooses to play the Chargers. Jacksonville's the 3 seed, so they're up next. Who would they pick? Who would you pick if you were Liam Cohen to play the Bills or the Texans? For a third time, you'd be playing the Texans.
Bills or the Texans.
Yeah.
I would want to go, and this would be at home in Jacksonville.
Correct. Yep.
I think they'd probably pick. Boy, the defense is better than people want to give them credit for. I think I'd want to play the Bills. That Jaguars defense is better than people want to give them credit for.
Yeah.
I would want to play the Bills because I feel like I could do some damage versus their defense.
Yep, and I think and you would be at home, and Josh Allen's a better quarterback up in Buffalo than he is, other places.
Yeah. Plus, Trevor Lawrence can't win a game when he's concussed.
Right.
So the chance of him getting concussed is much higher versus the Texans than the Bills.
Isn't that interesting? And then the Texans are the 7 seed who would in that. Theoretically, in the Sean Pendergast draft your opponent world, you'd be facing whoever comes out of the AFC North. By the way, the Steelers play the Dolphins tonight. So the Steelers are 7-6.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins are 6-7. The Steelers lead the AFC North. I am rooting hard for the Steelers tonight because I want them to win that division. I would rather the Steelers – someone's going to have to win that division between Baltimore and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like, they're basically this season. The AFC North is what the AFC South has been for the last decade. Like, all right, one of these teams has to get in. I'd rather it be the Steelers and the Ravens. I don't want to be in a world. I know Lamar Jackson's looked like dog crap for the last 4 weeks. I do not want to be in a world where Lamar Jackson is still hanging around with a home game.
Yeah.
You just start off with.
In the Ravens' defense, when they're functioning the way they're supposed to, which they by and large have been ever since the Texans played them, they've been one of the better defenses in the league. The style of defense that has given the Texans issues, their ability to disguise and cloak and come from all different directions, that's what has given the Texans issues.
Yes.
So if they're operating that way and Lamar Jackson all of a sudden gets healthy or whatever the hell's going on there, gets figured out. The Dolphins are interesting because they've been on this run. But they beat the Falcons, they beat the Bills, they beat the Commanders, the Saints, and the Jets.
They crushed the Bills.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
they got destroyed by the Ravens.
Yeah, I look. Nobody makes more fun of Mike McDaniel than us on this show. I give him credit. Like I don't care who you're playing. Like they were left for dead. I mean, they fired their GM in the middle of the season, and they're undefeated since firing their GM.
It's rare that feels like a pivotal point. Unless, maybe they really hated him.
Maybe
the players really didn't like him. I don't know.
He was there for a long, long time, Chris Greer. I mean, he's in the building for 25 years. It's just probably more coincidence than anything. But we got a text earlier. Hey, guys, do you think with the attention that the Texans have been getting, plus the weaker bracket in the AFC, we can avoid the 3:30 Saturday game in the wild card round? I'll tell you what, right now, if this is what the playoff standings look like, and they're going to change, so one of these teams is going to go through a spell. One of these teams that's out of it is going to go win some games, whatever. It'll change a little bit. But if this were what it was, Houston at New England, that is not a 3:30 Saturday game. Mm-hmm. I don't think. I think the Texans.
No. I think that would be a primetime one.
I do too. Now Jacksonville and Buffalo. I don't know. And I have to look at the NFC also. That factors in.
Quarterbacks matter.
Yep.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence isn't one of those marquee quarterbacks anymore, but Josh Allen certainly is.
He is. Yeah, that's probably not a 3:30.
The Texans have gotten as much national love this late in the season as I can remember.
Yeah.
I mean, we've gone through our stretches where people, this year in the offseason, everybody was talking about them as the darling team, and then all of a sudden they start off 0-3, and everything fell off, obviously. Yes. But now they're right back in that spot where a lot of people, they're still in that spot where I think people are trying to be first in line and saying, like, hey, you heard it here first.
Yes.
I said the Texans could actually make a Super Bowl run.
This is the most stated belief that the national media has had in the Texans in the DeMeco Ryans era.
And it's mostly because it's not just that the defense is playing well, it's that the defense is playing in a way that just pops.
Yeah.
It grabs you by the throat and says, look at me.
Yeah, you're right. It's not just the numbers are elite, but the style jumps through your TV screen.
It helps too that they're playing a really violent brand of football, but doing it clean.
Yeah,
they don't have an Aziz Al-Shire incident or anything this year. Nobody has to get up and act like they care about the football players' health.
Right.
They're like, yeah, this is good old school football, but they're not. They're right there. Whatever the stat I read yesterday, was their 16th or 17th in unnecessary roughness penalties?
Yeah, there were 5. They had 5 penalties total, I think, is what you told me.
Which put them
yesterday.
Right around the average, right around the midpoint for the league. So they're playing your average level of illegal violence, but doing it more effectively than anybody else.
Yep. Who are the potential game wreckers this weekend? If Arizona is going to come in and pull the upset, who are the game wreckers on either side of the ball? What do the Texans think of those guys? We'll do that. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you, a game wrecker. You just get the wrong piece of
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll dig deep on the Cardinals game tomorrow for sure. We'll hit it here as well. Texans-Cardinals, noon Sunday. Back at home. First home game since the win over the Bills on Thursday Night Football, so it's been a minute. But good to have the Texans back in town. 2 straight home games coming up against 2 teams that they should beat. A combined 5 wins between their next 2 opponents, the 3-10 Cardinals and I guess it'd be the 2-11 Las Vegas Raiders. Trey McBride on offense, Budda Baker on defense. I would say those are the 2 best players on this team on either side of the ball. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday talking about Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, who is on pace for a monster season right now.
McBride is a really good player. The thing that jumps off the tape for me with him is his speed and explosiveness at the tight end position, right? You truly feel like a guy, a bigger guy, but runs like a wide receiver. Really runs well. He's physical, really great hands. A lot of cool things and a lot of different ways to get him the football, whether it's the tight end screens where he's on the line. They can align him in a lot of different places where they have him running, special routes across the field. Like, he's a unique player at the tight end position. He's done a great job of catching the football, and they've done a great job of scheming plays for him.
Okay, so McBride, he's their best. Now, if Marvin Harrison Jr. is healthy, and I did not look at the injury report yesterday to see if he's on it, he's missed a couple games here of late. Michael Wilson is the one who's really kind of stepped up in Harrison's absence. He's put up some big numbers here in the second half of the season. But McBride is the guy, and the Texans, they've done a nice job, Seth, on this tight end gauntlet that we've talked about. Tyler Warren, 3 catches, 22 yards. And then Travis Kelce, one of the worst games of his career last week. 1 catch, 8 yards with a couple of drops on 5 targets.
Yeah, I think when it comes to who do you have to focus on or who are you going to try to take out, I would worry more about Wilson just because the chance of a blown coverage and a deep shot or something, if that happens a couple times in this game, that could end up putting the game into a harrowing situation. So I trust that they're going to do the same thing against McBride. If not shut him down completely, but limit him and give him, like the Texans have done with various different star players or stud players on opposing offenses. Even in games where, say, the running back has had an okay performance, like Jonathan Taylor or somebody, it's still below their season averages. Yeah. They create the worst version of that stud player. Yeah. And I think you get the least productive version of Trey McBride.
Yeah. Michael Wilson has, just doing the math here real quick, in his last 4 games has 480 yards receiving, thereabouts. 481 yards receiving in his last 4 games. 120 yards a game for Michael Wilson the last 4 games.
The Cardinals have 17 players on their injury report from yesterday.
Okay, wow.
Marvin Harrison Jr. did not practice yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, the guys that didn't practice looks like maybe a baker's dozen. They don't have them numbered here, and I don't want to count this far.
Yep.
They're a banged up squad right now.
Yep.
I don't worry about a letdown by the Texans for a couple of reasons. One is I think that defense smells greatness. Yeah. I think they understand the season they're putting together, and I don't know if DeMeco's the kind of guy that shows the scoring defense rankings or the overall defense rankings in meetings or not. Some coaches do that, some don't. But in terms of them being an historically great defense, they're within reach, and I think those guys are all wired to want that. Not to mention pass rushers always want sacks. So there's that.
And by the way, the two guys that get most of them for the Texans haven't had a sack in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and they've been playing a brand of football. Okay, so if you want to worry about a way that the Cardinals might upend them, if there's any part of Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter that feel like, all right, I've been a good soldier and I've been doing a contain rush and sacrificing personal production for the good of the team, if there was ever a little bit of like, all right, well, screw it, I'm just going to go off this week, that's the danger.
Yeah.
That's where the dis in. I think offensively, likewise, I don't think you have to worry about any level of complacency because I don't think anybody on that offense feels good about the way the offense is operating right now.
No.
They've been pretty open about it. The drive had Trent Brown on last week, and Trent Brown was talking about how he tells the young guys, man, Like, we want to be sure we're doing our part.
Yes.
Like, we gotta be better than what we've been doing.
Yep.
And I think there's still very much a lack of urgency on the offensive side of the ball. Certainly from CJ Stroud, he wants to be having a better season than he's having. So it doesn't line up to be a classic trap game the way I see it. I don't fear it, which is a classic thing you say before you end trap games.
Yeah, you're right. Here, speaking of CJ, here's CJ Stroud with his thoughts on the Arizona Cardinals and Budda Baker and company.
Yeah, I think, they're a really good defense. I think Budda, jumps off on tape and heck of a player, very instinctive. I think Thompson, their other safety 34, is a heck of a player. Got, two corners. Denzel, who I played with in college, who I think is really good, and then Will Johnson, who I played against in college. I think he's good as well. So I think they do a good job on their back end, switching up coverages and, playing with the three safeties and, mixing up looks. So I think, their DC and, head coach do a good job of calling it, and, they take the ball away, they attack the ball. I think, up front, they rush together. Their backers are, solid. Cody, who I played with in college, is a good player. I know how good he is. So, it's another challenge for us, and, we got to be ready to play and try to go get a dub on Sunday.
So when CJ referenced the three safeties there, it's in a lot of ways it's what the Texans are able to do with Jalen Petrie. You've got guys out there who are kind of non-position specific, and if you get as a quarterback, you got to try not to get too wrapped up in the numbers or the names of the guys and where they're lining up, because that's how Jonathan Gannon can fool teams at times, just by showing a look that looks like exactly what you're seeing, but it turns into something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And it's different, So it's not your you can't go in there with your standard set of rules for how you're going to read a certain coverage or anything. That's where I would worry about with a trap game. This is genuinely bulletin board material, trap games, any of those old cliches. I don't worry about how guys approach the game on Sunday, because by and large, guys are going to play hard no matter what. It's the preparation in the week beforehand, especially as you approach the holidays, that there's a chance, be sure you've got that same edge on Wednesday.
Yes.
Be sure you got the appropriate level of fear on Thursday, that you're really dialed in and you're doing all of the extra film work that you normally do. That's where things can start to wane towards the end of the season, especially versus bad opponents.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that. The text message, I swear, this is a texter, I swear whenever you hear DeMeco Ryans or Nick Caserio talk about other teams that the Texans are about to play, it's like they're about to play the AFC champs. Exactly. That's how you got to talk about your opponent. You got to pay the appropriate amount of respect to them.
It really is funny, because I try to do this when I ever do a preview on my YouTube channel. I kind of go into it like that. I've watched the other team, and I'm presenting like, hey, this threatening. And I'm amazed at how many people are like, Seth, what are you even talking about? Come on, they're awful. I'm like, that's because I've watched the NFL.
Right.
I played in the NFL.
That's
how do you not know at this point that you have to take every single team seriously?
Yeah, man.
Every single week there's a big upset, it seems.
Yep.
And every single year, one of the best teams in the league loses to one of the worst teams in the league.
Happens all the time, man. The Rams, the Panthers aren't a bad team this year, but they were a double-digit underdog to the Rams 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Everybody's talking about the Rams like, oh, this is a Super Bowl favorite. Stafford's going to be the MVP. I mean, they were talking them up huge, and they got beat by the Panthers.
It's like having a 22 and being like, I don't have to worry about gun safety. It's just a 22. Oh!
Yeah. Yes.
All the old rules of gun safety don't apply to a 22.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Now I got to go to court.
Text message, I'm so glad I rewound the Odyssey app to listen to the How Hot is DeMeco segment. I agree with, this is from Mary. I agree with Brandy. DeMeco is definitely number one, followed by, I would say, McVay and then Dan Campbell. If Saleh hadn't been fired, he would be on the list. He is a handsome man, too. That's from Mary. I'll mention John Harbaugh, who I brought up.
Oh, the best comment we got during that segment was that if I were being held hostage in Afghanistan, and whoever bursts through the door, I want him to look like DeMeco Ryans. Does he not?
Yes.
He looks like he comes from central casting of not just the Marine or the Navy SEAL or whatever else, but the guy that does the right thing all the time.
All the time.
He's gonna, He's not gonna violate the Geneva Convention while he's saving your ass.
That was a great text. That was a great text. All right. The fellas on In the Loop have stepped into the forum here.
We are here.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Great.
Doing all right. Did Dave Canales get any love here?
He did. Actually, he did from a texter earlier. Yeah, Dave Canales.
And I think
got
on one of the
some love.
lists, one of the other lists we read, where obviously pardon my take, having Andy Reid as number 2 overall. I have to go back and listen to what they did to justify that.
Put him there.
Well,
They're obviously they're always joking all the time.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, you say joking. One thing I can tell you as someone who is terminally online, there are women for whom that is their thing.
Andy Reid.
Oh,
Everybody's got a type, man.
And you go, hey, no, this is jokes, and they're like, no, not really.
Oh, man.
It's fascinating.
Old, dignified guy with a mustache there, who's very successful and very...
Yeah, and the weird thing about the mustache for Reed, not just be a jerk and start banging on him, but, like, the mustache is, like, discolored. Almost as if, like,
noticed.
it's like it's, the people with big mustaches that, like, drink coffee and it becomes discolored at the end.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it looks like, and it kills me.
The worst mustache to me has always been Dave Wanstead, who's got like a bald spot in his mustache.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Go look at it.
Cheech Marin, he's got the middle over here, but that's by design.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the middle on the side.
I never noticed. I mean, I noticed it, but I hadn't thought about it.
I wonder if Wanstead's got a cleft palate or something on that spot.
Thanks for
So way
making
to
me
make
feel-
fun of him,
Thanks
Sean.
a lot.
He does
Thanks
have
for
a
making
little
me-
light spot there.
thanks for
That
making me
that
feel-
would be in the spot. I'm looking at it. He might have a cleft palate.
Okay.
And you're sitting here mocking him.
I'm just...
Jeez.
I know. I'm a horrible
Way to
human
bring
being.
everybody down, Sean.
Horrible human being. Hey, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, and you're listening to KLTM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, which we always say right before we ask you, what is the question of the day, gentlemen?
There's some stuff going on in Michigan, huh?
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Some stuff going on.
Boy, that
in
escalated quickly, huh?
Wow. That was the worst 4 hours of anyone's life.
Probably so.
He went from $5.5 million or whatever he's making and top of the world and recruiting class to now you're in jail in the middle of the worst scandal that this. Well, I should say that maybe not.
Stories like this fascinate me because this guy made it. Sharon Moore, for those who don't know, Sharon Moore, the head coach of Michigan, fired yesterday for an inappropriate relationship with a staffer who worked directly for him. Got a very mysterious raise a couple of years ago, that kind of thing.
I just watched my HR video yesterday, and that is frowned upon.
Yeah. No, good call, Seth. So you paid attention.
It's a good thing I watched.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I never would have known.
Exactly.
I was this close.
Yeah.
When you take the little quiz at the end of each video where it's a common sense test, you know, more than anything else.
Yeah. So, but
it's a good thing I don't have any direct charges, you know?
Yeah. So
right.
the story escalated yesterday because reportedly he went to that staffer's house, had a knife, was threatening to kill himself and kill her, and it's a bad deal, man. It is a bad situation. It always fascinates me, like, man, you really needed it that badly to blow this $5-6 million a year job that you have. You got 3 kids.
Story as old as time.
Yeah, man. Undefeated.
It's undefeated.
Yeah, story as old as time. So anyway,
can you believe this guy acted irrationally and against his best interest when it came to a matter of lust?
Can you believe this very powerful guy flexed his power?
It's almost as if lust is something that you need to be warned about in a religious text.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, the question is kind of almost a two-parter, but because part of the scandal is apparently a lot of people knew about it.
Right.
Like there are texts and tweets now that date back as far as a month.
Yeah.
October, actually. I've seen things back to
months,
October,
with very specific things. What's a scandal you knew about? What's a scandal you knew about?
Easterby to the point where I started being the guy that didn't talk about it at all because I was talking about it first.
Yeah.
And people thought I was just being a jerk. So I was like, fine, screw all of you. We'll see how this all turns out.
Yeah.
But I got I had somebody that knew very well everything that was going on at one point who listens to our show was like, Seth, you've been exactly right about everything the entire time.
Yeah.
I was like, I know.
Yeah.
There's some office ones that we're going to get. I'm
not going to specify. One of the companies I worked for before I got into radio, there was the upper level management directly above me. There were just stories going all around the office about the pretty women in the office just couldn't shoo them away. You know, like it was So that was bad.
Wait, Pretty Women couldn't chew that person away.
Like there were a couple of people,
Yeah.
and it was a bad environment. So there's that. I would say this: I know the previous station I was at here in town, the sales staff was drunk all the time, and I don't mean like, hey, it's radio and we're out. I mean every day they would go to a pool hall here in town, drink, and then turn in the receipts as if they were out with clients.
And what do you?
And I don't even mind saying that now because they sucked and it affected my pocketbook.
But you didn't say anything at the time.
No, it was a new station. I was new to radio at the time. I didn't even know, like, God, is this normal?
Yeah. You come right out of sales.
Yeah. Well, I knew it wasn't normal for a normal company. When you get into radio, if you haven't been in it before, people who've been in it a long time do kind of warn you, like, this is a different work environment than you're used to. And some of it's great. And some of it is infuriating. Yeah. And that was infuriating.
And there's also the second part.
We have a great enviment around here. I just want to be clear about that.
The second part is also, like, what's your favorite scandals of some of the, to me, Bobby Petrino.
Bobby Petrino is the gold standard. The gold standard.
If it's the gold standard, there is a 1B as well, and that is Rick Pitino.
Pitino's a good one.
On the floor, right?
No, on the table.
On the table.
At Porcini's. In the booth. I ate at that table. When I went into the restaurant, I was on a road trip.
Why do you tee these things up for me?
I was driving from Houston to go visit kids up in Chicago, and I stopped in Louisville for the night. And I'm like, what was the restaurant? And I Googled it, Porcini's. And when I went in, I was by myself. I went in and I said, I want to eat at the table that Rick Pitino did his business.
Well, that's not in the spirit of the story.
You cleaned the table, right?
Yeah. That's not in the spirit of the story to go by yourself. You need to go around somebody.
I need to find somebody. Yeah. Find somebody. So Bobby Petrino's an excellent one. You know what? I was thinking about this one the other day because this was one of the first viral moments for a coach. Yeah. Remember Larry Eustace?
Oh, that was a good one.
The head coach at Iowa State basketball.
All right, so I actually don't know anything about this.
Okay, Larry Eustace was the head coach at Iowa State. This is in the early 2000s. I think I was living in Denver at the time because I remember sitting at my desk in my office in my house in Denver, and I can remember looking at the pictures. And he didn't.
Suspension and resignation. I always love when you get to the Wikipedia page.
The pictures weren't salacious. He just happened to his Iowa State was playing Mizzou, I believe, and this is back when Mizzou was in the Big 12, and the team went home. Larry Eustace stayed back with a coaching buddy of his from Missouri, I believe, and they just went to a bunch of frat and sorority parties, and so there's pictures of Larry Eustace, a married guy with kids, like hugging, like with Miller Lite in his hand, smush cheek hugging with co-eds and things like that. And that was a huge deal at the time because the internet was not in its infancy, but the like viral things weren't quite a thing yet. Social media was nothing at that point. Yeah. So I remember that one. He got fired over that.
Hey, Urban Meyer's on the list.
Urban Meyer is absolutely on the list.
There was a flirty wife of a coach once on a team I was on that had done more than flirted with at least a couple of players.
Oh, wow.
And that was a rough one. Yeah, that was like she would show up at fraternity parties and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That was tough.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
You know what I'm saying? He's a good dude, too. They got divorced. I mean, eventually, I don't know what he found out, but he found out something about something.
Enough.
Yeah. I don't think she restricted her activity to just players. So it was, at some point, something,
Yeah, at that point, it's like, let's be respectful. At least, you're not even just going for the talent here.
He was an equal opportunity philanderer.
There are so many in offices everywhere. The one that jumps to mind is one of the first ones. There's some here, obviously.
All right.
Every office.
Okay.
Every office
Do
has.
tell.
Every office has. I will. 1040. But the one I go back to is, why he's going to spill the beans. When I was at the Chronicle, we always used to have this Sunday, all the front pages were always, graphically designed. Yep. And we went on a run of about 20 straight days with this new artwork. Like, we got to go to so-and-so and get the artwork for it, like some drawings or caricatures or whatever. Well, the editor of this particular section was messing around with the art director.
Oh, wow.
So they could go into each other's offices all the time. Oh, we got to work on this art project.
That's it?
We got to work on this art.
It was just some conduit.
We would do a story about, North Shore or high school. Oh, we need to do some art with that. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Have you guys ever been in the position of having to explain to a friend, not Like, not that you don't bring the information to the friend. You have to explain to a friend that the information he has proves that his wife or girlfriend's been cheating on him.
Yeah.
Because that's uncomfortable.
I've never had to do that.
I had to do that once. And he's showing me these texts and everything, and I'm like, dude, like I had to basically almost like grab him and shake him. Yes, she is 100% having an affair with this guy, and he just wouldn't believe it.
Yeah,
it was hard, man.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
But he was always cool. Like, he didn't turn into one of those things where all of a sudden he still didn't believe me and he hated me. And
he didn't shoot the messenger. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, yeah, that is good because that's the fear. Like trying to fight someone's delusion, you got to let them come to it. Otherwise, they will resent you for it.
That's it.
It helped, like, and I knew with certainty because I was the guy she was texting, but it was, so I had a level of certainty about it.
Yeah, sure.
But it was hard. It was really hard to get him to come to see the light.
No, really.
But once we got him to see the light, it made our relationship a whole lot easier. Yeah. That's funny. It's funny. All right, you're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. This has a chance to be the most salacious question of the day of all time.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, boys, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Looking forward to listening to it. Seth, antibodies to you, Mike.
Oh, yeah, antibodies, and may all of the extramarital affairs you're aware of remain quiet.
Thank you.
Never exposed.
Appreciate those well wishes.
Yep.
All right. We are done. We are out of time. In the Loop starts next. It's Reggie Atatula. It's John Lopez. It's the great Figgy Fig. They are in the Loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Thursday to you. You are indeed in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Enough salacious right now. We will revisit a little bit later. But sports brought us to this place because that's what sports is, a microcosm of life that gives you a little bit of everything, including scandal. We won't start with scandal, though, thankfully, here on this Thursday. We'll start by thanking you, fine gentlemen, for joining me on this program, as you frequently do. I feel like I don't appreciate you guys enough.
You should appreciate us more.
This period.
Yeah, you don't, man.
I'm getting real in this moment, but like I have been thinking a lot about appreciation, so I do want to appreciate
the holiday
you.
season.
Yeah. So you fight off the seasonal depression by being appreciative. I think that's how that works.
Yeah.
Also, appreciative you, listener, for getting involved with the program whenever you do. The text line, 713-572-4610. 979. The Crosstalk was brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I just wanted to make sure that you were knowing that there. But text in, get involved. Also, we have appreciation for the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And I think I am very appreciative I feel like we're all fairly appreciative for the quarterback of the Houston Texans, CJ Stroud.
We sure are. We absolutely
They are now.
Yeah. It's a good week to ask that.
At one point, they wasn't.
It's a good week to mention that. So we heard from CJ Stroud yesterday, huh?
We did indeed, as we often do on a Wednesday.
Usually, I want to just kind of tell you what I think, but it's a legitimate question. Did you?
Usually, I only ask to be able to set myself up to answer the question.
Yes, this is legit. Did you walk away from that feeling that he's finally getting it? He's finally buying in.
That's been a larger theme or trend that feels like it's been happening through the, I guess, second part of the season. And I guess the results on the field seem to confirm that. I don't know how much of that is like confirmation bias, but it does feel like it confirms that, especially as this season has been a lot of, okay, there's things to grasp. When does CJ, the entirety of the offense, Kaylee, when do they grasp these things? So that's been kind of a conscious thought throughout the season anyway.
Yeah, but also just the way when you hear him talk and you watch him earlier in the season and the death by 1,000 cuts and, talking about the offense and what he needs to do, you also get a real sense, a real feeling, and it's very unscientific, but you kind of read a person, everybody does it, and you're like, I don't know if he's all bought in on this thing. In fact, we talked about it. I think he might have some doubts. I think he might be a little, wary of this, is this thing going to even work?
And could you have blamed him?
No.
Could you have blamed him in that circumstance?
We didn't blame him.
Coming from
line and, bad games and all that.
And then he's a dude that likes taking shots. What they've done in the system is like, hey, wait until you have your moment to take your shot.
Right.
It's been a very some could view it as an offense that limits a quarterback and forces them into a little bit of a box.
Yeah.
And that's not something that, especially any young quarterback that feels themselves, would reasonably want. So I could understand that if he was not latching onto it.
I think this just occurred to me, so tell me if this is a good way to put it. Earlier in the season, I didn't buy into his buy-in. Yes, yesterday I did.
Okay.
He bought in. Let's hear from him because, like earlier in the season, he would say the things as if he's bought in, but I didn't buy into it. Yesterday, I kind of did.
Let's start here. Stroud 2, if you don't mind, Vic. This was CJ talking about making in-game adjustments in order to be successful.
Yeah, I think we, talked about some things on the sideline and try to, find a way to calm the storm, and I thought we did a good job at that. I think, teams are going to, try to pressure us some more just because, we showed it on tape. So try to be ready for it and, have plans and, just be, good on what we're doing, and be calm in the chaos. Because every game, no teams just keep letting you do the same things. They're going to adjust, and then you have to adjust. So just part of the chess match of football,
And we'll hear some more. He said, calm the storm, calm in the chaos. And the way he bought it. Now, certainly – their success, even if it's marginal at this point still, offensively, has something to do with him, starting to buy in. And certainly his ability to know when to take the risk and when not to, as DeMeco's talked about, as we've talked about, has something to do with it. But I just feel like it's clicking. I mean, I don't know what word you want to put on it, clicking, buying in, believing, whatever it is. I think there's more of that there with this offense.
Maybe even they're finding a natural stasis in their relationship. Yeah. And when I say they, probably the key factors of CJ Stroud and Nick Caley, right? It's also worth remembering that this is their first year working together, finding the relationship that works, with also an understanding that there was 3 weeks in there where there was some level of break in that period just because of CJ dealing with concussion protocol. So I think that I found that interesting, like the idea of them having conversations, being comfortable and capable of, staying the storm, right?
Yeah.
I also appreciate it because I talked about this yesterday, like, hey, is this pressure that the Chiefs were able to gin up in the third quarter, is this going to be a thing, quotation marks, going forward?
Right.
Because that's on tape. That's him, CJ Stroud, making that note that, hey, man, teams are going to see because we put this on paper that this is a thing. I appreciated maybe there's a level of buy-in just acknowledging these things, the challenges that are here and that will come. That I think that even if it's not incredibly different from what had previously been there, it gives the feeling of we're locked in on what's happening here because we are not only aware of what's happening here, what's happening in this game, but what's to come. Hopefully they'll be prepared and capable of game planning ahead of time for such things as opposed to having to adjust.
Or seeing the adjustment quicker.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing that we're still looking at. But the idea that they can get to an adjustment is nice. I don't know if that is enough as of right now, but we'll see if it's enough.
But that ties in with him accepting it, and sort of receiving it and understanding this can work if I do it this way.
So speaking of chaos, CJ was actually asked about it. How are you capable and able to stay focused among the chaos when you're faced with a ton of pressure, especially on the Woody Marks touchdown, a little dump off to the left side?
Yeah, I don't want to say like I'm no veteran or nothing or Navy SEAL or anything. I love our military, respect to everybody who's serving for us. I feel like I could have did a better job at it, in the calm and the chaos. I got hit a couple of times, and that happens. You start to kind of naturally flinch a little bit and move around for no reason. But on that specific play, I just seen Woody and just try to make a play, and thought he did a good job of just being instinctive and making them pay for being aggressive. So. I think I could have did a better job on that on Sunday, but it's something that I can learn from and, try to be calm in that because it's not easy, but the better you can do it, the more plays are to be made, especially on third down. So I think that's something that I can get better at is, just being calm in that chaos of, pressure, guys flying on your feet, hitting you after the whistle or whatever the case may be. And I just, want to, be able to put my team in better position, so.
I mean, he said calm in the chaos, calm in the storm, 5-6 times already? Yeah. And then just those two parts that you heard. I think it really is him like, okay, if I do this the right way, and specifically that play, that was a broken down play. I mean, the blitzer was coming. We talked about it yesterday.
Nick Bolton coming in off the left.
And all of a sudden he didn't just bail, he just took a step back, dumped it over the blitzer.
He stepped into it.
After he came out, but that to me is a guy that's recognizing and absorbing and accepting this offense the way it should be.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I don't think that it's an anomaly. I don't think that it's random that he is using that word calm so much after the stint that Davis Mills had as the quarterback, right? As having to start in that moment because what is probably the chief thing that you would just use to describe Davis Mills and his demeanor and the way he went about playing quarterback.
Yeah.
It's probably calm. And I think that is something. Like, that's something that CJ, I hope, saw, or maybe the coaching staff saw and wanted to impart on him, is like, hey, there is some benefit for being calm and the thing that you can do with this. With the talents that you have, the ability to throw on the run, all those things, you can also make those things more valuable by remaining calm in that moment, by not losing your head in that moment. And again, I don't know that I blame him for some of those things because of the circumstances that had befallen him before, dealing with pressure, immediate pressure, fast pressure, instances where pockets would break down. I get how you might get to that place, but now it's time to unlearn that feeling, get yourself to a place where you can calm, and that'll help you execute. I like that is clearly either he has internally or someone has given to him. I want to see that continue to grow clearly.
Well, and this is something that you've said a few times. Yes.
Oh.
Proof of concept?
Yes.
That's something that you like to talk about. I think also he's realizing, you know what? I am going to get my shots. Even though the game plan may not have any. Like, hey, we're going to run this deep whatever on the third snap of our script. No, I think he's realizing if this play breaks down, I will, or they press cover or whatever that he sees, I will be able to take a shot there. At the beginning of the year, he's like, wait a minute, you want me to just do what? Just be safe and hand the ball off and throw the ball 2 yards to the back or this tight end or this out route or whatever. And I don't think that's a buy-in for him. He likes to take his shots. He's also realizing, you know what? I can go off script, which is my strength. I just can't do it, arbitrarily. So I think he's also realizing after having some success, there are going to be shots. They just might not be in the game plan. There are going to be off script plays. They're just not in the game plan. And so I think he's he's starting to realize it can work that way.
I could feel that a little bit from the 832. Do you agree with Senate, the idea, the 832, that CJ with this offense is equivalent to Jordan not liking the triangle? Back in the day, the
that's pretty good, actually.
Early 90s, late 80s, early 90s with the triangle offense. Phil Jackson, obviously one of the big proponents of it, at least one of the ones that you think of.
There you have it. CJ Stroud is Michael Jordan.
Oh, boy, here we go. No, but in terms of like I remember that. You remember that. I mean, Jordan was like, wait a minute, I need the ball in my hands. No, the ball's going to get to your hands. It will be in your hands. But you have to do it this way with the Tex Winter triangle and all that stuff. I think there's a lot to that. He's realizing, you know what? They told me early on, don't take this shot because it's, whatever, unless you see this. Don't go off script unless this happens. And now he's realizing, you know what? It will happen just about every game.
And to be fair, it sounds like we're saying just trust the process and everything will go right. I think there's real criticisms to be had for the process if that process is indeed this offense. I think there's still things that need to be cleaned up from schematic instances, right? When you get into the red zone and all your stems are vertical and there's very few things that are going crossing or really, forcing the entirety of the width of the field to be defended, I think that ends up being an issue sometimes. So I do think that there's places for clearly Nick Caley to elevate and make this easier, but I think that it's hard to also have that happen while sometimes you have what feels like a little bit of trepidation or hesitation from the quarterback. I think that you're seeing more and more buy-in, and hopefully he can work even I don't know what the right word is, for lack of a better term, mediocre system. Like you can work that if you have a level of buy-in. It feels like
it's a conservative system.
Yeah,
and I think ultimately what it came down to is like, wait, you want to be this conservative with me? And he's right.
Fair. It's a fair question.
It's more than you want to be this conservative with me. He's starting to realize, no, it's a conservative approach, but there are going to be the shots, there are going to be the opportunities, there are going to be the off-script plays.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, man, college football is inherently a crazy sport, and it's been really crazy this winter. And it's only gotten crazier with something that happened yesterday. The scandal that blew up the college world yesterday. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Adula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Happy Thursday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Where were you when you saw this news break yesterday of Stroud Moore, the Michigan head football coach that took over after Jim Harbaugh returned to the NFL, being fired seemingly abruptly yesterday for having an inappropriate relationship with a staffer under his charge?
I was elbows out fighting off a bunch of moms.
I forgot about
that. We'll get to that during confessions.
I guess we will. But, man, this is a scandal in college football in what has already been a crazy college football season that is taking it to a whole nother level. Obviously, it has all the salacious bits, but also it can have ramifications all the way across the landscape.
Yeah, that's what kind of the dynamic of this whole story. It was a 4-hour window of, and we mentioned it earlier. The first message that I got, the first tweet or whatever it was that I saw, was just Stroud Moore fired with cause. And so, like a lot of times, I'm thinking, well, maybe he, whatever. I thought just me being, and I think
it's
a lot
a
of people,
coaching thing.
I thought it was a coaching thing, or I thought it was an affair.
Oh, for cause usually means something nefarious.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if affair specifically.
No,
but
that's where I'm saying where my mind went was like, oh, he probably had an affair, or there was some football related, very nefarious thing. And then you start getting the story over the course of these 4 hours, and your jaw just drops. And some of the reports, obviously, some of them we're not going to necessarily say because they were, they're unsubstantiated still, or just becoming so. But then as you absorb the whole thing and you kind of dig into it last night and this morning, and I'm like, this thing is not salacious. Like, this is the way I put it with you guys. If you thought the college football sort of coaching carousel and the past few weeks was crazy, we might just be getting warmed up. Warmed up.
It kind of went from a little bit of pointing and laughing to, damn, this is kind of sad.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because at first it was just like, all right, they fired their coach for cause. And we'll talk more about it. Like, there's some stories, especially in the college sports space, where you go, oh, that's a funny story because, like, who ultimately is being hurt tangibly in these places, right? And I guess you could say, especially with a sexual relationship where there's power dynamics, there's, potential for hurt there, and I don't want to forget that. But, like, all right, Michigan, and we can laugh at Michigan. Stroud Moore, almost in, like, Mel Tucker type space where he gets into place, gets a big contract and everything, and then, sexual impropriety ends up taking him out of that space. Then we find out later in the day that he has been taken to jail as a suspect of an alleged assault hours after he was fired. And this goes into just like a whole different space of everything with some of the reports stating that, he had gone to a property and maybe was acting erratically or what have you. But do you want to get into like the ramifications on the college space without like getting too much into the salacious here?
Right.
And Michigan is a big, like capital B, big job in the college football space that after all of we've seen probably the coaching carousel with the most big job openings seemingly start to, in fact, it did wrap up with Matt Campbell taking the Penn State job. And now you have one of the biggest jobs opening up again, and this all starts again in a weirder way because so many of the dominoes felt like they were established, and I do wonder if they could become dislodged now to answer the call of Michigan.
To me, that's the other side of this story, and why, if you think it's just it's been crazy, it's only getting crazier, because Michigan flat out is a better job than any other job that has come open. Penn State, LSU, Florida. Oh, no, for sure. More money. Obviously, the rich history, the Big Ten, the logo, it is the best job that has come open thus far. All due respect to LSU, Penn State, Florida, the rest.
The only thing that makes me pause, LSU and Florida, I think geography is so. I mean, you talk
Midwest.
Okay, the Midwest, and obviously those two.
They play some football in Ohio.
They
and
do, but I mean, you talk about the inherent talent. You want to compare wherever in the Midwest to South Florida? You want to compare any of that to the boot?
Look,
being able to reach into Texas as well.
I'm telling you, it is on par. It is close, and it is figure you're an Ohio State guy. Would you agree? It's the best job that's opened up.
It's a really good job. Yeah, I think, and this ain't the Big Ten from 20 years ago where it's just like, oh, it's only Michigan, Ohio State. Yeah. It's very competitive now, and I think.
And it's not plotting Big Ten anymore either.
Yeah, it's a competitive Big Ten, man. It's some good schools in the Big Ten now, so I think that is a really good job.
But regardless of where you fall on that, it is an enormous job with a lot of money and all that. I think like the trickle down. Right now, I'll put it this way. Kalen DeBoer, the Alabama head coach, is the odds-on favorite to get the Michigan job in Vegas. That says something. So then you start thinking, man, what if Kalen, which, by the way, he hadn't been completely embraced anyway.
No, and that would be the reason, because I know some people would go, well, Alabama, why would you leave that job? One, there's a lot of pressure, and two, he's already started killing off his lives, I guess, so to say. Yeah. If he was a cat and had 9.
And what if they lose their bowl game? They lost the championship game. I mean, Alabama, they don't put up with that.
No, and so he's already had some steam go up. In fact, there's people that thought that Lane Kiffin and some of his delay was waiting to see if that Alabama job would come open.
I'm glad you said that.
And so Kalen DeBoer might be looking at this and going, hey, it might be worthwhile to go to a place. He's the
favorite.
Go to a place like Michigan.
Yeah.
You can kind of restart whatever your clock is on.
He's from the Midwest.
On pressure from there.
It's not that crazy amount of pressure either.
Yeah.
Like the SEC.
Yeah. So what if
they stuck with Jim Harbaugh for a while before he started actually winning the big games they wanted to win.
What if Kalen DeBoer goes to Michigan? Then all of a sudden Alabama's open. Lane Kiffin, who's a loon, and goes.
I think you can say it like that. I think that's fair.
Who's a loon and goes by the beat of his own drum. He is on the record. This isn't just like rumored. On the record for years has been saying Alabama dream job. Alabama. What if? And I don't think
he'd dip out.
I don't know, but
that would be hilarious.
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. The chaos. DeBoer goes to Michigan. Odds-on favorite. Kiffin says, you know what? On second thought, I'm going to Alabama. And then all of a sudden, Alabama's open.
Or LSU, rather.
I mean, LSU's open.
And I'm not even sure if they go with, because I don't know what the legal ramifications are of leaving that job immediately. Could Curt Cignetti actually go to Alabama? Because Curt Cignetti has been an assistant there, and he might be one of the hottest names. I know he just got an extension. Does that change it?
Hell, I was thinking about him going to Michigan.
Does Matt Rule, I know that he's been a name, does one of these jobs maybe whack-a-moling and popping open with his extension? Can he move? Right? There were so many people that got paid off of Penn State trying to get anybody and everybody. Are any of those opportunities open up again? This whole thing is chaotic.
Yes, it's total chaos. And then everybody's like, well, what about, you mentioned it, what about the buyouts? What about these, they just signed an extension. It's Alabama, Michigan, LSU, doesn't matter.
You say, don't worry about that.
Doesn't matter.
We got that covered.
Yeah. So then you got Michigan and Alabama and LSU, and then the trickle, maybe Indiana, maybe, hell, Willie Fritz. Willie Fritz coached at Tulane. Come on, man. Willie Fritz coached at Tulane. If they get painted into a corner.
Man.
I'm just saying, if they get painted into a corner, and all of a sudden they're like, whoops. Will Fritz might be a candidate at LSU. Hell, Steve Sarkisian has been rumored to be wanting to go to the NFL. He denied it. And who knows how Texas feels about him. He coached at Alabama.
It is.
Hey, UT fans might want that one.
And I think that's one of the things that makes all of this so damn crazy. And I don't know if this is the best case, but one of the things that it came to is, are we really going to keep saying that the reason why this thing is crazy is because we just need to move the schedule? I do think that the schedule needs to be fixed. I think also this reminds us, college football is just crazy, period.
Yes.
Now, there's ways in which you can try and tame it a little bit, but you're not going to tame it all the way, because something like a dude having an affair within the building can throw the entirety of the college football world on its head, both just anecdotally and conversationally, but also tangibly when it comes to jobs and things of that nature.
And even outside of that part, outside of the messy scandals like that, even the whole Lane Kiffin thing was, it was just it's just him leaving to get another job, and that was a big old situation.
Right. And then also on top of that, the fact that it's Michigan, which has had, 5 scandals in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Michigan likes being the place that looks down their nose at folks.
They got the cheating, they got the recruiting.
Oh, there's different kinds of cheating. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of cheating.
Several different cheating. Yeah, I can't be specific.
There you go.
Moore himself was suspended for some of the illicit things that he did. Now you got this.
Jim Harbaugh dipped out.
Yeah. I mean, their national championship was tainted and all that. And then you have NIL. You got the transfer portal that's going to open, in January? Or is open now? Or I think it's open now. Yeah. And so you got the number one recruit from 2 years ago, Bryce Underwood, stud quarterback. Is he going to bolt?
Well, you talk about that, and I think that this is where the conversation turns. I think that Michigan itself has some things to answer for because the rumors are that they knew about this a while back.
Yes.
And that they held off on doing anything about it in order to try and land your recruiting class and things of that nature. And that makes the scandal even more
He had a
salacious.
press conference Monday.
Yeah.
He had a press conference Monday lauding the recruiting class. They knew about it.
Yeah, he knew about it.
Yeah.
And with that being the case, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, our question of the day, inspired by the fact that this scandal is a lot messier than just like the bare bones details that you want to give officially reporting. And when it gets messy, it becomes kind of fun. I don't know about you. Maybe I'm just messy that way. But with that being the case, question of the day, what's your favorite scandal? And bonus points if you knew about it before it got real, because it seems like in Michigan, there was people that knew. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day. What's your favorite scandal? Bonus points if you knew about it before it got real. J-Rock on the YouTube. Is there really a favorite scandal? At least for me it is. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. I definitely have a scandal that I always return to in my head. What's that for you? And like Lopez said, there's some instances where, I knew about that one before it came to the fore. Because with the Michigan thing, Sharon Moore fired as the head coach there for cause, which is one of those things that's hard to do. So something.
Yeah, you need a lot.
Something happened there greatly, and obviously something happened because afterwards he ends up getting arrested, not directly due to the cause for firing, but his actions afterwards there.
That's a rough day.
Very, very
4
rough day.
hours.
Very, very rough day.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it didn't have to be this day in particular and now these are rumors, these are conversations. However, you can substantiate some of this to some degree. There's people that knew that, of the Sharon Moore's alleged, or maybe I guess not alleged at this point, illicit relationship within that building, almost, sorry to bring up the name, Ime Udoka-like, right? For months, it seems like. For months, it seems like this.
You said October. There were some tweets and stuff.
There's people. I think there was and of course, what can you do with this, right? But I think there was maybe someone who did some level of one of those delivery apps that.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That got on the internet and was like, just delivered a Plan B to Sharon Moore's or something like that. It's like,
the morning after pill.
What's happening here?
And then it was just a bunch of random tweets saying, "Oh, he's out here cheating on his wife."
There were screenshots of texts
where it was just kind of random, like, wait, what?
And of course, none of these things are things that are actionable, at least from our side. And I wonder how actionable the things were on Michigan's side. But there was definitely places where, what was it, the former quarterback that played there was tweeting out, was it like a week ago?
Oh, was it Pate or what was his name?
I don't recall. No, Josh Pate is a reporter who was talking about it. But Josh Pate was talking about the idea that Michigan knew a while back.
Yeah.
And in some ways they decided not to act until now. Why? I think that's a question worth asking because that says, okay, Sharon Moore did his bad things.
Yeah.
As an organization, are you doing things that are in the best interest of everybody involved, or are you just trying to look out for, well, we want to make sure that we get our guys in, and we want to make sure that that we could try and see if we can make this or we can skirt by this.
So let's get messy.
Okay. What's your favorite scandal, John Lopez?
Something you knew. 713-572-4610. Obviously YouTube and Twitch and the message board and all that.
Message board.
Well, it is a message board.
Okay. All right.
It is a message board.
Okay.
Where do I begin?
All right. I don't like the way you said that. Figgy, we're skipping to you. I don't like what he's doing over here.
So, every office has them where you're like, hey, did you hear about it? And a lot of times it's just rumor. Yeah. And then there comes a moment where you're like, all right.
Oh, that happened. Yeah, that one happened.
That's not a rumor anymore. How do I put this?
All right. I would like to start by saying my favorite scandal is Bob and the motorcycle.
Yeah.
He was caught.
That is my favorite too.
Yeah, where he was having another. That was a relationship with a staffer.
The neck brace was the cherry on top.
Was it a former volleyball player?
It was
at Arkansas.
It was an assistant of his that was a former volleyball player.
That was assistant of his.
Yeah.
Why? I wonder why she was an assistant of his.
Yeah.
That he ended up having a motorcycle crash.
Mm-hmm.
The police came and it was like, oh. Well, who is this person?
Yeah.
And then
Bob
Petrino had the audacity of standing in front of the Arkansas media and the world with a brace on his neck.
That neck brace was just like the cherry on top. So perfect.
Yeah. My favorite one is the Tiger Woods scandal.
Oh, with the golf club.
Yeah, and him leaving the voicemail. Mm-hmm. Hey, it's Tiger. My wife just went through my phone, so I need you to delete every single thing. So call me back when you get this message that I'm leaving on your phone as evidence.
Which is funny anyway, because you're deleting all the messages. Your wife has the phone,
but you're creating more,
and she's going to see a call from.
Yeah.
She's gonna see
and you don't think this lady will put this out here? Mm-hmm. Hey, it's Tiger.
Yeah.
And the thing about the Tiger that it should not be surprising, but for some reason it remains to be surprising for me. Wasn't it like the Denny's where he was picking up some of these ladies? It was the Denny's, right?
Yeah, they were just like regular women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
it wasn't like I'm messing with this supermodel or this escort or something like that.
Yeah.
They were just like some regular women.
My man had a type and was at the diner. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Like, brother, you are Tiger Woods.
Yeah. Hey, you remember what happened in the parking lot here?
What are you saying?
You remember that, Figgy? Come on, you remember.
I remember the stories that were told.
He went out, then she went out, yada, yada, yada.
Who was it?
I can't recall exactly. Actually, I can, but I'm not going to say. There's all kinds of stuff. How about one of our own office, 713-572-4610. We all have heard these stories and had these secrets that we were like, well, I guess I better not say anything about that. How about we go to a charity event at a hospital? How about we did that? Just us, just this group of guys, and then all of a sudden someone else shows up who works in this building and is a female, and they leave early from the charity.
Wait a minute. So I'm trying to paint the picture. So one of the people that was there for this charity event was working for this station or this company?
Yes.
And then another random
different department shows up.
And
oh, the interdepartment. Like that's when you see people hanging out from departments that aren't on this. Like y'all not supposed to be hanging out necessarily. Are y'all just good friends or what's happening there? And then you get the
What'd you say, Figgy?
Who they show up to see?
That dude. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had like an hour and a half of making the rounds at this hospital, but they were only there for about 30 minutes.
I actually was in the elevator with the same people you talked about, and I was just like, "What in the world is going on here?"
Oh, it was a Perkins. That's right.
Perkins.
The Tigers was a Perkins. But in my brain, I
forgot about.
I was like,
that.
I don't really know about Perkins. I know about Denny's. So
That's kind of the same.
Denny's.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing.
In my brain, it was a Denny's, which is wrong, but it worked in my brain. I don't know why. Baker Mayfield at the Cheesecake Factory parking lot. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny is like the people who, especially nowadays, who have managed to make it over the scandal, right?
Oh, sure.
Because Baker is one of those. Petrino. Yeah, Petrino's.
Jameis Winston.
That's the one.
Yeah.
The one, Jameis, and because he had a run of them. He had a nice couple of years where it was like, dog, what are you doing?
It was some wild stuff, like some serious stuff.
So it was the standing up on the table and yelling list things, which is like, all right, that is childish, but come on, let's be smart. I'm always amazed that nobody brings up the being in the lift and assaulting the Lyft driver sexually.
Yeah.
I'm like, he has come a long way in one, I think, growth, but also in sanitizing his because everybody thinks Jameis, they go, oh, that's the funny dude.
Oh,
and
he's such a lovable guy.
Loves his family, loves Jesus, and just, lovable.
Yeah.
And
everybody always bring up the crab leg situation, but they don't bring up the other stuff.
Forget the crab legs. De La Hoya scandal was
What
wild.
was the details of that one?
Which one, De La Hoya?
Yeah.
Was that the
dressing up?
Was that the dressing up?
That's what I thought of it. Is that the
one
entirety of the scandal? I thought I was missing.
That's one of
else.
them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Somebody said, how about the company CEO and his assistant getting caught at that recent concert at TV? That definitely
definitely scandal of the year.
I saw. Is it a meme of Sharon Moore with her?
Oh,
Sharon Moore had his arms around.
Did you see him standing on the sideline? They pulled up that video of him standing on the sideline with the lady.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, that's 4K right there, man.
I'm always amazed by the boldness that people have in those moments. Like you just feel like you're never gonna get caught.
Yep. Shannon Sharp, somebody said.
Yeah, with the Instagram Live. So I still battle with the idea of like, I couldn't have done it because I don't even know how to turn on Instagram Live, that it happened on accident. Y'all believe that?
No.
I did not believe that.
I still don't understand like why he would do this to himself intentionally, because that's the other option is if he did not accidentally do this, that he set this up so he would be grunting on Instagram Live.
The worst part about it is he tried to.
That's the nicest way to put it. I recognize.
The worst part about it, he tried to lean into it. Like he had some shirts, and then I think he had like some enhancement pills he was trying to promote and all this other stuff. He tried to lean into it.
In very poor taste, in my opinion. Yeah, and then these are the ones that I could probably term as fun. There's a lot of scandals we're not, right? Like people mentioning Baylor, and basketball, football, and just
we're talking about salacious kind of people doing dumb things. for various reasons.
And definitely salacious. Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was absolutely in various different ways. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Thursday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where I'm very interested in something that's happening with the NFL and the ref union CBA negotiations. But also, is Joe Burrow okay? Because he sounds like he's not okay. Let's talk about it next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Houston. Insider Desk, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm not going to lie. I love it when you guys text in. Sometimes I'm interested in the thought process of the text. Not trying to be mean or anything, but from the 832. They said, here's a question. Name one former Texan that can help this current team. They're choosing Folu Fatukasi. And I don't know if they were just thinking a Texan from this season that's not playing or whatever. But if we're going all former Texans, I don't think Foley's top 10. And that's all with all due respect to him because I thought he was very useful for you last year.
Thank you for the text, Mrs. Fatukasi. What, 20, 25 you could name?
You think 20, 25?
Easy.
Easy? All right.
Former Texans as far as
that could help this team right now.
That's still currently playing in the NFL.
Yeah.
Or current play or just former Texans, period?
No, just former Texans.
All right, go for it. I would like to hear. You said 25?
Yeah. Let's see. Chris Myers.
Okay.
Dwayne Brown.
Yeah.
Wade Smith.
Agree.
Let's go. I'm just off the top of my head.
Yep. That's 3.
Let's see. Who else is on the offensive? I can name 10 offensive linemen, and I'm just trying. I don't have the list in front of me. You have a list?
Someone said Arian Foster. I think I'd probably take that.
Arian Foster.
Yeah, 3-2.
Owen Daniels.
Okay.
Come on. Come on.
You don't think he can help this team?
Come on.
Well, I'm just thinking like the areas of significant
Daniil
need,
Manning. Let's see. Grover Quinn.
Okay.
You know, that's just like
safety.
Off the top of my head, you could probably go 20, 25 deep.
You said you would go 20, 25. You ain't get to 10.
Let me get the.
We ain't got to waste no time.
I thought you were just gonna rattle these off. You were like 3 and maybe. All right. He didn't even say J.J. Watt. That's crazy.
J.J. Watt.
Now you said J.J. I see you there. Yeah. All right. Let's go around the NFL. Where is Joe Burrow okay?
I don't know.
Because it does not sound like Joe Burrow is okay. Can you give me this audio here? Because yesterday at his press conference, and to be fair, Joe Burrow typically kind of has a little bit of a sullen look generally. I think that's fair to say there. Like he does not always look like he's bursting with energy, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the actual words that he said sounded like Joe Burrow was going through some real stuff right now.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
Somebody typing their ass off.
Yeah, because Joe Burrow sounded like you might need to call somebody to make sure he's not going to.
It sounds like he in court.
I don't know if there's a good way of saying this, so I apologize if this is crass.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow sounds like you need to watch him right now.
You
know what I mean? Like Joe Burrow sounded like
not in a health.
We're not letting you by you. We're not letting you alone. That's the kind of sound that he had.
When I saw that, I'm like, man, we need to pray for him. I don't know what's going on. He said all of the above. So football related, personal.
Yeah. I'm sensing Andrew Luck vibes.
That's been brought up a number of times. And so the question I have is how much of this do you feel is the Bengals and how woeful they are? How much of this do you feel like is the injuries that have continued to plague him but put the Bengals in some ways in these circumstances? And how much of this do you feel like is just outside and maybe him not wanting to play football?
I would say 75-25%. This is not I want out as in I want to play somewhere else. This is I want out. I want out.
You think so?
Out.
Yeah, to me, it seemed like, I mean, even if he did want to go somewhere else, I don't know how easy that is for him to just go to another team.
I think we've seen how easy that is here in this city. When a quarterback is like, I want out, that's not the easiest thing to make happen. Now, of course, I hope he doesn't have a scandal that then complicates it.
But see, that's the thing. Yeah. When there's no scandal going on, it's not that easy. You think the Bengals going to be like, all right, cool.
Well,
they ain't going to do that.
But I don't even think that's the main thing. And then you talk about, keep an eye on Joe Burrow. I don't think it's like I want to play somewhere else. I think it's I've been battered for, 4 years in a row.
That's where I was
I think
getting
this past preseason was the first preseason that he even played in like 3 years.
Yeah.
Because he's been so beat up. That's Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
That's Andrew Luck.
Yeah. But he did specify, in order for me to keep doing this, I need to have fun. And that does sound like somebody who is angling. Not to say that he is
maybe, but it also maybe I'm not having any fun anymore. I'm not having any fun
like
anymore.
on top of the losing, and then he's going through every year is an injury.
It could be what you said, but it also could be like I don't get the most out of this game anymore.
Sure.
Yeah, that's kind of like doing a job that's like a very like hard job to the point you like, man, I don't know how long I could do to keep doing this.
Yeah.
And I don't think either of those are unfair. Like, I think it is absolutely fair to see and hear the clear comparisons to when Andrew Luck, as we saw in division, where he was like, taking a toll. And then all of a sudden it was like, actually,
I'm out.
Yeah. And I think that there is an even further connection to make there. Andrew Luck was a unique type of dude. Like, he was not motivated by things that I think motivates other people. Joe Burrow was somewhat similar in that way. Like, he's a little bit more of a thinker than I think people give him credit for.
Yeah.
And I can imagine him and see him going like, all right, what is this all for? But at the same time, he's a competitor. That shows through. And I think for me, I just keep hearing the having fun. And I go, yeah, when you're fighting back from injuries, that's a lot. But when you're fighting back from injuries so that you can go and fight to maybe claw your way into the playoffs and know that you don't have any way of getting in and doing anything, especially because there's no defense and there never will be, I think that probably hampers the opportunity of fun, where I imagine him being somewhere else would feel a lot more fun and maybe would make all of the sacrifices and the fighting back from injury and those things worthwhile.
I think both things are very much a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking right now. His mindset, I don't think he's looking, hey, maybe if I go somewhere else, it'd be fine. I think right now in the moment, he's just like mentally drained, probably tired of being injured, tired of losing, and just don't really see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And no one is going to feel sorry for, the money that he's making, and all that.
Certainly.
But I don't care who you are or how much money you make. When you feel trapped, like there's no way out. And to your point, like Figgy, like how difficult is a trade going to be? How much is this going to even be a possibility? I think he feels trapped. He makes a bleep ton of money, but it's just like he's like, my option right now is out.
Yeah, it's a lot of people, just regular day-to-day jobs that have like a tough job, and they will leave that tough job for a less paying job just to have that peace.
Yeah.
Now, with that being the case, we're talking about it from the Joe Burrow perspective. If you're one of these other 31 teams in the NFL, I feel like there's a number. I feel like there's a number of them. I feel like the Browns that might not be as easy to sell. I feel like there's a number of them that should be like
3 first-round picks.
Hey, Bengals, you want to talk about how you doing? I ain't talked to you in a little bit, and I feel like,
hey, we gave you a quarterback. You got to give us a quarterback back.
Do you have any thoughts as to what teams should be on the phone? Because one very much comes to mind for me, and it's probably the Miami Dolphins.
New Orleans Saints.
The only thing I think is like, is he going from the frying pan into the fire there, right? Like, what is the material change? If indeed what I'm thinking is right, and he's just like, I don't like it here, and this is too much of an uphill battle. Going to the New Orleans Saints, does that change it at all?
Yeah, I think it's better than the Bengals.
I think it's better. Played at LSU, legend. He could be, sort of an Archie Manning type. Let's put this thing back together.
I don't know if anybody wants to be
no one's ever. No, I'm talking about like our guy.
Archie Manning got beat up for no reason.
No. You're missing my point here. What I'm saying is he, on bad teams, he was still the hero. He was still a guy that they were trying to build around, and they never did with Archie. But I'm saying, like, one of those guys that they're going to embrace no matter what.
I thought about the New York Jets because they got the ammo to make a trade that. And you got Aaron Glenn, who they foaming at the mouth for a quarterback.
They are. So I throw up the Dolphins, you throw up the Jets. I wonder if, especially with the trade that they made this year, if the Indianapolis Colts aren't just like, all right, empty the barrel. Because that's That feels like that is.
What do they have?
I don't know exactly how you make it happen.
They gave up one. I think they got one first-round pick they could probably trade because you can't trade more than 3 in 3 years, right?
And they traded for
they traded 2
for Sauce. Yeah. Wait, somebody said God forbid Burrow goes to Minnesota. Oh God.
Yeah. That would be kind of scary.
That would be an incredible way to just absolutely, fix the bad decisions that they've clearly made there at quarterback. That would be huge there. But I don't think that any of that actually comes to fruition. It seems like it'd be really difficult to actually make that happen. But that's all possibilities. Some other things around the NFL here. Did you see this at all? I thought this was interesting that Troy Vincent, who is the vice president of football operations for the NFL, had made it public that the NFL has been engaged in bargaining with the NFL Referee Association to extend the CBA. And he really termed it as remaining focused on implementing changes in the agreement with the new CBA. Because I think something that can sometimes be forgotten is just as the players have to negotiate with the league, the refs do.
Yeah.
And some of the inabilities of seeing real change with refereeing and stuff happens because it's collectively bargained and they're held to that. I think this could be a real watershed moment for officiating in the NFL because I think we're all fairly tired with the way that it happens in some ways.
Right. Did you know that right now, once the Super Bowl ends, the NFL cannot have any contact with referees until after May?
Yeah.
None. You can't even contact them for whatever clinics or rules changes or whatever it may be. It's been 30 years we've been talking about we need to make these guys full-time employees and such. I think that's what we're talking about here, and I think that's ultimately where they end up.
Yeah, so according to Troy Vincent, what the league is looking to try and get done, and it's their bargaining stance, the Refs Association will also have their side of this, but they're trying to reward performance so that only high-performing game officials will have year-end bonuses. So right now, obviously they can kind of determine assignments based off of performance, but the actual year-end bonuses, they're like, only the good ones get that. That's what the NFL is trying to do, which I imagine a lot of fans are like, yes, please. Flexibility and even more flexibility in postseason assignments. So even the thing that they have now, trying to expand that. A longer probationary period to figure out if officials are really good. So if they underperform early, you have a longer period to be like, actually, no, this has not been good enough. More training and development. All these things feel like they're evident. I just wonder what the other side of it is for the refs as they're arguing and bargaining.
And I think the other side of this is if you become a full-time employee, you have to compensate accordingly. Some of these guys are like doctors and,
a lot of lawyers.
And such. So I think the compensation, if you're going to do all that, well, then the compensation has to be, bigger too.
Yeah, so I will be watching this just on a pure intrigue basis because, look, we're coming off of a stretch of, a handful of years where real conversations have been had about is the league have a script and rigging things and stuff. And now with the gambling and all of these conversations that are happening in other sports, maybe not as much in football, I think it's imperative to make sure that the administration of the game gets better as opposed to worse in this time period right now.
Agree.
So I think that this could be a really interesting moment. I'm interested to see if they're actually able, the NFL is, to get some of these things done. But that will come with time, especially in the next few months, I believe. Some other things around the NFL. Did you see that the NFL is launching and will financially support a professional flag football league?
I did.
You have any interest in this?
No real personal interest. I think this is their initiative. This is with girls flag football, professional flag football. I don't think this is going to be like the XFL or UFL or anything like that where there's some sort of development. I think this is just one of their initiatives that they want to get behind.
So a men's and a women's league are what they're looking for. This does feel like an initiative. I was trying to see if is this just a thing with it because they're putting $32 million into this, the NFL. How much of this is we're trying to do a thing that is just on our minds, and how much of this is something that can be a backdoor benefit to the league at large?
Very, very minuscule. I feel. Really just skilled position players, and how many of those?
Right.
Yeah.
You made note of the fact that Mike Evans has finally been activated. He was dealing with an injury that had him on the IR. You feel like the Bucs are more dangerous here. I feel like it does not feel like it's too late for that danger to actually be something to.
Aren't they still in the hunt for the division?
They are. That division is.
There
a
you
mess.
go. That alone right there. I mean, yeah, they're 7-6. Panthers 7-6. Mike Evans coming back. They got somebody else back too. But I think this is the Buccaneers are a dangerous team. They've just lost some here recently, but they have been a dangerous team.
Well, I think one of the things though is you could say they're a dangerous team, and you're not wrong in that inherently. I think that one of the things that makes them feel like a dangerous team is we go, oh, Baker Mayfield's been pretty good. That actually hasn't been true since the early portions of the season.
Lately they've struggled. That's what I'm talking about. How much better does Baker Mayfield get with Mike Evans on the field?
And that's a good question that I'm interested in seeing, because one of the things about Baker is that over the last few years, he's probably the poster child of, oh, look, the idea of this stopgap quarterback can actually go a lot further than we had previously thought. What happens if it was just a really good stretch?
Yeah, no,
it's probably unfair to characterize it as such, but
I think he's done better than that. It's not like, I think he's done it for several years now. And Mike Evans on the field with him, especially when a play breaks down. I mean, Evans is the king of high pointing the ball on a broken down play, and then going the distance. No, I think that's a big move for them.
Yeah. So I'll be interested in maybe seeing what that looks like. I'm not that it matters for the Texans at all.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten to a place where I'm actually not as afraid of the Bucs, just generally.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear what you're saying, because Mike Evans is still one of those incredible dogged players in the National Football League. I forgot to mention this last week. Did you see that Roger Goodell said that the NFL is considering a second Black Friday game?
I did. They just don't care anymore.
They just
don't care. I mean, we knew that. They just don't care.
We're just going to blow all of this out. And I don't know if they're actually lobbying, but in my mind, I'm like, I imagine the NFL is lobbying to get rid of that sports broadcasting act that stops them from being able to broadcast on Fridays and Saturdays consistently.
And they probably will.
I think that if they get out,
I'm surprised they didn't get rid of it took this long.
Yeah,
I think that if they can manage to get Congress to do that, which is quite possible, it's just going to be football all weekend long,
every single day. Every single day.
Yes, there will be.
There you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on this Thursday on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy. He is a former NFL pass rusher. He is a delight to talk to, and that's why we do it every Thursday. Andy Kalu. We'll talk to him next.
Thursday. 22. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, a Thirsty Thursday. So the fellas of the drive will be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, baby.
Dirty Bay.
Oh man, I know that Clint's gonna be on one.
It's gonna be packed out there too.
I bet.
Always is.
He usually bring an entourage whenever
that's
they're
right.
in Baytown.
Yep.
So don't just go out and see Ron and Clint. Go out and see Ron, Clint, and the Stoerners.
Is Mama Stoerner going to be there?
Oh, 100%.
I have to imagine.
The last time they was out there, she was out there.
Yeah.
Like I'm debating on whether or not I want to make my way out to Baytown just to be because I have not yet experienced the Stoerners, so I want to do that. But more importantly, in this moment, I want to experience what we experience every week: a conversation with the great ND Kalu, which we'll do right now. ND, what's happening, man?
What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing?
Hey,
Great, man.
We are doing fantastic. I'd like to start here from a larger 30,000-foot perspective because getting to talk to a defensive player every week is always great for me. I love kind of just throwing questions at you and seeing what you have. And this week, I've been trying to put this Texans defense in a historical context, and I've had such a hard time, especially because I end up being somebody who tries to use numbers to help make it work for me. And across eras, it's so hard. For you, what do you look at when you're appreciating what is a great defense on a historical scale?
You know what? I love that question because when it comes to defense, yes, you have to look in any category, any KPI, key performance indicator, you have to look at some kind of numbers. But with defense, I just like to look at the game, the tape, and the feel. Because I've played on some very, very, very good defenses led by the defensive coordinator, Jim Johnson. And I thought like we were the best across the stat board. But then when we would look at the stats, I was like, whoa, we have yards, but we didn't give up a lot of points, and we had a nasty attitude. Brian Dawkins was knocking heads off. So my point is, Reggie, is yes, you look at the numbers, but just watch the game. Watch the momentum shifts. Watch the big plays and when the big plays occur. Watch the idea that you have a guy who has a freaking concussion helmet on and he's laying dudes out. Like that's an attitude. Like when you have a guy like Jalen Petrie with the concussion helmet, the guardian angel, first of all, they look goofy as hell, but that's telling you, oh, you know what? This player is suffering or he's coming off a concussion, and then he goes and blasts people the way he does. That lets you know, like, yeah, these dudes don't give a F. And that's something that you have to factor in when you rank defenses. This is by far the best defense in the NFL now, and historically, I would probably put them just a notch below the Ravens when they won the Super Bowl when Trent Dilfer was a quarterback, the 1985 Bears. Again, I said a notch below before somebody tries to kill me on air, but this is something that you're not going to see every year.
So, Andy, I've been waiting all week to ask you about this. You played for Andy Reid, and
yes.
Andy Reid. And we've been talking about, they said it even on the broadcast. Well, Andy Reid is an offensive-minded coach. That's why he went for it on, 4th and 1.5 from his own 31-yard line. And maybe that's some of it. But I think a lot of that was he thought that might be his only chance against this defense. What were your thoughts on that? And did the Texans defense kind of get in Andy Reid's head a little bit?
Obviously not enough if he thought he was going to get a first down. Like, I'll say this, John. I wish I could give you some answer. Oh, I played for him 6 years, and this is what he was thinking. I was scratching my head even before they stopped him. I was like, hold on. Like, the way this defense has been dominating and where you are on the field and you talk about where they were in the game. John, I wish I can tell you because I don't remember my 6 years playing in Philly a decision being made where I was really questioning Andy Reid. He is by far the best coach on any level that I've been around, the most successful, very organized. And when I say the best coach, I'm just talking about how organized, structured he was. Obviously, the wins and the Super Bowl, he's going to be a Hall of Fame coach. But I don't know if the thought was, oof, this might be our only chance against this defense, or if he just made a mistake. Like I would not be surprised if you were able to talk to him behind closed doors and he said, man, I don't know what I was thinking right there because I don't get it. I don't get it, John.
Yeah.
We're talking to Andy Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and got the Cardinals coming up this week. And with everything we've been able to hear thus far from the principal folks talking, it's always going to be pretty congratulatory and pretty positive. How, in your experience, how much do games in which I think everybody knows that you're the better team, how much does that talk up at the top with the coach speak of, oh man, it's a good team, how much does that really land at the player level? And what does that actually feel like when you're actually going into a game from that perspective?
If you have a mature team, if you have a team that really respects the NFL and respects the game, they're going to take that to heart. And look, when you look at the Arizona Cardinals, they only have 3 or 4 wins. I remember earlier in the week, they've been getting their backs beat in. Getting their backs beat in. They're on like a 7-game losing streak. So this is a team that the Houston Texans shouldn't just beat, but they should dominate. It's okay, in my opinion, for me to say that, for y'all to say that in the Loop. But as long as the players don't believe that, I'm okay, because it's still the NFL. We've heard it, any given Sunday. I believe that's one of those statements that really, truly rings true, especially in the NFL, because there can be a game where Jacoby Brissett reminds us of when he was the backup for the New England Patriots and they came here and beat the Houston Texans. And if I'm not mistaken, Lopez, I know you probably remember better than I think he was 3rd string that year. And Garoppolo obviously the starter went down, Garoppolo went down, and then Jacoby Brissett came and said, hold my Gatorade and let me show y'all what I can do. So I think the players are going to respect, hey, this team that we're playing, they're struggling, but they still have Josh Sweat. They still have Calais Campbell. They still have guys that, if you give them a chance, they'll make plays. But with that said, look, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would put my money on the what do they call the yields that you bet on, the spread. I'll put my money on the spread and everything on the Texans against the Cardinals.
Yeah, I want to go to the other side of the ball. There were still some hiccups offensively, especially in the third quarter. There were still some head-scratching plays. Maybe the offensive line still was leaking a little bit. Again, especially in the third quarter. I walked away from this game though thinking about CJ Stroud making a lot of really good decisions, when to take a risk with the ball on 3rd down or whatever, when to dirt the ball. Are you seeing a little more buy-in from CJ Stroud?
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like he's getting a little more comfortable, and you're right. There were a couple plays where he just throws it into the dirt, and you're like, you know what? That was pretty smart. That was a pretty smart decision. I still want to see that huge breakout game. Maybe not against the Cardinals. Save it for the playoffs or whatever game they're going to play to try to win the division. But I'm with you. It was one of those games where you're like, okay, good. He's back. He's getting back. But with the way this defense has been playing and the way the offense has been kind of sputtering along, and now they're starting to look and feel a bit more comfortable. That's all good for regular season. That's all good for securing a wild card. But I want to get back to the expectations we had before the first regular season game, and I want to see that explosion in a playoff game, in a second-round playoff game, where the defense doesn't have to play Hall of Fame defense. Because as great as this defense is, there's going to be one game this year where we're scratching our heads like, ooh, what happened? And it's like nothing happened. Life happened. That's just even the 85 Bears. That was my favorite team when I was 10 years old in San Antonio, growing up watching them. There were a couple games back then, believe it or not, I can remember where I was like, ooh, that's not the Mike Singletary-led team that I'm used to loving. So my point is, yeah, that's all cool for the regular season, but I still need to see that game. We still need to see that game. And more importantly, the Texans need to see that game where we can say, man, they won. They beat that 11-2 New England team because of the way the offense and defense played, and not just because the defense carried them to a victory.
Andy, I feel bad because we saw you this week, and there was things that I was like, oh, man, I should have talked to Andy about that then afterwards, but this is kind of a tough question because I think there's a lot of good answers. Who have you been most impressed by this year on this Texans team? I think there's a lot of dudes to be impressed by. Who's caught your attention the most?
Okay, so the most. I hate when people ask a good question and then they'll rip off like 3 answers. So what makes it so good, you're going to have me narrow it down to one. The most impressed.
I'm not going to be upset if you do rip off 3 answers.
I have to go. Ooh, man, bro.
Right?
Like I had an answer. Then
All right, talk us through your thought process, because I'm interested in seeing like where your brain goes immediately. As well.
Okay. So you gave me the green light. So my brain went, it has to be one of the two edge rushers. So my thought was what Will Anderson is doing right now. Then I thought, as long as Danielle Hunter's been in the game, in the NFL, and the production he's still putting up, that's impressive. Then something just jumped in my head and said, hey, don't forget about Al Shire, because he's had all this negative press. The NFL's trying to villainize him, and he continues to play his game. So it's between those three. I'm going to go Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's literally like 7-8 guys. And forgive me, Stingley, the only reason you don't say his name because you don't hear about him. And the reason you don't hear about him is because offenses know not to test him. Yeah. So it's almost like because he's so great, he's not in the conversation. But I'm going to go Will Anderson. I just think that this is a guy, different style. And this may sound crazy, but he has J.J. Watt type talent, and we're seeing it.
By the way, I remember the game very vividly that broke little 10-year-old Andy Kalu's heart. The 1985 Chicago Bears didn't give up a touchdown, including 2 shutouts in 3 consecutive games, and then they go to Miami on a Monday night and give up 38.
Wow!
They had back-to-back shutouts going into that game, 44-0 and 36-0. Then they go to Miami and lose and give up 38. Isn't that crazy?
And you know how I know that's the game?
I remember it.
It was Monday night, and I had to sneak to watch the rest of it because we all know with Nigerian parents, Monday night I'm supposed to be studying, so I had to sneak to watch the rest. Wow,
it's school nights. You should be sleeping with your news on your boot.
I remember that game so vividly. It was Marino.
That's a great call.
It was Marino, and I was like, how did that happen? They give up back-to-back shutouts, hadn't given up a touchdown in a month.
Hey, Andy, I've been curious because I know you're out in these Houston streets doing your business and such. Have you felt like an uptick of people just like stop you to talk about the Texans at all? Like, what have those conversations been like?
Oh, especially the other, because I still jump on other airwaves in different markets, different cities, and early on, obviously, when they're 0-3 and, week 4 or 5, they're kind of like, you're Texans. What can you say good about them now? Acting like some jerks. But now they're kind of hat in hand and, hey, these Texans are great. Like, we've always knew the defense. So you feel the respect. To answer your question, you feel the respect. A lot of my contractors, early on, they weren't wearing the Texans sweatshirts that I've given them, but now they're breaking them back out and like acting like they never gave up on the team. So you definitely, especially around the office, you definitely feel that the respect for this defense is through the roof, and they feel like it could carry the team to where they need to go.
Allow them to get back on the bandwagon. We got room.
No, I'll allow them.
We got room. All right, and I hope you feel the respect whenever you jump on with us. We love being able to talk with you, Chief Andy Kalu, who joins us every week. We appreciate you, man.
I feel the respect and the love, and it's mutual. So appreciate y'all. Y'all keep up the good work.
There he is, Andy Kalu.
Yeah,
always joining us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday.
That was great. I'm glad he brought that. I do. Is there going to be a game? Is there going to be a game? Where the
38-point Monday night game? Yeah. If there was one, actually, you know what? Let's talk about that a little bit because I do need to get out in this break here. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to answer that question, but also we'll talk about what's popping, including the Rockets back in action. We'll do that next.
Ready?
LegacyBox.com/value.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's poppin' here in the Loop on this Thursday. I just saw something come across the old timeline. Adam Schefter, or actually the Steelers spokesman, has put out a statement that Adam Schefter then shared. TJ Watt is currently in a local hospital in Pittsburgh for further medical evaluation of his lung after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility on Wednesday. So he's not going to practice today, clearly. His status for Monday night's game versus Miami is in question, apparently.
Further evaluation of his lung.
Yeah,
after experiencing discomfort.
That does not sound good, I have to say. I'm not anybody's doctor. Don't have any medical expertise. Just doesn't sound good, John Lopez.
Your lung. I mean, you need those to breathe, right?
I've heard that. I believe that is the case. It's either that or the kidneys. I'm not sure. Yeah. But, that is kind of surprising. Well, not kind of. That's very surprising to see happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to play. I mean, an internal injury like that clearly they're having to evaluate. That would be a little bit scary.
Yeah, so obviously thoughts and prayers as sincerely as I can make that for TJ Watt and obviously the entirety of the Watt family. It actually reminds me that JJ was on, I don't know if it was a podcast because I saw it in writing, but with Jimmy Trina, SI, he does his media podcast, and JJ was talking about like how so many of his games to this point in his first season as a in-game analyst have been either the Texans or the Steelers, where there's a level of association, and how he takes that so importantly. And he does a great job, but obviously in a moment like this, all that be damned. Like, you feel for him and his family in a moment where you go, oh man, family member. Even though you're playing football, I understand this is something that feels like it's outside of the realm of football.
Oh yeah, and obviously. We're going to keep you up to date on that because that sounds like a serious thing.
Yeah, so, just saw that. Felt like I should bring it up in what's popping here. We mentioned it earlier. Michigan head coach Sharon Moore was in custody. I don't know. I think he's still in custody last time I checked.
I did see the mug shot. I don't know if he's
or at least
still
he was in custody yesterday.
I don't know. It was protective custody or it was because of the alleged assault or whatever. But, unless you have been living under a rock the last 12 to 18 hours. The Michigan story is absolutely incredible. How fast it escalated. The seedy details, some of them that are just rumors at this point that seem even seedier. And then, of course, by the way, we didn't even mention this earlier when we were talking about it. They're playing Texas in the Cheez-It Bowl.
Yeah, they are.
On December 31st.
Which obviously falls by the wayside in this. He was in custody hours after he was fired as Michigan's football coach for having what the school said was a, quote, inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And when it came down to it, the police statement said that it was at 4:10 Eastern in Ann Arbor. For purposes of investigating an alleged assault, suspect in the case was taken into custody. The incident does not appear to be random in nature. So obviously, at least by the police's estimation, this had some level of tie-in with the emotional distress of losing the job in these circumstances. A wild circumstance that we were talking about could reasonably have knock-on effects in college football. With that job being open at this time period, that's a major player in college football. They're going to want to get a good coach. I am still not sure exactly how easy it will be to get a good or even the right coach, quote unquote.
I think they're going to have their shot, and I think they're going to act very, very quickly here for a number of reasons. One, to just sort of change the narrative of what's going on and get away from it, but also the portal is open, and you have a five-star quarterback that was really impressive or had his moments. Bryce Underwood early. You don't want these guys to move. You have, obviously you just signed a recruiting class. Could that flip suddenly? And then on top of that, I mean, it is the Michigan job. And there are going to be guys that maybe even had extensions recently, contract extensions that Michigan is rich enough and strong enough and certainly has, the name recognition and power to still go get that guy.
All right. So other things that are happening with what's popping, the Astros winter meeting shut down, and they came out with a player during the Rule 5 draft. They actually ended up selecting 25-year-old Rodri Munoz from the Reds in the Rule 5 draft. Last year he was a starter in 2024, and then he had a relief role for the Cardinals this past year. posted an 8.18 ERA in 9 major league outings with St. Louis.
He's going to need some serious pixie dust.
Yeah, that car wash is going to have to. He might have to run through it a couple times.
They're going to have to back up the truck with that one.
But it's very clear. The Astros are all in on just throwing a lot of bodies at pitching because they need it. They need a lot more bodies in this. I don't know if Munoz will end up being of any real impact with the Astros, but this is another guy that you talk about that you take in, and maybe he ends up being kind of one of those AAA guys or maybe ends up being kind of even a quad A guy of sorts, bounces back and forth. But hopefully you can get him to be some level of useful, even if you need him in spots here or there as the season goes along in a very, very long season.
I also think that all these rumors and reports of the players that they have acquired and are acquiring pitchers with control. Shane Baz is out there as a rumored target.
Yeah.
How much does this say about their confidence level of the guys that have been injured?
I mean,
it has to say something.
It has to say something.
Yeah.
I think that's fair, and you have to, because last year you went in with that confidence and your hopes were dashed quickly and often, right?
Yeah.
How many times did we do it just with Lance McCullers Jr. alone before we talk about Luis Garcia and any of the other guys that you were like, well, we're waiting to see him come back, and what does he look like when he comes back? I don't think that you can. I think that this is the smarter way to go about it. See what you can find, and then if you get guys back, it's the cherry on top, because you can't afford, if you plan on doing any level of contending, you can't afford to go in another year with just hopes and dreams when it comes to starting pitching. Also, there's kind of conversation. I think it was Chandler Rome on the Crush City Territory podcast talk about the possibility of a return of Fromber.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I did see that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they could have done it already.
Yeah.
That's where I
but you also circumstance depending on how the market, because we just went through the winter meetings. I think that people got, one of the things the winter meeting serves to do is
they kick the tires,
get a pulse on what the market is. Look, I'm in the next few weeks we'll get a better feel for what that is. And I see you texter saying that you read that Christian Walker to the Mets is possible. Maybe so, especially with them sending Pete Alonso or seeing Pete Alonso leave
right now.
But are they so desperate to get any first baseman in that they're willing to do a deal there? I don't know. I'd be happy if they did it, right? With all due respect to Christian Walker, I was excited when they made the acquisition, when they signed him.
Yeah,
I'd much rather have a place for Carlos Correa and Isaac Paredes.
100%,
without question.
100%.
Some other things that are popping. The Rockets finally back in action tonight. They will welcome in the Los Angeles Clippers and James Harden into town tonight. That's 7 p.m. Did you realize that we've gone through a quarter of the season already? 21 games.
And the other thing is, Oklahoma City Thunder right now,
only lost one game.
They're on pace for the greatest record ever.
And I feel confident they're going to. Did you see them put up? They won by 50 points and plus over the. They had a 50-point lead in the third quarter. In that game, the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup yesterday.
I mean, I knew they had only lost the one game, but that's what made me think about the quarter that you just talked about. Like, I saw they're on pace for the greatest record ever. Really, we've played that many games. And as far as the Rockets, they had this big break. You talked about it yesterday, mostly because of the NBA Cup the last couple of days. But James Harden back. I mean, we'll see. We'll see the Rockets end up, with their rotation again.
Yeah, at some point I want to do a little bit of a quick quarter season check-in on how you feel about the Rockets, but my time is far spent, and I feel like I want to make mention of something else that happened basketball-wise. Before I do, UH basketball rolled against Jackson State, expected 80-38. There was a little injury that they had in there that they're going to have to watch because this team and its depth is good. But they had, and of course,
backup big man.
Yes, backup big man.
And Jacob McFarland.
Yes, Jacob McFarland ends up injured in this game. So you'll watch and see, because that's one of those things that matters for a team of this magnitude that's going to play a lot of good games. And salute to Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez, winning the Lombardi Award for the best linebacker in the nation. He absolutely deserved it. It was fantastic this year. Did you see how the Spurs beat the mess out of the Los Angeles Lakers last night in the NBA Cup?
I was actually quite surprised, but it is a little bit of a, I guess, cautionary. You got to be pay attention to the Spurs. Pay attention to the Spurs.
They're further along than I anticipated them.
Yeah, they've won 9 out of 12 without Wembanyama, and they're going to be in the semifinals of the NBA Cup after beating the Lakers in LA. And Wembanyama could come back on Saturday.
Yeah, that's going to be a team that you contend with. Now, you've already played them early on. It was the first week of the season. Was it game 2 versus the San Antonio Spurs? And you lost that one. I'm so intrigued to see the next time they match up. And, of course, in this moment, I realized that I did not check and see, but I will find out when that next game is because I am so intrigued to see how this team continues to develop. I mean, they absolutely blitzed the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
Now, the Lakers have their issues, but this is a Spurs team that is to be contended with in the Southwest Division where your Rockets live. All right, and then you guys didn't actually watch it. You suckers. We talked all about it, and I gave you the heads up yesterday, didn't I?
I watched
8 p.m.
Yeah.
Booyah, the 30 for 30 on Stuart Scott. I will tell you, 90 minutes long, so it's a feature,
we need a
feature
review.
length. It is really, really good. Right? I had concerns about sometimes, especially media, we can be navel-gazy. I thought it did a great job. To be fair, Stuart Scott is a fantastic subject. I think that they did a great job of, establishing who he was, but then also it was nice to get a level of feel of early ESPN again and see a little bit inside the walls of that, how it came to be, the dynamics that stood against Stuart Scott to some degree, because we can easily think back to, oh man, he brought the personality into the Sports Center landscape that made it such a memorable thing for a lot of folks in their development, but that wasn't readily accepted. He had to fight through some things to get there.
Yeah.
And then of course it all finishes on the V Foundation, Jimmy V, and all the cancer research that they do. A great reminder of, if you have the opportunity, another instance or another thing that calls to support cancer research, the Jimmy V Foundation. But yeah, it was really good. If you have the opportunity, I personally would recommend you watch it. Not that my recommendation matters, Figgy, John Lopez. Y'all didn't do that last night. It's all good.
Hey, I had my priorities straight.
I bet you did. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm excited to hear about the priorities. I'm not going to lie though. Coming up next, Nick Caserio gave us a little bit of the blueprint, or not necessarily the blueprint, but what you're looking at in this opponent, the Arizona Cardinals. There's no way this is a trap game, right? Right? Let's talk about it next.
The Tribe. here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Adam Schefter adding a little bit more insight into the TJ Watt story that's developing. If you did not see, he's at a local hospital in Pittsburgh dealing with a lung injury. That's what they're looking at him for. Schefter just added more insight saying, according to sources, TJ Watt's lung injury occurred during treatment at the team facility yesterday, and then he's been hospitalized since then.
I'll just say it because I said it off air as soon as we got the news. It could be, irresponsible, but I think it's something that you need to
reckless
think about.
Speculation, Sounder. Reckless speculation.
Reckless speculation upcoming. What if it was a needle?
Oh, the old Tyrod Taylor?
Yep. Then you got a whole other ball of wax you got to deal with.
Yeah, but why would he be getting a needle during treatment?
But it might be like a rib thing and it goes too far. Isn't that exactly what happened with Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
We don't know.
We don't know. That's reckless.
Clear.
That's reckless. That's me. Put it on me.
Yeah, but TJ Watt dealing with a little bit of something, a lung injury that has him in the hospital. That is quite wild to see and see more details continue to come out about. So I'll give those to you as we hear them. One of the things that we are hearing, though, Big Trent Brown back at practice today. There was a number of DNPs yesterday at practice that we have not made mention of, so I apologize for that. But Trent Brown has returned to practice, it seems like, is what we are getting from practice. Aziz, Woody Marks, Sheldon Rankins, DeMeco Autry also join him at returning to practice. Still no Kamari Lassiter or Nick Chubb.
You said Woody Marks back?
Woody Marks is back, and that one was of interest to me personally, I think, because of the foot injury and the running back depth situation, as we've talked about it. But and Aziz, I always felt like a vet day for me with Aziz, Sheldon Rankins as well, DeMeco Autry. But no Kamari Lassiter or Nick Chubb still. Nick Chubb is the one that I think is of intrigue because I think Kamari demonstrated his dog nature that he going to play and he'll be all right. But Nick Chubb is, again, you talk about depth at the running back position, and that continues to pop up.
Yeah, the later you get in the season, the less, I guess, import you put on the DNPs because there are so many players that have little nicks and injuries and they're veterans and they're just like going to take that day off. I do agree with you though. I think Nick Chubb is one you got to watch.
All right. Yeah. So we'll keep watching that as well. And coordinators talk today, right? So
yes.
We'll see what they give us later on in the day. There's no way this is a trap game though coming up, right?
Look, when you teased it, I said, but no.
Okay, so you were selling the tease. Very good. I was like, what's happening over here?
Selling the tease. There is absolutely no way. In fact,
our opinion, not theirs, obviously.
Yeah. Yes. No. I mean, I don't think there's any way the Texans lose this game. Mark my words. Throw it back in my face. Whatever you want. Right now, today, sitting here, no way. No way, no how.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Smelling salts?
I wish you ain't say that, man.
Smelling salts?
Everybody, look, man, this is a bad team that has all the markings of mailing it in now. The golf clubs are in the trunk. They are ready for the offseason. They're ready to go.
I did kind of think about something when Indy Kalu said what he said about Jacoby Brissett because this was around the time I first got to Houston, and I remember the shows talking about Jacoby Brissett because I remember vividly when Seth and Mike Meltzer, who was doing the show, was calling this man Jacoby Brisket because we just like, oh yeah, this is a third string quarterback. Garoppolo is hurt, he ain't playing. Brady is out. So, man, this dude
lit him up.
Yeah. So I do kind of think about that in the back of my mind, but like you said, I think everybody else outside.
So you don't think it's a trap game either?
I don't think so.
Reggie?
I definitely don't think so. You mentioned Jacoby Brissett. You mentioned Jacoby Brissett though, and shout out to all the people who obviously know in the history of the Texans. He's one of those dudes that keeps popping up in the lore now, doesn't he?
Those Texans killers.
Yeah.
One of those Texans killers.
No, he is.
What's the statistic? Is it 8-1?
Is that what it is?
Is it 8-1 versus the Texans in his games? Like that's one of the weird things. In fact, I think our friend Tyler Drake went and did the research afterwards. 8-1 all time versus the Texans. He's completed 63% of his throws for 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns to 2 interceptions.
Dang, I didn't know it was that much. No, but it's not just Jacoby, though. Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't practice yesterday. We'll find out about how he practiced, if he practiced today.
And he hasn't been very good for them all the way around.
He's been a little inconsistent. He's had a couple of games. I know the Sunday night game, he had a real good game a while back. But nevertheless, in fact, that's when I think Brissett won the job once and for all.
Yeah.
So, look, I just don't – the defense has been injured. The offensive line is missing a left tackle. And is going to be out. That one I think they've already confirmed.
Yeah, Paris Johnson Jr. is not going to play in this one. Tyler Drake was telling us yesterday.
Yeah.
And because of that and the other injuries that they have on the offensive line, even the Jacoby Brissett thing, right?
Right.
Brissett has been sacked a number of times this year. Mm-hmm. And that only stands to get worse in this game because of the particular pass rush that you have and the situation that they have offensively. You mentioned it that team is down bad. I chuckled a little bit to myself because one of the things as I was looking at just stats and just perusing, the Texans offense and the Cardinals offense, statistically, efficiency-wise, Spider-Man mean.
Really?
Yeah, in a lot of different ways that made me uncomfortable. So as much as we're talking about this not being a trap game, I also feel like, and I see you on the text line, 713, the game should be a get-right game for the offense. I think that does.
I agree.
That is a possibility.
Yes,
here.
I agree with that. Spoiler alert for tomorrow's prediction. I could see this offense getting into and yes, I'm not drinking, into the mid to high 30s. I think this offense could, given that they've shown some signs, CJ, as we've talked about today.
What you got in that cup over there, man?
I think it get into the 30s, maybe mid to high 30s. I think this is going to be very much a get-right game for the offense.
In fact, to the 832's point, he said it's not a trap game, it's a stat game. Need the Pro Bowlers to inflate their stats. Yeah. I mean, that's – now that are stats from the outside. From the inside, they're handling it as they should. I take you to the general manager's weekly meeting with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. This was the scouting report as he gives every week. On the offense, that same offense that we're talking about that will be helmed by Jacoby Brissett. This is the scouting report that Nick Caserio gave.
I mean, offensively, they've when Kyler got hurt, they've gone with Jacoby, and Jacoby's played as good a football as any quarterback in the league. I think his attempts to interception ratio, I mean, it's historic. It's one of the best in the history of the league. He doesn't really turn the ball over. Big, strong guy, smart. He can get the ball really at all parts of the field, makes quick decisions. I would say he's probably played as well as he has this year than he has at any point in his career, and that's a product of two things. Number one, comfort level, let's say with the system. He's kind of learned that, Coach Petzig's system. They've kind of evolved a little bit. Number two, their skill, tight end and receiver. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a collective group. McBride's one of the best tight ends in the league that probably nobody talks about, but he's going to go over probably 100 receptions and 1,000 yards, which not too many tight ends do. And I'd say Wilson has really picked up the slack with Harrison being out. And then when Marvin is healthy, between Harrison and Michael Wilson, two really good receivers, and they're a throwing team. I mean, they probably average 40 to 45, 50 attempts in each game. Jacoby's done a good job making good decisions. They've kind of had some moving parts there a little bit in the offensive line. Same thing at running back. But overall, this is a throwing team, and they win by passing the football. And then as a team, I think they've had 4 games they lost by combined 13 points against playoff teams. Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and there's Seattle, earlier on in the year. So, I mean, they present a lot of challenges offensively.
Sounds like the freaking greatest show on turf to me.
I do love that dynamic.
Got me a little scared now listening to that.
I take everything back. No, I don't. He did say the one thing, even as he's singing the praises of I guess it's the Arizona Cardinals, but he did say, boy, they throw the ball more than anybody in the league. Good.
And it's because they can't. They're awful running the football, and it's not going to get any better. Trey Benson has been ruled out for the remainder of the year. He'll not return off of that injured reserve. Not what they have. We talked about it. Bam Knight and question marks, and even Bam Knight. I don't know that I don't know. Yeah. I know I'm not afraid of him. Yeah, this is going to be one of those, talk about patent stats. Imagine being able to pin your ears back knowing that they're going to throw the football. Right. Jacoby Brissett, he could do a little bit, but I wouldn't call him particularly mobile. The pass protection isn't there in a great way. Plus, the way that this Texas team can lock down on the back end, what happens when he just don't have anywhere to throw the football?
And I said it after the game Sunday. I want to see this defense on the field. You're going to throw the ball 40 times? Let's go. I mean, you've got sacks, you got pressures, you got interceptions, you got sack fumbles. all on the table with this defense. This defense is the most consistent thing and has been the most consistent thing, that this team has. I do want to mention, though, what Andy Kalu said earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to get the defensive side of it, but you know what? We can always come back to that with Nick Caserio. We know that he's going to give a fairly glowing review of the opposing team and what they do well. Yeah. Before I do that, though, I did Trey McBride. We should make note of that again. That is, if you're looking at one thing at this team and going, what's the thing that I should be concerned about, if anything? Trey McBleeping-Bride. He has been one of, if not the best tight ends in the league over the last few seasons. Yeah, like he's going to be a test as much as you can call it one. With this defense. This defense has done a pretty damn good job against tight ends, even though we talk about the possibility for tight ends being able to get at them. Haven't really done it to a great degree this year. So that'll be a fun thing to look at. But if this isn't a trap game, and ND did mention, you keep leaning on the defense, and even the defense can have a bad day because that's life and it happens. And he referenced those 85 Bears in one fateful Monday night in Miami.
I remember it very vividly because the Bears were already capturing everybody's fancy back then. In fact, I called it up in the 3 games before. Obviously, it's one of the greatest defense, if not probably, in my opinion, the greatest defense I've ever seen that there's ever been in the NFL. They beat Detroit 24-3. Next week, they beat the Dallas Cowboys 44-0. The next week, they beat the Atlanta Falcons 36-0. So they gave up.
It just kept getting bigger, man.
So they gave up 3 points, this 85 Bears defense, in 3 consecutive games to go, I believe at that point, 12-0. All right? Then they go to Miami for a Monday night game, and they give up 38 to Dan Marino. So what ND was saying is, even the greatest defenses, and he referenced this, even the greatest defenses ever are going to have a bad night. And it just got me thinking, could this team just have – I'm not saying it's going to be this week. Could this defense, are they going to buck the trend as great as they are? Are they going to, the greatest defense ever gave up 38 and then went on to win the Super Bowl?
This team has already had bad nights.
Yeah, but I think that.
But I think the real question, because they haven't given up over 20 points in a long time. If they did this year, is it going to be a point where they do give up maybe 28 to 30 points?
Are they going to?
Because that would be kind of a bad night, I guess, depending on the situation. That would kind of be a bad night for the defense.
Are they going to have even the Houston Texans? Are they going to have one of those where you're like, where did that come from?
On the remainder of the schedule, I don't feel that that's the case. I will remind you, gave up 27 versus the Seahawks, which felt a lot different than that.
Very short field on one of them, right? When they were a fumble on their own 12 or something like that.
I believe so.
Yeah,
but you had that, and then the 29-point weird game with Jacksonville that you actually won, where you had to come back and win that one. With the Raiders or the Cardinals, the Raiders, the Chargers are an interesting one just because you have Justin Herbert. If he's throwing the ball well, that's a tough guy. And then I don't know what you want to make of the Colts with either Riley Leonard, who admittedly did handle what he was asked to do when he came in decently well, or Phillip Rivers coming up as 44 years old, jumping into it. I don't know that I feel confident that any of those games have the real possibility of being that one night in Miami, because you are still talking about the Miami Dolphins of that era, right?
Yeah, it was still Dan Marino.
Right, still Dan Marino in that case. I think that if you're talking about a night like that, it's already happened for this team, at least in the regular season.
Oh, I don't know. I'm hoping you're right.
I mean, looking at the schedule, yes, but like Indy said, it's still an NFL. Crazier things that happen. We seen all type of crazy things just this season with all the other teams we thought was going to be super good. So it wouldn't surprise me if it did happen.
None of these games that you're referencing, the Seattle game nor the Jacksonville game, did I feel like the defense just was completely out of character. No, and that's what I'm talking about. Where it's
sure.
Where did that come from? Well, even the Seattle, again, I know there was a short field. Jacksonville was kind of weird, but the Texans won.
Yeah, it was a couple things early on in the season, but that was early on where they needed that one drive to stop, and they let Baker Mayfield run.
That's more of what it's been.
That type of stuff.
Yeah, that's more, but not one of these Marino 3 touchdown passes.
It just fell off.
Yeah, it just completely falls off. I don't see it happening in the regular season either. I do wonder if they do face New England in New England, maybe that's one, and it's the worst possible time to have an out-of-character performance defensively. And maybe they don't.
Yeah, I think this team is.
Don't.
I think this team is hunkered down, especially if you were going to catch them early on in the season. Felt like where it was going to catch you. You mentioned the decision that they made to let go of CJ Gardner-Johnson. I think that was the what is Seth always like referring back to the energy vampires of it. I think that was that decision, and they cleared out the energy vampires, and they were like, all right, we're all good. We have secured the perimeter, and they're all locked in on getting this thing done. I don't think they lose their focus, and I think that that's uniquely why this is not a trap game, to bring this all full circle. This team, they don't lose focus. They're focused on what's happening right in front of them, at very least on the defense, right? I feel like you could probably try and extrapolate that further. However, what you want me to do? You know what I mean? Like, what you want me to do? The defense is where I could say that for certain. So yeah, I don't expect a night like that.
I'm sure the Bears,
obviously not
Bears
Sunday.
did not either.
Fair, but
I'm sure they didn't.
I think it also takes a particular type of team on the other side of that, and I don't know. I definitely don't think that the Cardinals are that. Even though I did forget to give some credit to Michael Wilson, a wide receiver, because he has been really good and underrated, because that team has lost some like 7 games in a row. But looking at this, I don't think this is a trap game. I don't think that you're going to have that 38-point night on Monday night that the 85 Bears had, at least not anymore. I think you might go back and try and retrofit one of those other ones into that type of day. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions, where Grandpa J-Lo, I'm guaranteeing, is coming out. Let's do that next.
Austin's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
As I do sometimes here during confessions, I'm going to ask a question first. How do we feel about the guy that saves multiple seats at an event?
I sincerely, it depends. If you're trying to save a couple of seats, I get it. If you're trying to save a whole bunch of seats, kind of.
I'm good with saving one seat. If it's me and one other person, I would say, I'll be in my seat, but save the seat next to me.
How about 6?
Nah, I don't like that.
Or 7.
I've been in situations where I got there early and somebody wanted me to save like 5 seats.
Yeah.
I'm just like, come on, man, you got to get here early.
Right.
Like I don't put me in that position.
All right.
Where I'm sitting here saving the whole row.
I hate that guy. I absolutely hate
that guy.
Do
you really?
Guy. Yeah, I do. I hate that guy.
Okay.
My confession, I was that guy.
That sounds about right. Who amongst us does not hate themselves sometimes, you know?
I wish somebody had been following me with a camera yesterday. I think I mentioned it. If you don't know, my 3-year-old granddaughter had her first ever Christmas show yesterday evening, and I arrived like it was a freaking Stones concert. The doors opened at 5 p.m. I was there at 4:45. Mind you, with other moms, and it was just mostly moms. And later on, I'm not afraid to say they kind of terrified me. The crazed look in their eyes, the way they were trying to angle to get their seats in the church for the show. So here's what happened. Doors open at 5 p.m. I go elbows out, and I'm running. I still have my first step when I really need to dial it up. and I get to the front row on the side. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this part. I asked what side or where my granddaughter was going to be standing.
Get the best seats for the show.
I got to that side, front row. I grabbed 2 Bibles from the pew, put them about 3 feet to my right, and I sat in the middle and had about 3 feet to my left until the pew started. So there I was, 5 p.m., 6 seats. And there might have been 7. It was a good area, saving them. Well, as the evening goes on, obviously this was going to be a jam-packed, room, and people started coming. Are these seats? Yes. Are these seats? Yes. And I started putting my arms out.
This man was saving 2 rows, 2 whole rows for himself.
And then to the point that I texted my family. I said, "Is anybody close? These people are scaring me." The women, their eyes were like you could tell they wanted to kill me. But they.
Are you sure that was about the seats?
Well, maybe
probably
not.
Like, who's this old crusty dude right here in the first place?
They're all taking.
What are you even doing here? Ain't you saving the whole first row?
Right. That's the thing is, it doesn't feel like. I don't think people look at you and immediately go, "Oh, that's somebody's granddaddy." They're just like, "Who are you?
Who's this creepy old man?
And why
right
are you saving a lot of seats?"
I have never done that in my life. I hate that guy. But when your 3-year-old's first show is on the line, things change, man. Things change, and I was that guy. And there was at least, 5 occasions where they were coming up and they were like, they didn't say anything to their credit, and they were nice, and they found other seats. But you could tell they had the crazy eyes.
And you deserved it. You're saying it like they were doing something wrong. No, they were looking at you like, what the hell is wrong with this old man saving 3 whole pews in the church?
Yeah, that's kind of like when you boarding the plane and somebody's saving like 2 little rows right there.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, ain't nowhere else to go.
Well, and to that point, I did have one moment of clarity. I texted the family. I said, "Is anybody close? Because these people are scaring me." And that's an actual text. I think I sent you the screenshot. I actually at one point thought, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to sit here. Anybody else wants to see something? Yeah, I'm here.
If y'all ain't here in 5 minutes.
Exactly. I got front row center. Y'all are on your own. But fortunately, they did get there. So.
I just don't. I don't save seats for people because I am too awkward to have to deal with that interaction that you described. I think you earned it, and that's why I'm like, I don't want. If you want to get here or don't, but I can't afford to save you seats. I'm not going through that hassle because you decided to leave the house late. Yeah,
I get a lot of. You can't do that. You know you're going to hell. You can't reserve seats. I don't care. Screw y'all.
Hey, it'd be kind of awkward when you go into like a restaurant or some type of place and you just you just kind of let the old lady out first so she could grab her spot in the line.
Yeah.
And then I come through all late and just cutting everybody. Sometimes that feel a little awkward.
Yeah, it does.
These are my confessions.
I will take this opportunity to sneak a little bit more basketball into the show, as you know I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I got to confess, I don't understand this. We're a quarter way through the season. You want to know where the Rockets stand in offensive rating?
Where?
You want to take a guess? In fact, let me ask. In the league,
pretty high.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
3,
4th.
Wow.
You want to know where they stand defensive rating wise?
I think they've been slipping. I'm going to say 16th.
I'm gonna say 20th.
2nd.
What?
2nd?
It doesn't fit the eye test, does it? Like the way that when you watch the Rockets play, you go, oh man, they're letting some stuff happen there.
Yeah.
And then offensively, you're like, all right, they're getting it done, but they don't take.
Kind of like the Texans defense.
They take the fewest 3-pointers
but in reverse, a bizarro Texans defense.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. They take the fewest 3-pointers in all the league.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing this like this. It's just they take a whole bunch of mid-range jumpers. They just make it is one of those. It's kind of one of those beautiful anomalies, at least in my mind. Tell me if you understand it better than I do.
I do, not.
And I'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are 4th best offense, 2nd best defense, and I'm looking at them like there feels like there's a lot of meat on the bone here.
They don't. Kind of a bizarro Texans because I'm looking at the Texans like this is one of the greatest defenses I've ever seen, and then the stats are not quite that. Whereas I'm looking at the Rockets, I'm like, and yet the stats are that.
Yeah. So that's one of the fun things as we're a quarter way through the season for your Rockets is that.
By the way,
the numbers all work.
My phone is blowing up.
Oh yeah, they should.
All these people that are either listening or were there and witnessed me acting like a fool.
By the way, people continuing to weigh in on Lopez's dirty lowdown saving of all that. 832 says. You just can't save that many seats.
Yeah, well, I did.
Somebody said you can't reserve seats at church. Is that true? Is that a rule? Because I don't think I've ever heard that.
I see it all the time. Not 6 or 7.
Sometimes you can, but sometimes the ushers be like, "Hey, look."
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because some people, it's understandable if somebody in the bathroom or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at one point, it's like, yo, we got to fill seats up.
Yeah. Are your ushers mean? Sometimes the ushers be mean.
Back in the day,
ours was like the military.
Yeah,
they were precise.
Yep.
I wouldn't say mean, but they were like boom, 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 boom.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I know back in the day, one of the ushers, I remember this usher was like, "No gum." Came with a napkin or a little tissue. No gum.
And spit that out.
I'm like, dang, my bad.
And all these people that are saying you shouldn't do that. Although I'm getting some love. Hey, that's called grandpa privilege. But you know what? Screw y'all. I don't care.
And that's the thing. That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do it, but if you reach a certain age, especially when you're a grandpa, unless you're
you don't give a damn.
Where you don't care.
I don't
exactly.
care.
Yeah, I don't care what y'all think.
And I hate that guy still, but
I'm doing what I want to do
yes.
for my family.
These are my confessions.
So we've been talking about the Sharon Moore firing and all that stuff, and I got to confess, this is why, and y'all know I'm an Ian Rappaport guy.
Mm-hmm.
I got to confess, this is why I kind of hate Adam Schefter.
Uh-oh.
He like to bring his opinions and a lot of stuff, and I'm just like, bro, just break some news. I don't care about what you think, unless it's like a team. I think the Texans might trade this person or something like that, but I don't give a damn about your opinions, man.
Yeah.
So I guess he said something earlier today, talking about the firing of him, and I guess he mentioned this and getting a lot of pushback on it. He said, what we haven't heard yet is Moore's side of this. He gets his say in this particular situation as well.
Actually, I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, he was wrong in this.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be cool to kind of hear what he have to say about it.
Sure.
But nah, it's not a thing where, unless it's something so crazy where it's like a complete 180 turn where it's like, oh, he's actually the victim.
Yeah, no,
I don't think that's the case.
I don't know how he would be the victim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's something so crazy.
Yeah.
When you're in charge or you're the boss at the work, no sleeping with subordinates. That one is just that's
pretty much the rule.
And you want to know how I know we don't need to hear his side? Michigan fired him for cause. Do you know how hard that is?
Yeah.
They did that pretty swiftly on the day. Just stroke. There we go. Done.
Yeah.
I was like, they didn't have to like. Well, they're talking to the lawyers, and they were like, "No, we got this squared away. He's out of here."
Yeah, he broke the rule. So
but all the I's dotted and the T's crossed.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, we're good.
We checked. And if you talk about checking with lawyers, Michigan is the lawyer school. I don't know.
That's one of its. Yeah.
I don't know if there's more. I'm pretty sure that Michigan alums are about 65% lawyers. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And so if you talk about checking with the lawyers, they checked with the lawyers. They're like, "Oh, we're good here. He can go."
Yeah,
they went to a professor. They went to a research professor.
Yeah, but Adam Schefter, he need to sit this one out, man. Like we don't need to hear your opinion on this. I don't think nobody give a damn what this person got to say before they make their opinion. And by the way, he's a Michigan man.
Yeah, that's
so
his guy.
it make all the sense in the world.
Did you see Portnoy? Good gravy.
Dave Portnoy?
Yeah, Portnoy, yeah.
Oh, I don't check for him.
He said he was proud to be a Michigan alum yesterday because Michigan acted swiftly.
Yeah, I don't take none he say serious, man.
You talk about blinders. And he didn't even mention, oh, by the way, they waited until after the recruiting signing day, come on.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's not going to catch up. It's not going to reach me over here.
Yeah.
I would like to shout out personally the 713 who said, "Bro, I held a table for myself for 10 at Papado on a busy Sunday. People were staring gagging. You lucky somebody didn't come over and say something. Are you crazy?
Hey, no, I'm surprised they let him do that because a lot of restaurants I go to,
they do.
They like your whole party got to be here
all the
before
time.
we seat you.
But not only your whole party, bro. Papado on a Sunday, it take an hour to even smell a table in there.
It does. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You tried to keep. Yeah, I hate you, and I wasn't even there.
See, don't I look better now?
No. that is your compatriot in this.
Yeah.
Y'all both wrong. That's what happened there. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And what happened? All I do is now I want to go to Papado. That's it. That's all that happened with that segment. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday here in the Loop, so let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Play along. We'll do it next.
Thursday.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love that the text line is now coming for the dude saving the 10-place table at the Papado. See, this is how you know we as a Houston community do not play about our Papado, because they were like 10 seats at the Papado. Yeah, that's right. All right, let's do a little buy or sell, John Lopez.
Flat out calling him a liar. All right, are you buying or are you selling? Let's go back to Monday after the Texans' victory over the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wait, what was the score in that game?
What was the score?
20-10.
20-10, that's right.
How could you forget? You doubled up the Kansas City Chiefs, man.
The scores always kind of slip my mind. It's just, hey, we won.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough.
But Andy Reid was asked about the fateful 4th and 1 from his own 31-yard line, and he said, quote, "I would do the same thing again."
Ooh.
Yeah.
I kind of want to buy that. Knowing the result, the answer is clearly going to be a sell, but I think that the best coaches understand that it's about having an MO and doing the same thing, going through your process.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he feels like his process is being aggressive. Like I had mentioned on Monday, they had been 21 of 26 on 4th down to that point.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that does not account for the Houston bleeping Texans, but I feel like that's the aggressive nature that he wants to be in. When he says it, he actually, I think it's true. It's correct when he says that he's aggressive.
Mm-hmm. I'm selling. I think he lying. I think he just flat out lying because look, he ain't I don't think there's a lot of coaches, to be honest. I don't think they just gonna flat out say I was wrong on this or anything like that, unless you Dan Campbell. But yeah, I think he's lying. I don't think he'd do that again.
I'm with you, Figgy. Now he did say earlier in a previous answer, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking there, and then he said, I would do the same thing again. So that alone. And maybe I should have told you that, but I thought you'd seen that because it was kind of out there. But he said, I don't know what I was thinking there. He got caught up in the moment, something along those lines. And then he said, I would do it again. Well, no, you just said you didn't know what you were thinking there.
Yeah, I think if he could go back in time and realize who the hell he was playing and what that defense was, I think he wouldn't went for it on that 4th down.
Yeah. How about this? And we have an audio buy or sell here.
Do we?
Yeah, we do.
He's like, news to me. Yeah. News to me.
Oh, you know what?
Let me see what y'all gonna play.
Let me.
Oh, Lopez. No, we're pulling the curtain back here. No, this is too good. So Lopez got a separate working doc that he keeps stuff in, and he did not share this with all of us. Was this an intention? Were you trying to catch us off guard, or did you just mess up?
I usually keep the buys and sells on my separate docs so I can just hit you with them, kind of like we approach Figgy's mixtape.
Right, because you don't want us to like prepare our answer.
Right, want that real gut feeling answer. But I forgot that there was audio on this one. But now it's there, Figgy. Now it's there. So the LA Chargers had a nice win, huh?
Buddy, Monday night, Chargers versus Eagles, the turnover reception where you're just throwing the ball back and forth. I wouldn't call it nice, but it was a win.
Yeah. Well, so let's say you're an LA Chargers fan. Like you're that. Was it
Marion Doe?
Was it in the draft when that Asian lady was doing?
No, that was at a game.
No, that was a real game.
She goes to a lot of. She was at the game on. She was on the game at the game on Monday.
And let's say you're that LA Chargers fan. You're that into the Chargers. All right. What's her name?
Marion Doe.
Yeah. I love that lady.
She had I think she was like a physician or something. She had an important job.
Yeah.
If you were that person, how big would you say that win was against the Eagles?
I mean, I guess probably pretty big.
Pretty big win, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's necessary for them to try and keep a good spot in the playoffs.
Yeah. But this is what Jim Harbaugh said.
Oh, there's been a lot of teams. And this is definitely, maybe the best feeling, just a wonderful, wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I put it in the discussion, the birth of my 7 children, my marriage, in the conversation. Just joyful, joyous, and the biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy. Just all the great things that
all the great things.
our team did, our players did. It was
Why
beautiful.
is he still talking?
It was beautiful. That competitive. It was like a heavyweight fight.
Oh, God, there it is.
You know how I feel about Vic
All right,
Fangio.
that's probably enough. So beating the
He's
Eagles.
still going.
Beating the Eagles on a Monday night.
That's not actually a video. That's audio from him still going right
talking,
now.
still
4
talking.
days later, he's still going. Yeah.
Beating the Eagles on a Monday night in the first week of December or second week, whatever we are, first week of December-ish, is better than the birth of his children and his marriage.
He didn't believe it. You heard him. Like at first, he was trying to not be there. Have you ever heard of like astral projection?
Yeah.
It sounded like that's what he was trying to do. He's trying to send his spirit somewhere else so he didn't even have to be there as he was answering the question. And then at some point you can hear him go, "Oh, I'm just going to make this a bit.
Yeah.
This is the greatest thing that's ever happened in the entirety of my life. Kids, all 7 of them.
Yeah.
A wedding, all of it. Best thing that I've ever." Yeah, he as a coach saw that game, was like, that was an absolute mess.
Yeah.
That might have been a disgrace even. We just happened to win. So we're just going to keep this thing moving. Yes, no, that's a sell. He did not think that was a great game.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. He's clearly lying. He probably was this directly after the game, or was this the Monday?
Yeah, right after.
Yeah, he probably like, man, I'm gonna tear this team ass into a couple pieces on Monday when we watch this film.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna just be funny. I'm gonna just lie and just say this was the best game ever and all this stuff. And by the way, he did win a national championship.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so I think he was really being funny and just lying.
Yeah, selling this as well. All right, you buying or selling this? Jeff Kent inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Not inducted yet.
He voted into the Hall of Fame. And
I only say that because
I
wrote it down that way. Well, yes, fair. But I wrote it down that way, and I was like, that would be wrong. And if there's anybody that'll call you out on it, baseball.
It's baseball. So voted into the Hall of Fame, had a press conference, and actually was asked and answered the infamous I broke my hand washing my truck story.
Oh.
This was his answer. What you think happened, there's some truth to that. What we said happened, there's some truth to that too. Now, what most people think happened, if you're not familiar with the story, he said he broke his hand washing his truck.
Mm-hmm.
There were multiple people who said he was riding a motorcycle. They saw him riding a motorcycle in the neighborhood in which he lived and fell off. And then yada, yada, yada. 2 days later, he broke his hand. He broke his hand washing his truck. So a lot of people think he broke his hand
on the fall
on the motorcycle. So, but what he said was, what you think happened, there's some truth to that. What we said happened, there's some truth to that too.
I am going to sell this, even though, because I'm trying to make those two things work as he is trying to.
Like, did he just heard it and then broke it?
No, I'm guessing he broke it. He just thought he heard it, and then when he was washing his truck, he got the real, like, oh, okay, this is a problem.
Yeah.
All that being said, in that instance, you didn't break it washing your truck. You realized that it was broken washing your truck, so it's still a sell.
Yeah.
You broke it out here on these motorbikes, is what happened. So yes, I will sell that. But shout out to you going into the Hall of Fame, big dog.
Yeah,
I'm buying it. I think both could be true. I think he probably hurt his hand falling off of the bike.
Yeah.
And then as he's washing the car, he probably trying to really scrub hard and get that.
And like, ooh, it's swollen.
Yep. So I'm buying it, man.
I was with you at first blush, but I think Reggie's probably right. He probably broke it on the motorcycle and then realized, oh yeah, this is bad. Yeah,
you got to prove it.
This is bad. But he said, what you think happened is true, and also the other thing's true.
Yeah.
All right, are you buying or selling this regarding Jeremy Pena?
Wait, press pause. Someone said he obviously broke his hand washing his motorcycle. Duh. fair to nothing clear.
That could be true too.
Yeah, it could be. Dana Brown was asked about the potential trading of Jeremy Pena. Quote, his name has not come up, and I think teams understand if you're a winning team and you're trying to go back to the postseason, there's no way you can trade your starting shortstop.
I will buy that. I'm sure that they haven't gotten to that point yet because there's still a little bit more control. I think that it is fair, though, to bring up the fact that he's going to cost a lot of money with the way he's been playing, which is ultimately a good thing for all parties involved. Well, I guess at least for the time being and for the way that he played last year.
Yeah.
And if your MO maintains as the Astros, y'all probably not going to come to an agreement. And so at what point is the right time to consider making that decision of seeing what you can get back. I think it's probably fair to acknowledge that maybe this year isn't the time that at least that they want to get to, and it might not be the right time yet.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think teams are probably looking at the other players around him as potential movers, but they probably looking at Payne like, nah, I don't think he's gonna go nowhere right now. If he do, I mean, they probably ain't gonna sign him with nothing. They probably it's going a little messy when it's time for a contract. So we'll just hold out.
I'm selling it, and the reason I'm selling it is the first part when he said his name has not come up. There's no way his name has not come up.
Okay,
whether
fair.
it's him or someone else calling about him, and and when someone calls, hey, would you be willing to trade Jeremy Pena? The answer is always like, what are we talking?
Yeah,
what are we talking?
But do you think that's the most expensive piece out of all the people that probably came up?
Probably because of the contract.
Young contract.
Sure,
they probably gonna ask for a lot.
But to say his name has not come up, it's almost to the point where you're not doing your job then. If someone calls about Jeremy Pena, now I guess it's possible no one has called, but it's just coming off the winter meeting.
That also feels wrong, especially because one thing that Nick Caserio says that I believe that is right, I've heard it from other general manager or executive types, is that
you always listen.
They're all not even that you always listen. That's correct. I think that they're always talking to each other. It's something that we neglect to think about because we think it's just make a call when there's some. They're always kind of talking and feeling
relationships and all that stuff.
Yeah, because how would you know that all of a sudden? Oh, it looks like they might be softening on this idea of letting go of this guy if you have not been having constant conversation. So that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair to bring up. I think that's a good point.
All right,
I just don't think that they're ready to move. Because even if they did, let's say that they decided let's move on from
unless
Jeremy
it's a
Pena.
deal like a big one.
One, even that, but two, what is your answer at shortstop if you're not getting one back? Because also, why would you be getting one back if this team is trading for your shortstop?
Carlos Correa.
But we saw him at shortstop even with the Twins, unless you feel like that's just going to keep going the way. Although he did play really good at third base, and maybe you could say that will still translate a little bit better than we think at shortstop. I think that he's been meaning in that he's in that point in his career where he should be moving to third base. Are you ready for Bryce Matthews, shortstop? Right? Are you ready for? I just don't know that you're ready for your succession plan there.
All right, I got one more for you guys here. It's the end of the Joe Burrow quote that has been making the rounds. If you haven't seen it, if I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I have been through a lot, and this is the part that I'm asking if you're buying or selling the sentiment here. If it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? Do you think he's considering? This is a weird one, but I think it's worth talking about. Do you think he's really considering, like, what am I doing this for? Like, this could be it?
Without question.
Yeah?
Absolutely. I'll buy that. You talk to any player that's gone through a massive injury in the recovery, it's hard, Bubba. And that's like the first time. When you're doing the same, especially the same injury or even similar injuries, I'm sure at some point during every single one of those recoveries you go, do I still want it? Now, for some folks, the answer is 100%. Let's go. But the question pops up. And I can imagine him looking at that, and this is how I came to the idea of, is this just about him wanting to play at all, or is this about, all right, I'm doing all this work, and what am I coming back to? A Bengals team that's going to lean on me to do everything, and we're still not going to get there because I'm having to carry so damn much. I think that this is absolutely a consideration that he's having, where he's having to stop and think, do I still want to do this in the circumstances that are here? Because it's a lot to have to keep battling back from all the injuries he had.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think that's a human thing to just think about, especially all the stuff he went through. He went through a lot of injuries throughout his whole career, man, or his NFL career.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of natural to think about, man, is this fun doing this? And it's not like it's just the one injury that keep happening. It's multiple things that's keeping them out of a lot of games.
Yes.
And then on top of the losing too. So I think that's kind of a natural thought.
Everything you guys said, I'm buying it too. I think he's really struggling, wrestling with the idea.
Now, the big one is he really willing to walk away from all of this, like, retirement-wise? Because that's the thing that people are thinking about. It seemed like you were also in that place with him where he sounds a lot like Andrew Luck, and maybe he goes that same direction.
Yeah, that's where I am.
That one feels like a little bit further than I'm thinking, but, hey, who knows, especially when he's willing to openly vocalize that kind of sentiment. All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, I mean, we've talked about it, hemmed and hawed about it so much. This defense is incredible. More people giving credit. This time, J.J. Watt, and at this point, What's the nickname? Because this team has to have a nickname, right? What is the nickname for the Texans? Let's settle it once and for all next.
Ready? exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, Thirsty Thursday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The Thirsty Thursday festivities really kick off with the fellas of the drive when they are out today at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. Baby, get out and see the fellas out there. Obviously, courtesy Bud Light, they obviously always make sure that they don't come empty-handed. So go see the fellas. Clint, Ron, and I imagine more Stoerners as well.
And you can shake a stick.
Mama Stoerner definitely going to be out.
Yes, she is.
Without question. So go out and see the fellas. All right, this defense has continued to get even more love, and it's made it all the way back to, maybe the king of Texans defense historically, J.J. Watt. He, on his regular hit with Pat McAfee, they talked about it, and this was JJ's latest take. It almost feels like he's talked about it so much that he had to be real simple in his take on what this defense looks like now.
I mean, the Texans' defense is unbelievable. I mean, obviously the Chiefs have had their issues this year just in general, but the way that the Texans' defense is playing and the way that Matt Burke has them humming is just, it's incredible. I don't think anybody at all wants to see this Texans team. And
let's talk about the magic, though, that the Houston Texans defense has. There's some stats from Hembo talking about the greatest Texans defenses in history. This year, they're averaging 16 points per game given up. All the other great defenses in Houston's history had one man wreaking absolute havoc all over the place. And whenever you look at these years, 2011, 2014, 2015, you can't help but think about Vince Wilfork, we just talked about. You can't help but think about Brian Cushing. You can't help but think about literally that you had studs all over the place. Houston has sneakily
Reeve Jackson,
DeMeco,
Whitney Merciless.
Sneakily, no.
Yeah, sneakily.
DeMeco
has been known as like a great defensive organization. I think like that is a very real statement that you can make. Draft Mario, Super Mario to get to Peyton. Obviously draft JJ. They spend a lot of money on defense, always have. This one potentially not only Texans historic, but like league-wide historic, Jage. And on that note, they have that defense that's unbelievable. And if CJ can get going, which we all believe he can, the Texans can go on a run and maybe even win the AFC South. And then the Colts just signed a future first ballot.
All right, that's enough, Pat. But, I mean, he's laying it on thick, and he's not wrong, right? There's JJ, and then there's Pat McAfee. Again, noted Colts guy talking about this like this is one of the best defense that I've seen from this Houston Texans team, and you can't deny it.
We got to stop messing around, and we got to stop saying, oh, they need a nickname. We should do that. No, we need to do it. You just heard him.
Let's do it.
This is not just an historic defense for the Texans. This is an historic defense for the league.
And if you won't listen to us, how about everybody's favorite, interviewer in the media space, Kay Adams? This is what Kay Adams had to say earlier in the week.
We said this 3 weeks ago. The Texans have the best total defense that we have seen in the NFL in the last 16 seasons. Okay, that is lore. They've allowed 266.3 yards per game. When you consider the competition that they face, that is unreal. Okay, we are witnessing greatness we have not seen in a long time on that side of the ball. This defense deserves to be in that conversation. They need a nickname. What's the nickname? They're in the Legion of Boom portion of their program. Okay? They can get it done. They can go to the Super Bowl. They're a force to be reckoned with.
All right, let's do it then. Because this is enough dilly-dallying. Let's see what we can do and come up with. We obviously know some people over there. Maybe it'll catch on. 713-5.
I don't know nobody over there.
I don't know anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one with all the connections.
I know better than that. 713-572-4610. Hit us. I've been spitballing. I gave this a lot of thought because I'm like, all right, this is enough.
Oh, see, whenever he starts thinking of nicknames, it goes.
No. I was dead serious. I
know you were serious. That's the problem. That's actually the issue here.
I do like Figgies. Well, I say Figgies.
Yeah.
It's been out there, and this is one that you're embracing.
Yeah, Swarm City. And I first heard it from Woody Marks when he got drafted.
Yeah.
And you know, you do those little videos like, hey, happy to be drafted by Houston. Let's go. And he did. The one thing I hate about this video, he did the horns up.
Yeah.
Not the H-Town.
Yeah.
He did the horns up and said, Swarm City, let's go.
Yeah.
And that stuck with me.
So here's where I was when I was trying to think of one. And again, this is all stuff. Start sending them in. We'll put it out there.
They have.
But the one that I keep going back to, and she mentioned Legion of Boom. The Legion of Boom was so good because it told the exact story. That is exactly what they were. That defense, it was all three levels. It was big-time hits. It was turnovers, et cetera. So I started thinking, like, what is a term that tells the whole Texan story? Interceptions, getting after the quarterback, turnovers, tackling, sacks. I came up with, well, I don't know if I came up with it, but one that I think I like is the Bullhawks.
Bullhawks?
The Bullhawks.
It feels like
because they are ball hawks.
Yes.
They are absolute ball hawks in every way at every level. So that's one I'm going to throw out there. We are wide open. This is an open slate, but we got to put something on wax.
That's interesting. I like what you're doing there. It almost sounds like you're just specifically talking about number 2, Kalen Bullock.
No.
And it's just like
no, the Bulls.
I hear you. Yeah. I hear you. Okay. 281 says I'm pitching Kirby Killers once again. Okay. I'll get into reading them. I was thinking about the same thing you were, right? Something that feels like it's indicative of what this team is.
Yeah, representative.
And as I was thinking, I stumbled across Scott Quesenberry, obviously, and I was like, oh, he did it. Especially because it comes back to something that within that group, it speaks to it. And you mentioned Legion of Boom. They kind of generated that themselves, and then we were like, oh, no, it feels like it fits.
Yeah.
We will make this go. You remember these guys talking about going over the middle of the field against this defense?
How so?
Right? When teams want to go over the middle of the field and try and throw at that linebacker level, you remember what they talked about and what they call it?
What?
The kill zone.
The kill zone. I like the kill zone.
And I don't know if I'm trying to find, like, does there need to be something alliterative with it, like the kill zone? But kill zone killers feels very, it feels too redundant.
Or the swarm
just
zone.
The kill zone defense or something.
I like kill zone.
I feel like it has to incorporate kill zone because that's something that of their own accord that they talk about, and it feels like it fits. When I say kill zone, is there a play that comes to mind? Because I can immediately think of one from this week.
Yeah, Petrie.
Right. That's one of those things where it feels like this defense. I feel like it has to incorporate kill zone. Shout out to Scott Quesenberry.
Look, I like all three of these: Swarm City, the Bullhawks, and kill zone. But let's go to the who we got.
Oh, we got callers?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go to the phone line. All right, we got suggestions on this defense, the nickname that ultimately lands on it. Who's on the phone line with us?
Is this Bentley?
Yo, you on Sports Radio 610? What's happening?
Go, Bentley.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Well,
you lost.
How about Edward?
Well,
Edward. Yeah, this is Edward.
Yeah,
Yo,
go.
Edward, what's happening? What's the nickname suggestion you got for us?
Yeah, so we talk about their swarming defense all the time and how great. Why does that stick? It's the Texans swarm.
No, you're right. But as something like, I'm thinking like put it on a shirt. I guess Texan swarm might work.
Yeah, but it already feels like
that sounds like a statement.
Yeah,
kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of people trying to make the swarm work. Swarm hunters, swarm zone.
It got to be something with swarm, in my opinion.
Well, let's keep going to the calls.
All right,
let's roll through them. We're going to roll through some text because we have to do this. Let's go. What do you got?
What's your nickname?
I got Fear the Steer.
Fear the Steers.
Fear the Steer defense?
Yeah, Fear the Steer.
Okay, all right.
All right.
What do you say to the argument that some people threw out there that not every great defense has a nickname? Obviously, you could talk about the Steel Curtain and the Purple People Eaters, but then you also Doomsday. You also still talk about the 85 Bears.
But that's become their nickname.
Right?
Like you say 85 Bears, you think,
know exactly.
or the 2000 Ravens, right?
Yeah.
Would it not also be an argument to say that the 2025 or the 25 Texans,
the 25 Texans,
like they are
yes, but
especially when you talk about the 85 Bears and the 2000 Rams, they're very workmen, right? They just kind of get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
There's not an overarching kind of, I don't know, about me type feeling. Everybody is in. It feels like that would be something that fits, right?
It fits, but I want something. I want something. Let's keep rolling.
All right.
Hey, what's your name for the defense?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on. What do you
on
got?
with us? What we got you?
Oh man, Scrooston Swarm, baby.
Scrooston Swarm.
Scrooston Swarm.
Okay.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
I don't hate it. I will say personally, anything of Doom or Legion of, I feel like you're biting off of something else.
Yeah,
we don't need to do that. All right, who we got and what's your nickname?
I like the kill zone that Figgy mentioned, and then use enter the kill zone or QB's Yeah, I don't like die, but die in the kill zone. You can do any number of things with that.
All right.
Yeah,
Appreciate
Reggie,
it.
that was Reggie, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Reggie there. Good name.
Uh-huh.
Somebody said we're thinking too hard. Yeah, I get it, but
no, we're not.
Eventually, you just got to you find one that fits, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep going with this.
Yeah, we have a full board here, and I hate doing that. But the fans want to hear their voice.
All right, I'll stop slowing it down.
Yeah.
Run through it. What we got? Nickname. What you got?
Go ahead.
We're going to call it the House of Payne.
The House of Payne?
House of Payne. How you feel about that, Lopez?
I feel like I've heard it before.
Okay.
What do you got?
Swarm-NATO. Those teams are coming into a Swarm-NATO.
Okay.
Here comes the Swarm-NATO.
All right, that's loaded. Reggie's writing some of these down.
Okay. I'm just trying to have it in front of me. I'm a visual person.
All right, nickname.
What
we
you
need
got?
it. What do you got?
Swarm Storm.
All right.
That has the alliteration.
I like the Swarm Storm.
I think the Swarm Storm has a little bit. You might be coming close to Swarm City.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, what you got? What's your name?
Heath.
What do you
What's
got?
the nickname?
Hey, what about? I know we've used it before. What about Bulls on Parade?
I like. You know what? I thought of that too, and I was trying to use the bull. That's why I said Bullhawks. I like it. I don't mind it.
Do you have any issues, Bulls on Parade, like being used a second time? Does that not feel like intellectual infringement of sorts?
It just seems like a different.
I kind of do. I feel like it's a different era.
Yeah.
Because when I think of Bulls on Parade, I kind of think of the obvious era.
Right.
But this is, to me, I look at this as a whole different era.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What you got? What's your name for the defense?
James out of Dickinson. Slab City Swarmers.
Slab City.
Hey, that would be. I'm cool with Slab City. To be honest,
I like that too.
All right, next caller. What you got? Nickname wise for this Texans defense.
What do you have?
Stampede of Death.
Stampede of Death.
Stampede of Death.
I mean,
all right.
it's accurate.
That's a scary one.
Yeah. They gotta have one of the things that I've because I went to a middle school where our nicknames was the Hornets.
Okay.
And you think about it, and you go, man, a Hornet does not sound imposing. And I think that's one thing that we might be dealing with, trying to get Swarm in here, but get that imposing feeling. I think that might be making it a little tough. All right. Next caller. What's the nickname suggestion you have for this Texans defense?
I got the Horn Swarm.
The
Horn Swarm.
Hey, some pretty good ones coming
That's
in.
not bad.
Swarm.
That's not bad.
Pretty good here. All right, next. What do you got? What's your nickname?
I got Killer D's. Since we got an awesome killing defense, I say Killer D's. Houston Astros had Killer B's.
You know what?
We
There's
should be the Killer D's.
something there. There's something there. I like it. All right, next. What do you got? What's the nickname?
Hey, man, the other caller was right. It just needs to be Slab City because I'm put you on the slab.
I like that.
I like Slab City, man. I can see that on a shirt.
The city monikers are staying, don't they? Aren't they?
Yeah.
Right? Like
You got
Swarm
Crush
City, Slab City.
You got all that Slab City.
Clutch City, Crush City, Swarm City, Slab City.
Slab City's pretty cool.
I like that one.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, what do we got next? What's your nickname?
Rico.
Yeah.
What's the nickname you got for the
Bull Zone.
The Bull
Zone.
Bull Zone.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Next one.
Go. What do you got?
The Magnum D.
You got the chuckle, I guess you wanted. I appreciate you calling in. All right. Next one. What you got? Texans defense. Nickname. What you thinking?
I'm thinking Lone Star Lockdown.
Which again is what they do. Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad.
All right. Somebody said as long as it ain't Rock Boys. It will not be Rock Boys. I can tell you that for certain. All right. Your suggestion for the Texas defense's nickname is?
How about the Trauma Unit?
Hey, a little medical, center stuff.
Okay.
How about a couple more here? We got the board is full. Just keep sending them in on the text if you don't get on air.
All right.
What's
Killer Bull.
Killer Bulls.
Killer Bulls. Okay. All right.
All right.
And then what you got?
Yeah, I got a couple. I got the Swarminator Deep or the Steel Blue Swarm.
Steel Blue Swarm, Swarminator defense. Okay, all right. What you mean? One more, two more?
Yeah, a couple more.
All right, two more real quick.
Hey, not that one.
Oh, well, yeah. You gotta hold on there. All right, two more. What do we got here? Nickname for the Texas defense.
The House of Pain again.
House of Pain again. Okay, I like that. I like that.
On it.
All right, final one here. What we got? Nickname for the Texans defense.
All right. If you want alliteration, how about either the Swarm Squad or the Swarm Squadron?
Swarm
Squadron. Swarm Squad. Man, this is blowing up.
I like Slab City a lot.
I like
man.
Slab City too.
Somebody said concussion protocol. H-Town hitters is one that I've seen a whole bunch of because they sure do that. Is there? All right. So do we have one that we're landing on?
I like Slab City. I like, what was the other ones that you were writing them down?
I was just writing. Somebody, I mean, we came back to the House of Payne, or like redoing House of Payne, or even Bulls on Parade 2.0 is one of those ones that it still feels like it could work.
What is something you can see on a shirt?
Swarm Troopers just came in on the text.
Yeah, Swarm Troopers is one that I liked. I just wondered if they wanted to go with that that allusion to.
How about the Bayou Bullies?
Bayou Bullies is coming.
Yeah. I like Bayou Bullies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because they are, like I said, tell the story of what they do.
Yeah.
That's why I went with Bullhawks, but Bayou Bullies, that's what they do. They bully you.
Yeah.
Slab City is just cool.
Yeah. I can see a shirt to say Slab City. I will rock that shirt.
That's right.
There are a lot of suggestions, and we can't even get to all of them, but we appreciate you getting involved here. I cannot wait. Hardheads just came in. Okay, very good. I cannot wait to see, because it feels like, regardless, if they keep their head to nose to the grindstone, which I know that they will, that this is going to be a defense that's going to be reckoned with for years and decades to come in the National Football League. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so GameStop did an interesting little thing last Saturday called Trade Anything Day.
Trade Anything Day?
Yeah, so they had a list of stuff people was trading in. Plus, it was a high-speed chase yesterday in the city of Houston.
It.
In Houston?
In Houston.
Missed it.
All right, I need an update, so we'll do that next.
The Drive. Your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. We were just trying to brainstorm a couple different nicknames for the Texans defense.
Swarmageddon defense does feel nice.
Yeah, shout out my man. I was going to mention that. Shout out to my man Big Sloan.
Oh, Big Sloan hit you up with that?
Yeah, he hit me up on the side that said Swarmageddon. Shout out to my guy Ryan, who's a diehard Texans fan. He said the Swarm Kill Zone. And then shout out to my guy KJ, who hit me up and said the Pallbearers.
The pallbearer. Some people are getting dark.
There's a lot of morbid nature in there, huh?
Yeah, keep sending them in 713-572-4610. So on Saturday, a lot of people were sending in a lot of stuff to GameStop. So GameStop always, to me, they the worst when it comes to trying to trade something in.
Oh yeah.
You could trade in some of the best games in history.
I give you $5 for it.
Yep. They be like, oh, this is worth about $23.72.
Like that show in Louisiana, the Pawn.
Yeah, Pawn Stars, whatever.
Man, you might get a better deal.
Best I can do is $5.
Yeah. Man, you go in there with like 5 game systems and they give you like $20 for it, man. And then sell it right back to you for like $100.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Saturday they did something called Trade Anything Day. And customers was bringing literally anything. So to this is IGN's YouTube. They do a lot of video game stuff.
Okay.
This is them on that story.
GameStop says it accepted more than 80,000 items during this weekend's Trade Anything Day event and shared images with IGN of the weirdest items it accepted, including a bobcat, a goose, and a physical Netflix disc for the Nintendo Wii. Normally, this range would not extend to taxidermied animals, road signs, or people's artwork of their pets with hair like Snoop Dogg. In a statement to IGN, GameStop ranked its more memorable trades from stores across the country, as including items such as a tiny Jesus, a speed limit sign, Air Jordans, and tapes of Friends on VHS. Over on social media, customers celebrated shifting various unwanted items in exchange for credit, including McDonald's Grinchmas socks and what looked to be a replica of the United States Declaration of Independence.
I'm sorry, did I hear a bobcat?
Yes.
And he did say it was taxidermy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a goose.
Not an actual live bobcat.
That was my first. There was no context. I was like,
I got
wait,
a bobcat. You want it?
Hey, just imagine coming in there in the box.
That's what I thought. I was like, first and foremost, we ain't talking about trading no more.
Yeah.
Get that animal away from me.
I feel for the workers who was working that day.
Man.
Yeah.
I would be so irritated. I would probably quit that day.
What would you trade if they say if you could take anything you own in for some GameStop credit? What would be cool or maybe weird but valuable?
So just a little backstory on this too. These people were only getting like $5 credit.
It's fine.
But
That's fine.
I say that to say I wouldn't do anything valuable. I would do something I would do like some old beat up sneakers.
What do we got in this studio here? We got some.
What would we trade in the studio?
Whatever that hat is.
It's a men's clinic hat.
Men's clinic hat. What did I get?
Here you go.
Yeah.
Give me my credit.
Got almost empty jar of honey.
I would trade all of that crap, man.
Yeah.
I think I'd trade the. I need to see what this is.
Yeah. Oh, that's sardines, isn't it?
It's a can of, I think it's sardines, but it's written in a different language. It looks like it's Scandinavian sorts. It's also
that's herring. That's pickled. That's pickled
herring, but it's also got salsa in there somehow. Yeah, I feel like this is worth.
That's valuable.
$5 of GameStop credit.
You can get you something
without question.
Yeah, you can get something.
Why is this in here?
Let me see. Yeah, you get you something for that.
Who brought that?
Stauber mackerel. It's mackerel.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. I don't know.
He said and then said I don't know.
Hey, I dare you.
No, it is mackerel, but I
dare
don't know
you to eat it right now.
Jeremy, or would you give me something?
Just a dare, just a friendly.
That's
dare.
what you got to eat if your guarantee goes south.
Good till December 3rd, 2028. It's getting closer.
Oh, okay.
It's getting closer.
Okay. It's good. You got a couple more years. Till it's time to throw that out.
Yeah.
But thoughts and prayers to the people that had to work at GameStop. I know that was just a clown show.
And those are the things that they took. I know that they were like, we'll take anything, but there's clearly limits.
Yeah.
I just started thinking of what are the things that people brought.
I think people tried to take alcohol up there. It's just like, we can't take alcohol.
Yeah.
Or
Which that feels like a bad trade anyways.
Yeah.
You getting $5 of credit.
Yeah.
With a handle.
Yeah. So, thoughts and prayers to the people who had to work and go through all of that crap.
And they just went through Black Friday, too.
Yeah.
And then here, a couple weeks later, here's people bringing up their garbage.
Yeah.
Bobcats.
Yeah.
That person is not a serious human being.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So it was a peace chase yesterday in the city of Houston.
I'm so sick.
Not only that, but it was around the busiest time of the day. So here's ABC 13 News. This shout out to I want to say it's Sky Eye 13.
Yeah, Sky Eye 13.
Yeah, so they were flying around. They was actually tracking this.
Of course they were.
They was tracking this car. Here's what it sounded like.
It was in and out of traffic at a relatively high rate of speed, much higher than the cars around them. We were worried that there was going to be a wreck, but the car that was being chased kept going over to the shoulder where there wasn't anything so he could pick up speed. Harris County Sheriff's deputies continued to follow the car all the way down toward the Galleria area, in and out of traffic, almost sideswiping some cars. They even tried to do a pit maneuver for a brief period of time. They finally brought the thing to an end. Not exactly sure how that happened, but they were actually stopping the vehicle, and then the police swarmed the vehicle, broke the window on the driver's side, and tried to get the driver out immediately. It took him a little while, but they finally got him out. Seems that there was the only person in there was the driver. Got him on the ground, and he resisted arrest at that time, fought with them just for a moment. Finally, they got them into the cop car, and that was the end of the chase. Of course, traffic is absolutely terrible on the 610 West Loop.
Yeah.
I love, you see how far the Texans defense is taking it. Even in the car chase, he had to make sure, swarming.
Third down.
I like
swarm.
that. Everybody swarm that guy. Is the Galleria the absolute worst place in the greater Houston area to have a portion of
that area?
chase?
I think, what's that area, 45? I think going towards Galveston.
The exchange from 59 to 610.
Yeah,
which is near the Galleria area.
That's the part I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Or if you don't
59 downtown.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. 59 downtown is probably a nasty place. But the reason why I thought about that, of course, being selfish, I got in a little fender bender in the Galleria, and you got to remember, accidents be happening there all the time.
Yeah.
And that happens at a regular speed. What about somebody who is just tearing ass through that thing, running from the police? I can only imagine.
Yeah, just whenever you get a chance, just look up the video and see it. And I wanted to get to the comments that was under this Instagram post. So I'm like, let me see what the people saying about this. Here's a couple of the comments. Damn, Buddy looked like he was fresh off of work because he looked like he was a construction worker, something like that. He had the lime green on and all that. Another comment, bro was just trying to make it home after a long day of work.
He was in a hurry.
Yeah. Another comment. Why y'all recording a regular Houston driver?
Yeah.
And
it does feel like that.
He was weaving. It did look like a regular driver, to be honest.
We've all been passed by those guys.
Yes. Where you just like, you got it, man. Just go ahead and go. Go ahead and go.
It's okay. I was just trying to get past you, Lopez. You don't have to keep bringing it up.
Somebody else said, LOL, it looked like he was coming straight from work.
That's right. Yep.
Bro was determined to avoid that I-10 traffic.
He forgot his easy pass.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he even knew y'all was trying to pull him over.
He probably didn't.
He probably had no clue.
Yeah.
Somebody said, bro, just got off of work. Relax.
Absolutely.
And then this is my favorite one. We swanging and banging.
100%.
With the H-Town.
We stay true to it. I love it. Can you take me back to the audio? You don't actually have to play the audio, but from the actual chase. When the announcer says, and the West Loop traffic is bad, was he just looking over there, or did that have anything to do with the chase?
I think it was just bad over there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like,
by the way.
He was like, hey,
guess it was like in the evening. It was probably like around 5 or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's
when
nasty
it's the
business.
absolute worst.
In my head, of course, because we're just using audio instead of video, he was looking at it, he's like, all right, so he's caught. And now looking over at the traffic, oh, my God.
Oh, wow. That's even worse over there. You don't want to be over there. By the way, when'd you have your fender bender?
That was last. I brought it up. I made mention of it. It was maybe a few months ago.
Yeah,
maybe like 3 months ago.
That stinks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fender bender. That's what insurance is for.
Yeah,
and it's not like insurance is cheap in Houston anyway. So
no.
As I continue on the mixtape and loot Sports Radio 610. Did you guys see this? So we got New Year's Eve coming up on the 1st, pretty much.
What?
31st.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Eve is
New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
Yeah.
So Times Square is doing like a New Year's Eve package. And this is the package. And they doing this because it's the 120th anniversary.
Dang.
And it's a hotel called the Knickerbocker. They pretty much going all out on this New Year's Eve package. And here's the thing. I want to know if this is worth it to y'all. So you get a 3-night stay in Knickerbocker Ultra Luxe Tribute Suite.
Okay.
You get a private pod on St. Cloud rooftop overlooking Times Square and the ball drop.
That is
the most key thing.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
Yeah.
Private, like, bubble pod.
Yeah.
And you can still see everything that's happening in Times Square.
Yeah.
That's giant.
You get exclusive rooftop access with bottle service and premium champagne at midnight.
Man.
You get a multi-course New Year's Eve dinner at a place called Charlie Palmer Steak.
This has turned from being cool to me calculating how much this is going to cost in my head.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we could play that again after I read all of this. Take a wild guess how much this costs. I read that already. A Sakes and Sinners theme rooftop party with live music and full hotel guest access. So I guess that's like another party.
Yeah.
A $20,000 glam budget for styling, wardrobe, hair, and makeup.
Oh, that's just the budget you're gonna get. Oh,
yeah.
So it starts at 20.
Yeah. That's I was starting like, I think maybe like 20,000, and then you had it down on top.
Yeah, no, that's the budget for the glam.
Yeah.
Professional video and content person.
All right, now, New Year is the question I'm starting to ask.
Hey, this is New Year's Eve, man. You gotta do it big. And then a dedicated VIP treatment throughout the entire stay. How much do you think this is?
Well, my first question, can I just get the first couple of things?
Again?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
3-night stay.
3-night stay, and the pod is all I want.
Pod.
Yeah.
Especially if there's a bathroom in it. Because every time I see those people...
You're not going to be using the bathroom within public view. Come on now.
But every time I see all that mass of people in Times Square that get there like at 9 in the morning, for the midnight, I'm like, how do they go to the bathroom? Okay, so everything you said.
There is so much stuff in there.
VIP treatment, the budget for the pod, the party, the 2 rooftop parties.
Yeah, a couple of parties.
I'm going to say...
Now, remember, this is the 120th anniversary of this.
Oh, so go ahead and multiply that.
I'm going to say $75,000.
Okay. Yeah, that was about where I was thinking, but I'll undercut a little bit. Give me 65 though.
$120,000.
Oh, because 120th. You gave us a hint, and we didn't take it.
Yeah.
$120,000 per person.
No, just
you and a guest.
You and a guest.
I want to say,
you and a guest. Then it's a bargain.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that is sick.
$120,000.
More power to you.
That's just
hopefully you could get out of that traffic and all that stuff.
You don't need it. That's why you got the house. That's why you got the stay.
I would be fine if I wasn't around a whole bunch of people.
That's what the pod is for.
I think that's the benefit of that part. Yeah.
That's a lot of money. And I think only me and Reggie is the ones that can't afford it on this show.
Lopez, you can pick that up.
Ain't no big deal for Lopez.
If you did that in downtown Houston, Lopez would beat her.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. Just want to get thoughts and prayers to Dave Coulier, who is Uncle Joey from Full House.
Yeah, Dave Coulier.
Yeah, so he revealed he was battling a new form of cancer. And here's the story from Inside Edition.
Another devastating blow for one of America's favorite TV characters. April Fools! Dave Coulier, who played Uncle Joey on the classic sitcom Full House, revealed today that he has been diagnosed with cancer again. again. Broke the news on the Today Show that he has head and neck cancer.
So in October of this year, I went in for a PET scan, just a routine checkup, and something flared on the PET scan, and it turned out that I have P16 squamous carcinoma at the base of my tongue. So I said to the doctors, I said, well, did this happen because of the lymphoma? And they said, totally unrelated.
The diagnosis is particularly devastating because last April, Coulier was declared cured of cancer after a battle with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The 66-year-old Coulier says he's currently undergoing radiation. He says he expects to beat this cancer just as he did before.
So, yeah, just want to get thoughts and prayers. And weird transition. I kind of got a joke about this.
You have a joke about cancer?
About this, yes. Can I share this joke?
Sure.
I saw.
Yeah.
So if you know Uncle Joey, he's kind of like a dad joke type of guy.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I think Uncle Joey needs to tell cancer to cut it out.
You
did good. You did good.
What I would have said you should have done, you should have had a little laugh track for you. So you could have just played that right there.
Cut it out. So if you don't know, that was kind of one of his legendary dad jokes. On Full.
It's such a catchphrase, right?
Yeah.
And then you used to do the fingers thing to cut it out.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Do you remember?
I was just thinking. I heard a good dad joke last night at the Christmas show of my
Was it from you?
Granddaughter? No.
It was.
They were talking about all the reindeer and stuff, and you're going through all the names, and it was a dad said, "Well, you forgot Olive. Olive, the other reindeer."
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right
You're
here.
going to use it, and you know you are.
On Sports Radio.
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen. You forgot Olive.
At the Figgy Fig, if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. Go out and see the fellas. But before we get there, are you satisfied with the Texans right now? That is a question that Yardbarker asked themselves on an NFL fan base satisfaction index. Let's check where they think the Texans are next.
Alaska. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, been a fun Thursday here, at least for me. I don't know about you, John Lopez, Figgy.
Hell of a time.
All right, good. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed yourself. Hope you have also enjoyed yourself listening on this Thursday. You'll have even more fun here in a little bit once we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We're broadcasting from the Buffalo Wild Wings out there in Baytown. Go see the fellas. Before we get there, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you satisfied with what the Texans have been, especially at this point in the season? It's been a roller coaster, I think you could say. It's been a journey of a season, and Yardbarker put together a NFL fan base satisfaction index for every team in the league on a 5-point scale, 1 being extremely satisfied, 5 being not satisfied at all, ranked all the teams and their fan bases in the satisfaction rating that they have with this season.
This recent?
To this point. This is recent. This is this week, in fact.
Okay.
So I think generally, this is a great way to getting to the feeling of how are you feeling about this Texas team? Are you satisfied with them? They've done to point.
So are you going to tell us?
I can tell you what it is. I was just interested in your perspective. You
know what? Because you said it's fans. So
fan satisfaction rating.
Cross section of fans. I think it's probably going to be
1 being the most satisfied, 5 being the least satisfied.
I was going to say it's probably going to be lower than you expect, simply because fans were frustrated with the squad and the offense still continues to kind of, show some signs of that it needs needs some improvement. On the other hand, once a team gets rolling and you win 5 straight, everybody all of a sudden like, hey, we're going to the Super Bowl. I'm gonna say it's higher than you might think.
Okay.
So 1 to 5. 5 to 1.
Yeah. 5 being the least satisfied, 1 being the most satisfied. Straight integers. Like we don't have 7 point or anything like that.
Yeah. I'll say 2.
Spot on. Satisfaction rating 2. The blurb that they wrote with an 0-3 start, the Texans looked like they were headed for a major step back, but they've won 6 of their past 7. Could win the division. 5 of those wins came against teams that are in the playoff hunt. Kudos to the elite defense, which ranks first in the NFL in points allowed, as we know, and yards allowed. So, 2, it feels like it would be a 1 if the offense was humming the way that we think. Do you agree, then, with Mina Kimes does a great job covering this team? Mm-hmm. This is her read on this offense right now. Again, Mina Kimes talking about the offense on Tuesday and the improvements that they've had.
Something that I've loved is just how relentless they've been about attacking the middle of the field. CJ Stroud in his last 4 starts has more in-breakers as a percentage of his throws than any starting quarterback at the moment in football. And on those throws, 42% of his throws are in-breakers. And on those throws, he leads the entire NFL in success rate. He leads the NFL in APA per dropback. He's averaging 12 yards per attempt. CJ is very good at throwing those balls, and he has 2 monsters at receiver right now. Like, when we think about the identity passing game, first thing I think about, 6'4" Nico Collins, 6'4" Jaden Higgins. On those, and the deep digs, we think about Collins all the time, of course, but even like the slants, the quick stuff, they use their frames to box out smaller defensive backs. You saw that in Kansas City, who has a good secondary, but they just can't physically match up with those guys. And to me, that feels like an identity that they can build around, because this is an offense that at the beginning of the year looked completely like it did last season. Now it feels like they're gaining some momentum.
Would you watching this team, do you feel like they throw that many in-breakers?
They've gotten a little bit better at it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, as she says it, they definitely are doing more of it, and I can take note of that. At least I literally have in my notes during some of these games. It does feel like they're throwing them a lot more. The thing that jumped out to me is they have 2 monsters, and I was waiting for her to reveal who the second monster was.
I was doing the same thing. Like, okay, I know one of them.
How do you feel about Jaden Higgins, big number 81? He does have the big frame. We've talked about on this program about him being a little bit better at using his size to box out defenders at times.
Yeah.
Big monster. Yeah, especially at least on the in-breakers.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I think she was really talking about stature.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just 2 big dudes.
Fair.
Yeah, to most of us, a monster means he's a bad dude.
Yeah.
We can't say that about Jaden Higgins. I mean, we're satisfied and happy with how he's coming along. But nobody's going to sit here and call him a monster in the classic sports sense, But I think stature-wise, yes. I was with you. I was like, okay, I know one of them. Who's the other?
Yeah, and I this is one of the things that I told you I'm excited about as a potential development as this offense attempts to find a better leg to stand on is the idea of number 81, Jaden Higgins, both as an off-script type option. And, of course, I'm doing a lot of extrapolating, but even in the Kansas City game, I vividly remember a moment where CJ is rolling out to his right looking for somebody, and I see Higgins showing that 81 to CJ, doing a great job of finding a little space. I'm like, that's going to pay dividends if you're good about making sure that show the quarterback your numbers, get yourself into space where you are a viable option. That's going to be huge. And then also the uptick that we saw at least a couple weeks ago in him in the red zone, or at least trying to get him the football. I'm hoping that you continue to see that. And that's one of the things with this game in particular. If I could see it in a big way, talk about proof of concept, a phrase that I use a lot. Let me see that there's proof that this can happen with the big volume or with the big opportunity for Higgins. I think that's one of the things I'm encouraged by, and that could give me even higher satisfaction rating if they find, as Mina was talking about, a level of identity. If they could find more things that they can pull out and feel that this is a given, I can get to it at times.
Do you feel 2 from an objective perspective is about right on the satisfaction?
Yeah, I think that feels right. This defense is so good that I think they're carrying the rating. The offense has shown that they can do enough, but there's clearly room to be more satisfied, which is if this offense shows that on any given Sunday they can carry their end of the bargain. And you can't say that, especially when your star quarterback comes out after the game on national TV on Sunday Night Football and says, there's still more for our offense to do in order to carry our side of the bargain.
Yeah,
you know?
no, I think that feels about right.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. However, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, you are also out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown.
I don't think them boys ready, man.
Really? What? Okay, well then never mind. You're
I'm
not
looking
out there
the
yet.
camera right now, man. They look like they ain't even ready.
I was sure they'd be seated and ready. But you know what? I bet Clint got more hands to dap than in usual circumstances being out in the home.
Look like he cleaning some eyeglasses or
cleaning
something.
Some eyeglasses. Okay. All right.
Clint is like I mean, he's just the hometown hero, man. He's got a lot of babies to kiss.
Yeah.
Hands to shake.
So that's why they probably running a little behind, too.
Yeah.
You got him as a politician.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Clint Stoerner as a politician. Well, actually.
Got the wave down.
I feel like if you want a politician.
In town he could?
Well, no, I'm not even saying like the actual of doing it. If you want a politician, I feel like Clint Stoerner vibes is what you want, right? Like he's going to tell it like it is.
Homespun.
He's a good dude, pretty good judge of character, I think. Like I think Clint Stoerner, if you just take the Clint Stoerner, the pieces of the personality, I think that's a pretty good politician. I think so. Do we have them? Are they?
Yeah, Ron is
better
right
than
there.
me.
Oh, okay, all right. D&M Auto Leasing gives us an opportunity to join the fellas at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
He's a better politician than I would be.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I don't give a damn about people's feelings as much as maybe Clint does.
Oh, okay. I was like, I feel like that's part of it though, like making sure to tell the truth and having that honesty.
Oh yeah, tell the truth. Well, no, that's not always good for politicians.
Yeah,
I just don't give a damn about how others.
Is it true though, the way that we're setting it up, that he's got a lot of babies to kiss and hands to shake out there in Baytown?
Yeah, he will. He will. Yeah. That's his spot, and his whole family going to be out here. They're going to take up this entire center section. As I think Figgy was out here last time you saw, they took over that whole damn middle section.
Yeah.
They'll be out here. He's doing it right now. He's shaking hands and kissing babies.
Very good.
Right from high school, right now.
Yeah.
Like we ain't got a show to do.
He'll be here by the time it starts for real. As always, I got to ask you, what's it looking like out there, man?
It's good, man. We all jokes aside, this is always a great location. People like to come out and see the hometown guy, and it's always a good time here on a Thursday. Good to have a good football team that's playing games that matter as well, and obviously we got prizes to hook folks up with as well. So out here on Garth Road, man, it's always a good time.
What is your satisfaction level with this Texas team right now? We were just talking about it. Yardbarker did a satisfaction index for all the teams in the league, and they say that the fan base of the Texans should be at a 2, 1 being the most satisfied. Where would you feel like on a 5-point scale that your satisfaction is with this team right now?
It is the weirdest thing. It's hard. Like I think when you look at the situation, it should be a 2. But I mean, if I'm honest with you, and when you think about the football we've watched over I don't know, the last 5, 10, 15 years, this does not look like a team that usually say that's a team that's going to go to a Super Bowl. But the field is different, and the field matters to where this team can go, and this team has the ability, and not just with the way the field is set up, not just if everything goes right, they have the ability to really beat anybody in the AFC in their path. It's just when you normally look at teams like the Texans have had better teams than this that you have never thought had a chance in hell. Like those Wade Smith teams are way better than this, at least just visually. But the field was different, right? Yeah. And so to me, that's why I think you got to look at it differently, because the field is so different, and with the teams that they may have to face, this group can get it done against any of those teams.
Yeah, for me, boys, a 2 is a bit aggressive.
Okay.
A 2 is a bit aggressive. I feel good about them. I'd have said maybe a 4.
Wow.
We're still looking at. You've got to go win, 4 straight playoff games against the best that the NFL has to offer.
You're talking about winning the Super Bowl.
They were in the second round last year.
Can you have a 4 if you have some feelings about talking about them winning the Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know. I'm not telling you they're going to win a Super Bowl. I'm just telling you what any team has to do. Fair enough. What any team has to do to win a Super Bowl is you've got to have a convincing product and players and scheme and system all together that you believe, hey, we can go win 4 straight games against, over a 17-game season, 4 of the best teams in the league with no break. At the end of the season, when injuries are a real thing and all that, we've got to be able to go with, is this defense good enough to single-handedly win 4 games against the best the NFL has to offer? You know what I mean? That's
and usually they're not a recipe that you would think can get through.
Well, we've seen
but
it.
It's different.
Look, we've seen it with. I think you've seen it obviously with the obvious ones like the Ravens back in the day.
Maybe the Broncos is maybe the most recent one.
The Broncos, even though that was a Peyton Manning Broncos.
But they wasn't that same Peyton Manning, man.
Yeah, but the game they needed to have against the Patriots in that AFC Championship game, they had to score in that game, and they actually did. You know, like I wonder if this team, if forced to have to score 28, can do it.
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm still hoping to get a little bit of a feel for.
Hopefully. But they may not ever have to. They may not ever have to with these jokers.
Yeah, but we were talking about that with ND Kalu earlier today, that even that 85 Bears team, they came up against the day.
Hey, what'd you say, Reg? Who?
ND Kalu.
No, I thought he put a Kahlua on there or something.
No, just like, you get to that place with the 85 Bears where there was a night where, it would have been helpful if the offense did more because you end up with 38. Now, of course, that's against Dan Marino, but the idea that even the best defenses sometimes have that night. You have to have an offense capable of picking them up.
To me, Reg, it's the interesting thing when I think back to those teams that won with great defenses, like. Their offense did not light the scoreboard up, but they had an identity.
Yeah.
They knew who they were. They knew their limitations.
Jamal
they knew
Lewis.
Yeah. We knew Trent Dilfer wasn't going to go throw for 450 yards, and he wasn't going to win a shootout, and so they embraced that. And that they, I don't know who CJ is.
Yeah.
We don't. In terms of in the context of this conversation, we don't know. I know he can give you on 45. He can give you 45 on any given day. I know he can win a shootout on any given day. But we also know, hey, he might try to get outside the offense when he doesn't need to and take a little bit too much risk and hold the football.
You're saying the identity can't be, all right, hey, man, here we go, roll out and make a throw off being chased off.
Great point. Trent Dilfer wasn't going out there and winning a game 20-10 versus the Chiefs on the road in Arrowhead based on about 5 or 6 big time throws he made. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the opponent's head coach making a bonehead decision. I mean, they were doing it like, hey man, we're going to be pro style. We're going to turn around and hand this thing off. We're not going to ask Trent to do too much. And so that part of it, I think, is where the offense is just, what is that identity? You know what I mean? What is the identity? What are we? And we're still searching for that.
Yeah, I think that's why it's important. It feels like CJ is even more embracing what they're doing, but what they're doing needs to continue to progress. All right, fellas, excited to hear you and let you go off and run. And we're done for the day. John Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow for Football Friday. But right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. There you go. On a Thursday, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live. Shout out to the boys on In the Loop who just handed it off to us. We are live here in Baytown. Come on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock right off Garth Road. You got a landmark for the people? You got a landmark for the people trying to get here?
It's easy, right across from where the old San Jacinto Mall used to be, baby. But that thing has been flattened, boy.
Yeah, took it out.
I mean, I don't know. It may have been flattened long enough to where, hell, I mean, this generation may not even know what the hell that was. So, I mean, anybody that's about, I don't know,
this feels like a place Tyler might have had a walking date at.
Oh, I was all right. Absolutely. Spent a lot of time at the old San Jac Mall.
Oh, man, I definitely was, too.
I mean, that was back in the good old days when Mom and Dad could drop you off up there and you could just roam the mall, you know, and not have to worry about somebody snatching you or shooting you or anything like that. That was back in the good old days.
Hit the pack, son. Maybe get a cookie.
Spend your paycheck at the Buckle at Champs.
We didn't have a buckle.
Sorry, that was my. I'm sorry, that was.
I don't know if we had a buckle.
We did not.
Did we have a buckle?
You didn't have a buckle?
No, we had a Zad Gooks.
They had that Echo gear on lock back then, boy. That was.
What'd you call it, Tyler? I think it's Gadzooks, not Zadgooks.
Oh, I don't know.
I
didn't even really
You knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, you knew, man.
What kind of store was that? I do remember that. What kind of store was Gadzooks back in the day?
It was like kind of like an alternative, like a Vans or like a PacSun, really kind of that.
Boy, that is a, Tyler, that's a, you want to talk about a generational thing, like the indoor mall where you could go inside and they had we had the bounce houses and ballrooms and mazes and laser tag, all that upstairs.
Carousel.
Oh, yeah, them days are over, ain't they?
Oh, yeah.
Boy, the old
malls are
interior
dying,
mall.
Man.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're flipping them inside out. Now it's all on the outside, baby. Outdoor malls, man.
Yep.
Get to walk through it in the heat way they don't have AC so much.
There you go. Well, yeah. Damn.
Weatherman Andy's got it. Gadzooks Incorporated was a mall-based teenage clothing retailer. There you go.
Yes, sir.
My man, Weatherman Andy got that joint.
Thanks, Andy.
How's the traffic here in Houston, bud?
Looking, Andy.
Hey, we got to get. To hell with Laura doing sexy traffic. We got to get Andy doing traffic.
No, we need to get Andy doing sexy traffic. Let Andy do some sexy traffic.
Well, hey,
come on.
Hey. Andy, do traffic with his shirt off, Tyler, and just let it ride.
Now that would drive people to the YouTube stream. Right?
Well, we're gonna audition Monday, Andy.
We ain't got to audition. You got it. I knew you.
Free them nipples, Andy.
That's right. All right, coming up is as I said here, we'll be here till 6 o'clock Thursday, getting you ready for another big game. It doesn't have the feel as the last 3-4 weeks has, but the Arizona Cardinals, it's important to continue to stack these wins as they sit in the playoffs currently right now, and a game back of the Colts with the chance to win. Coming up here soon, we look forward to hearing from the punter of your Houston Texans, Tommy Townsend. It'll be coming up soon. But go ahead. What was your?
Well, yeah, I mean, just this week's game being an NFC matchup at home. I mean, the game itself is not one that you got to win to necessarily progress through this thing, but when you look at what the Texans have rolling with the momentum, it's real, man. I mean, it's real. You know, they're on a roll right now, and they're super confident. And good things are happening offensively over the last 5-6 weeks. Really good things have happened, and you want to keep that rolling. So the following weeks, you got 3 more games after this, and they're all AFC games that are going to be they're going to matter. They're going to impact your standing in a big way, and so you want to carry that momentum over into it if you can. You don't want to the old Ron Hughley wet blankets. You don't want to throw that on this offense. You want the offense to keep rolling here.
I'd say start rolling, but yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, feeling good about yourself. I mean, look, you go up there and you get scored 10 points against the Cardinals, and you're the reason you lose the game. Boy, it's going to be painful. So, but your good point. The Arizona Cardinals defense is suspect. You ought to be able to go out there and score some damn points this week. So, great point. I mean, you ought to be able to get rolling on another level.
Yeah. By the way, injury report here. By the way, shout out to Bud Light. Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings, helping us put together Thirsty Thursday, as they do each and every week. Returning to practice, a couple of guys returning. Guys we talked about, we'll get the full injury report out. Not a bit surprised, but there are two who did not make it to the practice field. So let's look at these, Clint. Woody Marks back on the practice field, not a real surprise there. Azeez Al-Shire, the captain there on that defense, back on the practice field today. Trent Brown returned to practice. But, Clint, three guys still remain sidelined. Nick Chubb, Kamari Lassiter, and Sheldon Rankins. So Nick Chubb, obviously the backup running back. Kamari Lassiter, we saw he didn't practice at all last week. Was able to play and be very effective in the game on Sunday. And then Sheldon Rankins. All didn't return. Nick Chubb is the one I said yesterday that is really one to watch just because he got hurt in the game and didn't return. So that kind of charts. Kamari Lassiter, I don't know, after last week, I don't feel like I'm as concerned. Sheldon Rankins, that's a new one. Him missing both of these days this week. That one, when you already have Tim Settle, who is out for the year, you can't afford to keep losing those guys in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Tim Settle, man. Kurt Hinish is out, and what's the big fellow? The other hell, he was getting major run last year and early this year. What was his name?
Kurt Hinish and
golly, mine just went blank. Anyway, they're down three defensive tackles. Foley Fatukasi. They're down three defensive tackles right now. So, I mean, you are thin, and Sheldon Rankins is a guy that you need big time. So, him remaining sideline's a problem on the starting unit, on the heavy rotational unit than what you said with Nick Chubb. I mean, Nick Chubb, you need him more right now than you've ever needed him. You need him this week more than you've ever needed him. This is not a game where you have to beat Woody Marks to death. This is a game where you should be able to let him breathe a little bit. And let him rest the foot and the eye or whatever the hell he hurt last week as well. Let him rest all of that, not completely, but to some degree, and let Nick Chubb get a little bit of run here. But we'll see. May not be a bad week for Schrader to get a little run.
Schrader, I don't know. Dare? Where's Dare? Where's Gerard Jordan? Is he around anywhere? All these guys that they may have.
Well, they got so many guys on the practice squad these days. It's hard to keep up with who it is.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Clint. It would be disappointing if Woody Marks had to be around the 25 to 30 touch mark in this game. If that's how much he's having to be used, like he was last week, and he's just on the field all the time. Because as we said, we talked about it yesterday, and we'll talk about it a little bit more depth. The usage is really, really high with Woody Marks. All right, as we are here live, Thirsty Thursday, Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's take a break. We'll wait to hear from the punter. And the punter on this team is a bit different than other teams just because of the way they play. We'll talk to Tommy Townsend, and we'll speak to him as we continue right here live on The Drive on a Thirsty Thursday from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown. Tommy Townsend coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I know there's a lot of you guys out there that that you wish you had that full head of hair, man. You got a hair loss issue right now, and it feels like you.
713-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Get on out to Sugar Land and see my friends at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. They've got a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus up to $10,000 off MSRP. 2025 Lincoln Corsair up to $8,000 off. 2025 Lincoln Aviator up to $11,000 off. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, westpointsales.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. I'm talking to Astro Granny right now, man. I'm about to start talking on the air with her.
Yeah, Granny done walked in this thing.
That's right.
Boy.
She done walked in with a Grinch sweater on, so say hello to her.
Hey, she been here 5 minutes. She's already mad because ain't none of the other family here yet. She done beat them here.
They'll get here. Yes, it is a Thirsty Thursday. Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings. We are here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown. So come on out and hang out with us. But let's head to the phone lines right now as we're happy to be joined by Houston Texans punter Tommy Townsend. Now, Tommy, I want you to be honest with me as we do applaud you for joining us. Tommy, I want you to be honest with me. You got to go back to your old stomping grounds last week and get a dub against the Chiefs. Did you talk a little trash to anybody around there? Did you let them know that you got in there and got them?
No, I kept the trash talking pretty light. Just kept it cordial with a bunch of my old teammates. But yeah, it's definitely nice to go in there and get a win. Especially we didn't make that happen and get it done last year with our the two opportunities there, one in the regular season, one in the playoffs. So this one felt real good, and a lot of good momentum going forward.
Hey, talk about that momentum, Tommy. We just got through talking about this. This is an NFC matchup this week, obviously. So in terms of the playoff implications, it's not as big of a game, which I know in y'all's eyes it's the next game. So what the hell are you talking about? But the for you got a little different perspective on things, being a specialist in terms of being able to kind of see it all happen on offense and defense. Just what's the vibe like in the building right now? What kind of momentum do you guys have rolling? What's the confidence meter look like over there right now?
Yeah, obviously, everyone's feeling pretty good. But when you're doing a good job and you're winning a couple in a row, everyone's patting you on the back. So it's easy to get loose and kind of feel like you're doing things well. But the good thing is everyone in the building right now, everyone's still got a chip on their shoulder. Everyone still feels like we got something to prove, which we do. And like I said about the momentum, we got some good opportunities to go forward and try and keep building and build confidence. And as you guys know, later in the year, the second half of the season's a little bit. I like to think it's a little bit more important than the first half. So we're catching a groove at the right time, and excited to see what we can do in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, Tommy Townsend, punter for the Texans, joins us, and that's what I was wondering from you, Tommy. You uniquely, I guess, opposed to anybody else on the team. You've won 2 championships already in this league. You have been through Super Bowl runs, and you've obviously understand what it's like to be on a championship team and what that looks like. I don't know if we thought that the Texans were there at the early part of this year, but clearly you guys are on a run, as you just kind of talked about. What is it about this team, and does it at all remind you of other championship teams you've been on?
Yeah, for sure. Especially the defense, just the fire that they bring every day. Gosh, I could go down a list talking about naming off all the guys on on defense and what they bring to the table and the energy they bring and the physicality. But they've been doing an incredible job, and I think they're ranked up there as one of the top, if not the top, in the NFL. So. It's gonna be fun to watch them work and just keep getting better. And same thing with the offense. It's good to see everybody kind of clicking, and the chemistry's building more and more as the year goes on. So really excited to see how the next couple weeks play out.
Tommy, what all work goes into your preparation for a week? Because look, people don't realize. Hell, the fewer times you touch the field, the better off we actually are, right? So the less we see Tommy Townsend, the better we are. But obviously, if you're catching, 4 to 8 or 10 snaps a week, every one of them is unbelievably important. Just give us a little peek behind the curtain of what goes on during the week and kind of how you approach preparing for a game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so Wednesdays are usually my kind of like my heavy day of kicking. That's my big workload day, where I'm, trying to, get the legs swinging, get dialed in for the week. If there's any changes that I need to make with my drop, just try and get a little bit more consistent. That's the big work day. Do a lot of drill work. Same thing with Thursdays today. I don't punt on Thursday, but it's still a big work day. We'll do walk the field sets where do a lot of visualization, and that's a huge thing for me. Do a lot of visualization, a lot of drops. Usually I go out to the field pre-game, a couple hours before the game, and I'll just walk the field and with a football and, just do my drops and visualize just about every scenario, every punt that I could hit throughout the game. I like to think punting at this point is kind of 90% mental. So just try and really dial in and focus on the mental side, the mental preparation of just making sure that, I'm locked in and focused and, just kind of trying to leave no stone unturned.
Tommy, listen, punters and kickers are obviously important to teams, but the way that the Texans play football, I think you and Kaimi are even more important to this team. Is there any sense of kind of pressure? Because you've been on high-octane offenses where maybe, as Clint said, you're not used as much, but you've also been on ball control, play through your defense, field position type teams. Do you guys get the sense of pressure, any more added pressure in the way that this team plays compared to other teams with your performance?
Not so much. I try and keep the I guess that kind of approach. I try and keep it as simple as possible. At the end of the day, I got to go out and I got to execute no matter the situation and no matter how much or how little pressure there is and what game it is. I put a lot of pressure on myself in general. I try and just take each punt, as it comes, regardless of the situation, just kind of focus on what I need to do to go out there and execute. And mostly, that's just going through my swing thoughts, going through the checklist in my head, making sure on third down, I get a clean ball off my foot into the net, get a good strike on a ball, and just feel loose and confident going out there, and just try and bomb the ball downfield.
Tommy, how long you been letting that hair grow, man? That's a good solid head of lettuce there, man. How long you been working on that? What's the weekly routine of taking care of that stuff, man?
Yeah, a little too long, actually. A little too long. I think I started growing it my, I think the end of my maybe like redshirt sophomore year, maybe my redshirt junior year of college. So, I never had my hair past my eyebrows. My mom never let me grow it that long. And one year I was like, you know what, I'm just going to grow it out, see what happens. And I just kind of kept it going. But it gets in the way a little bit sometimes. But, some people tend to like it.
Do you use Soul Glow?
Hey, I've been trying to get a Head and Shoulders deal for years now, but if you got any connects, give me a shout out.
Pat. Hey man, he got the Head and Shoulders on lock, man.
Hey man, if you can't get a shampoo, a conditioner, some kind of hair product deal, hell, they just ain't. They're not interested in NFL players, man. Damn, get me.
Tommy, man, we appreciate you joining us. Good luck, man, and you guys keep rolling.
Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Tommy Townsend, punter for your Houston Texans as they get ready to take on the Arizona Cardinals. Coming up here at the bottom of the hour, Tyler, is that right? We'll hear from Nick Caley. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Bottom of the hour, we'll hear from Nick Caley, which I'm intrigued to hear from him after that second half they put together on Sunday. So it'll be good to hear from him. Again, Clint, injury-wise, Woody Marks, Azeez Al-Shire, Trent Brown, they returned to practice after missing yesterday. Nick Chubb, Kamari Lassiter, Sheldon Rankins remain sidelined. I think Sheldon Rankins is a very important one. Kamari Lassiter obviously is important, but I feel like we watched what happened last week happen. the Nick Chubb, even though if you look at the three of them, the Nick Chubb one probably doesn't look like the most important because clearly his role has shifted. But when we look at how much usage that Woody Marks is getting and how beat up, and we kind of discussed it, listen, they haven't been running Nick Chubb very much at all. They've been really running Woody Marks a ton anyway. And if there's no Nick Chubb there, it feels like they're going to run Woody Marks even more. And as we talked yesterday, it feels like we're starting to see the effects of Woody Marks being used the way he is, in a way that I don't think his body has been used, not sexually or anything, but his body in terms of hits and things like that. Before anybody took it there, in terms of hits while he was in college or anything like that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I'm not typically a load management guy. In fact, it irks me at times, but I think this is a situation with the Texans where, again, you got an NFC matchup. Game doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot, so we got to be smart. Woody Marks is beat up. Clearly, Nick Chubb is beat up, and Dare Ogunbowale is just not the same caliber player. So I think this week in particular, really probably the rest of the way, or for a good chunk of the way, until he gets that foot right and can be maybe not 100%, but he can be better. I think Woody Marks' usage has to change a bit. He's a guy that's been getting. He had 26 carries last game. He had 70% of the snaps over the last 4 or 5 games, kind of deal. And so, I mean, we're just, you're flirting with the backups not being ready. You're flirting with having a real problem, and he means so much to this offense that you've got to find a way to make this make sense. And right now, I think the easiest picture to paint for Woody Marks in the moving forward until that foot's better, or until they find somebody that can get somebody healthy that can spell him a little bit more, I think you've got to use him like a third down back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is opposite of how you've been talking about they need to use.
Well, I think big picture using like a third back. The way he's on the field in your obvious passing situations, he's on the field on 3rd and 4th downs, he's on the field in the red zone. But you got to have somebody steal take some carries away from him. In the first quarter and a half and the second quarter and a half, if you will. I mean, somebody's got to take 4 or 5 carries off his plate. I would rather those be 1st and 2nd down carries than 3rd or 4th down carries. I would rather those be between the 20s than in the red zone. And so he's got to be on the field in the important moments, period. We've discussed that. We've talked about it, right? Again, 3rd downs, 2-minute situations, end-of-game situations. But somebody's got to take a little bit of the workload off the kid between the 20s, and somebody, and in particular at the beginning of the first half and at the beginning of the second half. I think that's ideal for him.
Yeah, and it feels like the next 2 weeks against the Cardinals, who are 3-10, and against the Raiders, who are in a tailspin, feels like these are games. However, it has to be done. That maybe these are games that Woody Marks isn't taking. I get it, man. The Colts, you got to run him, and you got to do what you can to win these big games. I get it against the Chiefs. You got to run him and do what it takes to win these big games. But now we're starting to see, as you said, Clint, he is, outside of CJ Stroud and Nico Collins, how many more guys on that offense are more important than him?
Huh.
Maybe one of the
I would argue that there's none more important right now than CJ.
You think even more than Nico?
Obviously Nico's a better player. I'm not saying I'm not putting him, but when you look at the running back for this football team and how important running the football is, and how important being able to convert 3rd and 4th downs, and he's been super important in the run game and the pass game inside the red zone. So Nick Caley has the one guy that I will 100%. Just be honest with, one guy that he's using really well in this offense is Woody Marks. And so I would argue, outside of C.J. Stroud, Woody Marks is as important as anybody given the role that he's playing.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here, you got all your mothers in the house, and the girls are in the house.
All of them, baby.
Family affair here.
Everybody Everybody takes care of the girls, and the girls are here.
There you go. It's a family affair here in Baytown. Come on out as the drive is live on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Bud Light. And as you know, Tyler, you know who's going to be out here soon, baby. Yeah, baby. Those Bud Light girls are going to be out here to continue some of the fun that we're having here as well. So you should get on out here as well. As I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. The night football, the Rockets are back in action here, and you can check them out here. So come on out and hang out with us. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings, the Baytown location right off Garth Road, and also Bud Light as we mentioned. Coming up, let's head to the to NRG and hear from the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. We'll hear what he's got to say as they get ready for the Cardinals coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to
for retirement income. Don't keep what's supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Look like the mayor done came out to come hang out with us a little bit.
Mayor Johnson done slid in a little bit, man. Slid in to hang out a little bit, man.
See, Tyler,
always good.
That's what y'all bring out. Y'all Baytown boys bring the mayor out.
Hey, man,
that's
right. Get out and about the people, man. Repping the people.
Coming out, having a good time, and you can make your way out here as well.
Don't hold it against him. Right? He's a Sterling grad now. You know, we over on the Lee side. Don't hold it against him now. He's so Sterling.
Silly ass
Ranger.
Gander. Silly ass.
So my mom graduated from Sterling. If you can't hear her telling everybody now.
I didn't know your mom was a Sterling.
Yeah, my mom, my wife, my sister-in-law, they all.
My mom went to Lee.
Hey, see there? I mean, I'm telling you, they all come around the track, come across some tracks.
Damn, y'all just intertwined out here, boy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they come. Hey, guess what? Sterling right there. Mother-in-law Sterling. Father-in-law Lee. They come over there trolling.
There you go, man.
Come over there hunting.
I see it. Well, make your way on out here, whether you went to Sterling or Lee or wherever you went.
Boy,
come on out here and hang out with us.
You want to talk about nervous, boy? You got my mom over here. Got the mayor in a verbal now.
There you go now.
A verbal headlock.
This could go either way.
Boy, I hope he. Hey, look here. If y'all look up, if y'all hear the mayor on TV or something tomorrow and he's only got one ear, man, it's because Granny done chewed that sucker off. She's on the left side.
All right, let's head to NRG and hear from the OC, Nick Cayley.
Pressure and how some teams may look at the Chiefs game, especially the third quarter, and try to duplicate that. What are some steps you can do to be proactive about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the league. And I think that, you got to put good tape out there and you got to be clean with those things. So the thing you do is you address the problems, you see what the issues were, if it's communication, if it's a fundamental, if it's a technique deal, and then like every week we go to work and we try to work on the third down game plan, protection plan, and then always use to work on pressures that may have come up throughout the year that we got to get fixed and cleaned up.
DeMeco mentioned earlier this week urgency ahead of the snap and maybe being able to shore some of those things up.
Yep.
Is that primarily a practice thing? Is that a film? Is that a conversation? What are the best ways to make sure that urgency is there and those mistakes
I think when you address it, I mean, we can't have a lack of urgency. We got a better urgency, I would say. And I think the biggest thing is taken away from, our game. You want to clean things up. And then I think it goes to the way you practice, the way that you get in and out of the huddle, the way that you get your feet set, the way that, whether it's shifts, motion mechanics, et cetera, and just having a general overall urgency. Starting with me getting the play call in, the guys getting in the huddle, listening, attentive, and being able to break the huddle and get our feet set. So you address it, you want to clean it up, but then it ultimately comes down, your behavior is going to be set based on how you practice it, and that's what we got to start the week off, and we got to get better in that regard for sure, all of us.
At what point did the superstition for the hat give way to the newness of a?
I mean, I don't know. It was just getting a little crusty and white, and probably had a few comments out of you guys here. And my wife was probably, you probably need to get a new hat. So Darwin hooked me up with a couple, so I got a few in the in the locker in there.
Did you recognize that Houston kind of takes a toll on the hats?
It's the humidity, heat, sweat. So, yeah.
What are some of the things that you've seen this Arizona defense on tape?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've this year, but the last 2 years I've had a chance to go against them, 4 total times. They're well coached. They're aggressive. They play really hard. They have great play energy. Obviously everybody sees Buddha. He runs around sideline to sideline. He'll hit you. He's got, he's violent on contact, all those things. He's a playmaker, but they do a really good job. Discipline. They run to the football, they pursue, and they play as 11. And that's been the case since, Jonathan's been the head coach there, and Nick does a great job. I just think they play really, really well together. They play coordinated, connected, and they play really, really hard. They're in every game. They are tough, and they're well coached. We got a lot of respect for them.
How much does the way the defense is playing, if at all, how much does their play impact your play calling throughout the game? Like, determining how aggressive you might be on the next play based on how the defense played on the previous series or how they played throughout the game?
Sure, I think we always want to play clean no matter whatever the game plan dictates. But I would say, like, we're going out to play our game plan wise, and then if there's ever a tweak based on a situation or something that DeMeco has conversations about, I mean, we can alter something there. But we're always trying to go out and play an aggressive game and do our end of the hold up our end of the bargain and play good football. We got a great defense and just trying to play clean, to score points, to improve the red area. That's been a point of emphasis throughout the year. 7 over 3, the 4-point plays per se, and being better in situational third down, in general. So we're trying to take care of what we can do to help the team and focus on that. And then, like I said, if it was a situational deal when it comes to situational football, maybe there's certain things we'll do collectively as a team, but we're trying to go out and execute the game plan to start and finish.
I was going to ask you also, like, what you felt like the offense still needs to unlock aside from some of the urgency stuff that you talked about, and like you just mentioned, red zone and third down. What is it about the offense that you feel like y'all are still trying to tap into at this point in the season?
Yeah, I think playing clean football consistently, eliminating pre-snap issues. Like, we have to rid ourselves of that, and you can't. Again, we've had too many of them happen for too many weeks now. We got to clean that stuff up to give ourselves a chance to really stay on schedule, play well, and I think still want to continue to move the needle in the red area for sure. Same thing on third downs. Short yardage has been a point of emphasis. So those things, I think, across the board want to improve on everything, but first and foremost, not beating ourselves, especially prior to the ball being snapped.
Can you talk about what happens in a game like on Sunday, in the third quarter, where just for a moment it was obviously not great?
Yeah.
But I know you guys watch a ton of tape, and you probably expected some of that was coming. What do you guys do to prepare for an onslaught like that in advance?
I mean, we want to run the football better. I think, getting out and get back on track. And I felt like in the third quarter we just couldn't really get out of our own way to start the drives. And, certainly we got to do a better job. I got to do a better job, coaches, players, everybody. But we just could never get going. I mean, the 3 and outs are, we don't want that. So starting better on first and second down, which we did not do. We did that in the first half. And we were able to move the ball and keep it going. But in the third quarter, it was certainly a lull. And drive starters, positive plays, fundamentals, playing with good fundamentals so we don't have any negative runs or anything like that, good pass protection, all those things really boils down to fundamentals. But getting off to the right start each drive is imperative for our success, for sure.
As a coach, what's it like where you want to win, you win the game, but you also maybe feel like maybe the defense carried the load a little bit, and the offense probably, if you want to win at a higher level, has to be better? Like, what's that like for a coach where we won the game, we're happy, but we really got to emphasize that we got to be better?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's frustrating. Like, you want to be able to play cleaner, and certainly we got a great defense, but like we sit there, and you look at it, and there's a lot left out on the field, and the urgency and the chase to clean those up as fast, the race to be able to clean up the operation, clean up the urgency, clean up the techniques as fast as you can to allow us to be at least at our full potential. That's what we're trying to do. But to your point, like, yeah, absolutely. And I think you look at those, each game, but like every game, there's always those instances. But like you talked about last week, like you look and you sit there and say, like, hey, we can do a lot better, and we can start a lot better by playing cleaner and then fundamentally playing better, straining to finish better in certain areas. But that's absolutely, you want to improve on that. I mean, glad we got the win against a really, really good opponent. But still, our best is out, and we got to attack it, and that's the biggest thing.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley on a Thirsty Thursday with The Drive.
He's, limping off the field, leaving games. He's on the injury report this week. How do you sort of balance? He is our running back one, but we also need him for, the long haul, but we need him for whatever week this is. How do you kind of go about managing and adjusting that as the play call?
No, it's a great question. I think you got to be able to use the guys we have available at the game. Obviously, Nick going down impacts some things, but certainly never want to get so heavy as to where you're getting into a situation like that. But being able to, we have faith in all those guys, being able to find a good rhythm and be able to spell certain situations, down distances, to be able to offset some of that so the volume doesn't get so high. And we are fresh in the fourth quarter, and Woody's a warrior. He does a great job. He's getting better every single week. Certainly want to be mindful of that, to your point, too. Definitely.
Schrader, bring him in.
Yeah.
What do you see from him? What does he bring to the table for people that aren't familiar with him?
Yeah, no, Cody, I got a chance to be with him a little bit out in L.A. Hard-working, smart, tough kid, great teammate. So, give him an opportunity to go out there and compete and just bring him along and see where it goes. But, no, he works really hard. He's got a good character, loves football, those things. So just take it day by day with him, really.
How's Nick Chubb doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great spirit about him, doesn't have man a few words, doesn't say a whole lot. The consummate pro, but you have to ask him that. But I mean, he's the same guy every single day, very consistent.
How much emphasis went towards, you talk about playing a clean game, but how much emphasis went towards cleaning up the penalties, maybe talking to the offense about those sometimes being a momentum killer or being a drive killer?
Yeah, I mean, it's discussed. I mean, it's the first thing we talk about eliminating this stuff because, again, to give yourself the best opportunity, you gotta stay, you can't put yourself backwards. And, throughout the year, we've taken points off the board. Your chances, just the percentages of not finishing drives with points, you look at the metrics and the stats, I mean, they drop when you have penalties in drives and stuff like that. So it's a big point of emphasis. We've addressed it, numerous times, and I think, putting a harder focus on it and just being more dialed into the things. And I think everybody on our offense, players, coaches, everybody, we want to rid ourselves of that stuff. And again, that's the mission, and we got to do it. Last week can't have that. Too much stuff, it's not what we want.
CJ talked about making plays off script. He said you can't live with that. But what is it like? You obviously want him to play within the offense, but there's also kind of a trade-off where, sometimes he's taking a sack, but other times he's finding Nico for 50 yards. Like, how do you coach that where you want him to stay within the offense and not completely eliminate big plays like that?
Yeah, I mean, we call our plays, we have designs. He's got a great ability to play off schedule and instincts, and he's shown that throughout his career. So you never want to coach instincts out of anybody. So there's a lot of things like that he has a great feel for space in the pocket and the timing of things, and he does a good job when the pocket breaks down and he gets out of the pocket off schedule. He does a good job with his eyes down the field, and he's comfortable doing those things. So he plays for us, obviously last game especially, but he's continued to do that throughout his career. And, we got our plays, but some things are going to break down, and he's got a good awareness of, where guys are in space and making good decisions with the ball. And I've been proud of him. He's taken good care of the football and done some really big things when those things have gone off schedule.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley from the podium at NRG Stadium.
Establishing that first, bringing a fullback up, is that kind of the game plan moving forward? Is establishing that, especially in small yardage situations? Or?
Yeah, I think you look at the fullbacks, tight ends. I think they're one and the same in that room. They're an extension of the offensive line. I think just in general, you want to be balanced, right? Some weeks call for heavier groupings, some weeks call for lighter groupings. Some weeks, you may not throw the ball quite as much, or you might not run the ball quite as much. But essentially, you want to be able to run the ball efficiently. And I think the tight ends, what they allow you to do, and what they've allowed us to do, is get into some different types of run games, some different sets, week to week based on what we're seeing, and I think they're valuable pieces to the offense. Probably a little bit biased having a tight end coach background, but Jake does a great job with those guys, and they're really, they're hardworking, conscientious, and they're accountable and smart, that group. And I think it's an extension. It gives us some opportunities to do some different things when we have those guys.
Calais Campbell has done it in this league for a long time.
For a long time.
It seems like he's having another productive year again this year. Just kind of what are some of the challenges that he presents on the team?
I mean, just watch the tape. He's got size. He's intelligent. He knocks guys back. He can eat up double teams, and he can rush the passer. I mean, throughout his career, I feel like since I've been in the league, since he was in Arizona the first time when I came into the league, he's been a highly productive player. He's got a great spirit about him, plays with great energy and stuff. So he's a load. We're going to have to be at our best. And, he's been a really, 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 really good player for a long, long time.
We've been talking about clean game for offensive side of the ball. Do you feel like you all have, is there any game that you can point to where you all played a clean game, or do you feel like you're right on the cusp of playing that clean game that you want?
Well, last week was not a clean game, so to say that we're on the cusp, coming up last week, I feel like it's in us to do that, and we play clean at practice. That was the thing. I think just you talked about last week. We don't see those pre-snap penalties, the illegal shifts and stuff like those didn't rear their head, and then they rear their head in the game. So you sit there and you got, okay, what's the issues? How can we rid ourselves and put an emphasis on playing cleaner, getting our feet in the ground? Let's go. Good communication, good urgency. We've shown plenty of moments where we've had clean games and clean drives and stuff, but when we haven't, you see what the negative impact is on it. And again, to move forward and be at our best, we've got to rid that from our game, and that's what we're trying to do. And practicing that way and focusing on those things is what we're trying to do here even more.
We've been asking a lot of people about the Jalen Petrie hit. When you were seeing it, or you watched at the video. Is there a moment where you think about it and just say, okay, thank God I don't have to go against that? Or I've seen that in
me personally? No, I'm just joking. Yeah, thank God I wouldn't be getting up from it. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great, clean hit. Man, he is I saw it after the fact, but he's a spirited player, an urgent. You talk about urgency, you talk about violence the right way, you talk about a teammate, the guy that plays, from snap to whistle with everything he's got. I mean, just watch the clip, and that's him every single day. I mean, he's a stud. I'm glad he's on our team.
Going up against the number one defense in practice like you have, has that made you a better coordinator?
Yeah, I think so. You've been able to talk with DeMeco, going against the challenges that our guys present. I think it makes you change your way of thinking about certain things. There might be certain things that in previous experiences, say, oh, this is a great scheme. We like to run this ball, to the edge here. You know what? Not so fast, And you got different guys that'll set edges, but it's first, second, third level of our defense. We got great players across the board that play, at 100 miles per hour, full tilt all the time, and it makes everybody better. It makes our players better, it makes our staff better, it challenges us. And Meeko always talks about iron sharpen iron, and that's truly what it is. I mean, training camp on. I mean, they bring it every day, and it makes us better. So I think it makes everybody better.
Spirited press conference from the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley.
A lot of spirit in the building, boys.
We got spirit. How about you? We'll discuss a little bit and react to what Nick Caley had to say, and also, hey, it's Sunday's a big day for Nick Caley. It's a big day for him. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive is live.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Dolphins and Steelers go head-to-head in an AFC.
Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's EHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, look.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back as we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. We are at the Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown. Bring your ass on out here.
Fair.
We got the mayors out here. Somebody at his table's talking all kind of trash on Baytown, and she's out here.
East Sider though. I bet you she's an East Sider though. Well, you Channel View? Did I hear Channel View? Did I hear Channel View? Yeah. Hey, East Sider.
Hey, Tyler, she gonna line us up to take a picture and go say, "All right, Baytown."
Hey, watch.
Hey, that sounds like a Ronnie Show Hughley move, doesn't it?
I mean, don't put that on me,
my
man.
bad.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Ron wouldn't hate on the Dirty Bay. Hell no.
No, not really. Yeah, but no, man, it's a good time being had out here. Also, shout out to Bud Light. Bud Light girls are expected to get in here and hang out as well, and you can be a part of that. TV's all over the place. Thursday night football, an important game for the Tampa Bay Bucks in that weird NFC South. TV's all over the place to watch that. The Rockets will host James Harden again. If you're not going to the game, this is a great spot to go and watch it right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. TV's all over the place, so make your way on out here. All right, Clint, we were able to hear from Nick Caley, ahead of this game against the Cardinals and coming off of the game against the Chiefs. Anything he said that jumped out to you?
Look, I think several things. I think I love the fact that he owned, hey, man, last week wasn't it. Last week the offense, we got to be significantly better. I don't recall in past press conferences, maybe he wasn't confronted with it, but I love the fact that he said, no, it doesn't matter how good our now I'm paraphrasing here, but it doesn't matter how good our defense is or in the moment or in the season, we gotta be better offensively. So number one, I love that. The part that I don't, and it's not necessarily about Nick Caley, but it's more about what we're hearing repetitively from the entire group. The urgency pre-snap, to me, that is a way that you practice. The only way you have urgency problems in games.
I'm glad you brought this up because I got a question off.
Well, this is week 13, right? And you had 6 weeks of training camp before that, so we're going on 20 weeks worth of work. We still have an urgency issue where the head coach is talking about it, the offensive play caller's talking about it. That is a practice problem, right? I mean, you don't just show up on Sunday. Now I'm not saying at Arrowhead specifically, that could be a game day problem. You're on the road, it's loud, their defense is really good, the play call may be coming in a little late. But we're consistently hearing this from multiple play callers and now for multiple weeks. And so that part of it is a bit baffling to me. If I were an offensive play caller at any level and we lacked urgency, it would be embarrassing. You know what I mean? I would go to the podium and be irate with what's going on instead of just kind of casually mentioning it every week. So that part of it for me is a real struggle.
See, you said that. DeMeco has mentioned it.
Yes.
He says it. Is this urgency thing becoming the new execution? You remember
we had the execution thing early.
Last year was just Bobby, and then we just got to execute.
They just got to execute.
And the reason why I say I'm glad you brought it because that was besides him just saying spirit a bunch of times, and when they ask you, Nick Caley, how is Nick Chubb doing? They don't give a damn about his spirit. They want to know about his ribs. Okay, is he gonna play? That's what.
Right.
Not about his damn spirit. I digress, but. I'm not saying urgency doesn't help, and that is something that can help. But was urgency a lot of the problem with them just doing nothing in the third quarter? Like how much was that urgency, or was that, hey man, they just
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Look, there's no. You can make all the excuses in the world. Chris Jones is going to cause problems whether you add urgency or not. Whether you get out
it
of
seemed
the
like there was an issue of them just get beat, and them seeming to be more confused about who they should be picking up when the blitz. If they got to the line with 30 seconds left for 10 seconds.
Well, there's a big difference in breaking the huddle and you got 20 seconds left, and you can manipulate the defense to figure out who's going to come, who's not going to come. Then you have time to direct your offensive line that direction. You know the right side's bluffing, they're belling. So now I've got some things. The biggest concern for me with the Texans offense is how many times CJ Stroud snaps the football and doesn't know who's blocking who and if he's protected or not. That could be directly attributed to the lack of urgency, yes. Now,
the urgency in what way? Because I hope you do this better than DeMeco, because they said it to DeMeco, and I don't think he was ready, that he was going to have to respond and explain what he means by urgency.
Right. Well, he didn't want to throw anybody under the bus. But that's why he struggled with it. But the reality of it is it's either Nick Caley not getting the play in consistently on time, which is unacceptable. I mean, if it's a problem every now and then, that's cool. That's fine. You're an NFL offensive coordinator. It can't be a problem for 14 games, right? Or there's an issue. An issue may be strong, but there is a, like, CJ Stroud communicating in the huddle and getting the play out of his mouth quickly, clearly, and concisely communicating it so that everybody can break the huddle and go and know exactly what they're going to do. Or is he mumbling through things? Is he struggling through the actual play call and not communicating it well? All of those things can cause you to be late to get out of the huddle. And what we're seeing, or what we saw versus that in that third quarter versus the pressure stuff, is a directly, absolutely connected to the lack of urgency.
Yeah, I heard it, and I was like, man, that's 2-3 days in a row, and not just days in a row, weeks in a row, that DeMeco and him are offering up the word urgency.
Right.
Like they're using it in the way that him and Bobby kept offering up the word execution last year.
Right.
Like they got to execute, and it was like, well, hold on, man. Is it just execution? Because when I watched that game, like I thought, yeah, the urgency would have been that Chris Jones was not going one-on-one with Jake Andrews. That's the urgency. To hell with urgency. Like Jake Andrews could have had 30 seconds, 30 minutes before that one-on-one wouldn't have worked. Yeah. Or that they're walking multiple guys up in the A-gap, and it looks like nobody knows who they're supposed to pick up. And maybe the urgency part is they're getting to the line of scrimmage, as you said, too late, and they're figuring it out. But I didn't get that feel. It just got a feel of like there was confusion again, that they didn't know, do I have the safety? Do I have the backer? Oh, he dropped. I don't know, but it just seemed like I hope they're not in practice in the thought of like, hey, man, we got to get to the line quicker only, and that it is not just like, hey, what did we see? How did we have 9 consecutive plays every time we drop back? We don't have a chance because 1 or 2 people are running free.
Well, look, the urgency thing is an overall problem on the offense. We've talked about it with their motions and like their landmarks of motions, right? I mean, there's motion going on, and the ball's not getting snapped, so the guy's having to stop, set his feet, reset, and go. I think the ball's supposed to be snapped with the player in motion. There's a lot of issues with this offense operationally, that shouldn't be going on week 13 of a season. Again, after you're 20 weeks into this thing, you should be a little bit cleaner. He mentioned the alignment problems. He mentioned the pre-snap penalties. I've never met a coach that wasn't a major focus on and point of frustration if you're not very good at it. So they've got to clean that up, and I think it can all be tied back to, ultimately living with a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're just not good enough right now offensively to lackadaisically go through things and play consistently. You're not good enough to do that.
And Clint,
not many are, by the way.
Off of that and off of hearing Nick Caley just now, bro, Nick needs to have a day on Sunday. Yeah. Nick Caley and his offense, to me, needs to have a day on Sunday Because listen, this is an Arizona Cardinals team that is in the midst of a combination of struggling defensively and throwing in the towel. All right, they are in a 5-game losing streak. Clinton, they are giving up 35.5 points a game. And in those 5 games, they've given up 40-plus 3 times, right, including 45 to the Rams last week. I'm not saying that the Texans are going to go through and put up 45 just because of the way they play. But when you look at that, the 24th ranked in total offense, 26, and that is with these last 5 games. This is not a good defense, and we have seen not just the Rams, but many teams light them up. We watched the Jags light them up. And then I would say the Jags are a great offense. This is CJ's, 3rd game back. They've had a full week. They're at home. This is a team that's not a great defensive team. Clint, I feel like we should walk away from Sunday's game from the offense. We know the defense is going to do what they do. But we should walk away because this is bigger than beating the Arizona Cardinals. This is, can this team get to an AFC championship game for the first time ever? That to me, that's where the thought is, or beyond. And we need to see this offense pick up. And against this team that has been giving up 35.5 points a game, we should walk away from the game talking on Monday, hey, I feel like that was a step in the right direction. I feel better about the offense. I hope that this isn't like a Tennessee Titans game where they scored 16 points and they had to hold on and they got shut out in the first half. I feel like this is a game where we should see some improvements over what we've been seeing.
Well, it's a big opportunity. You've got the momentum, you've got some confidence, you've dug yourself out of the hole, and now the one piece that needs time on task, that needs reps, that needs to see success, they need to see the ball go through the upright, is your offense. And you've got a defense that should give you plenty of opportunity to see those things and execute at a high level and get some things on track and get some guys involved. So there's a huge opportunity there. We'll see if they take advantage of it. I mean, there's no doubt about it that if you look at the box score, you look at the stat line, this defense is going to give our offense some opportunities. Let's see how they take advantage of it. There's no doubt about it.
They've been getting smoked, man.
Yeah.
like they've been giving up. Again, I'm not like, and hell, I don't even know that there's a point total that I can attribute to it and what I would see, like, if they score 27 or 30, whatever. But it is just like you should walk away from the game like, all right, that looks better. Man, they just go through stretch at games, even the ones they've been winning here lately, where it's just like, God, dog, man, that's not going to be good enough if they trail.
Yeah, I'm less. I mean, obviously, we want to see points. But I'm less worried about necessarily a total of topping 30 points or whatever. And I'm more of like, how clean and convincing can we be throughout 4 quarters? And which obviously should end in points. To your point, it should end in more points on the board and a higher score. But I'm more. If you handle pressure really, really well, which to me, handling pressure is either have an answer or pick it up, one of the two.
And I'm guessing they're going to see a lot of pressure. And we heard CJ saying it yesterday that teams are probably going to pressure them until they.
I don't know enough about
Arizona, but
I don't know enough about Arizona to know how much they pressure it now. I can look at those this evening, but if that's what they do, if it's in their defensive DNA is to pressure a quarterback, the Texans are going to see a heavy dose of it until they show they can win against it.
Yeah, to me, the alarms go off to me if we walk away from the game Sunday, and the offense.
Oh yeah,
struggles against this defense.
I agree.
At home, the alarm bells are. Or they should go off, right?
Well, if the defense ultimately has to win this thing, which we'll take it. Look, we'll take another W any way we can get it. But if the defense has to win this thing, and it's another one of those low-scoring affairs, and the offense sputters and they're inconsistent, or for whatever reason,
they go a half somewhere where they don't do anything.
That's that's going to be a little bit of a buzzkill, no doubt.
All right. Speaking of how they can improve this thing, Clint, I don't mean to go real far on this because I know a firing would never happen, but there's something that is going on with this group where it's to me it is the most head scratching thing that potentially we see on this team.
Yep.
Well, it's just insane. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, before we get into that right there, that cussing and discussing, let's talk about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Look, if you're already drinking Coors Light, I tip my cap, man. You're drinking the world.
Can you think back to
KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are back here in Baytown, Buffalo Wild Wings. Most everyone in here is happy to be here in Baytown. I've got a couple.
Hell,
of people,
why wouldn't they be?
We've got a couple of people who apparently don't want to be here in Baytown.
Oh, that's right.
But
right.
it's a good time being had out here. Thirsty Thursday, I saw a spotting of the Bud Light girls.
I bet that old paycheck comes from Baytown, though.
I bet it does, too. Yeah.
I bet that old paycheck comes from over on this side.
That's all right. Yeah, she So, but Bud Light girls on the way are out here right now. So come on out, have a good time, and hang out with us. Coming up after this segment, if you're in the building, if you've not done so, my guy Shay right here, standing up with a ticket. You can grab a ticket and enter our raffle. We're going to be hooking somebody up with a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card, and I'm telling you, it goes a long, long way. Get anything you need there, from seasonings to grills to all kinds of things. Charcoal, whatever you need. Pellets, they've got it there for you. You got a chance to win a gift card.
They got a meat market in the back,
They
don't
got a
they?
meat market
Do they have
as
that in
well.
all their locations, or just the one I went in was now it's kind of meat that you don't want me cooking.
I've been to the one in Houston, been to the one in Katy. They got them. They both got them.
That's that high end stuff. That good meat.
Yeah, it sure is.
Anniversary type cooking for you, ain't it?
Yeah, they had a
No, Tyler, ain't nobody talking about your meat. We're talking about the meat available.
That was completely unnecessary for you to get that nasty.
I mean,
for you to get that nasty. We're talking about the good meat. We're talking about the briskets that they have back there. And you're up here talking about you got that good meat. Now calm down, man.
Go ahead. We got one guy that graduated from Sterling that can't act right, and one of them's a mayor. See, I mean, it's a wide span here.
Come on, Megan, get your.
I'm telling you, man, it's a wide net.
Megan, you need to get your mans. But no, man, you got a chance to win that.
If
That's
Megan
coming
ain't done
up.
it by now, hell,
We'll start up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll start up in the 4 o'clock hour. Then Bud Light. We got some nice chairs from Bud Light, courtesy of Bud Light, that you can win a little bit later on.
That's them old school web chairs.
It
right
is,
there.
man. That you can win a little bit later on. So grab you a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you can have a chance to be a winner. All right, Clint. I don't think that you would disagree with this.
Well, put it out there. Let me see.
But in 713-572-4610, you tell me if I'm being too harsh. YouTube and Twitch as well. I almost – now, I know it won't happen. All right, I almost think it's a fireable offense if this usage of Jalen Noel doesn't improve. It's one of the most head-scratching things that we see as an offense. It is the weirdest thing ever that they just don't play him.
Yeah.
They just don't use him. And this is an offense that is thirsting for big plays, thirsting for somebody to do something. I mean, they went 5-6 straight possessions where they didn't gain a yard like the little Giants. It was negative 2 yards. Nothing. It was like, but that's just the third quarter on Sunday. It's throughout the rest of the year. Clint, in the last 6 games, Jalen Noel has 8 receptions, 10 targets, 6 games, 8 receptions for 63 yards. 3 rushes for 3 yards. The previous 2 games, arguably against your 2 toughest opponents, in the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks, he had 9 catches for 140 yards. 9 for 140 in 2 games. And he doesn't even get on the field. It is just wild to me that they don't find a way to get him involved. I'm glad that Higgins has gotten involved, but damn it, it ain't like you can't get other people involved. Hell, it don't mean like, all right, Higgins gets involved, so that means that that Noel doesn't get a chance. He's not even on the field. Like, that is crazy to me that they have not found a way to make him a consistent part of the offense.
Yeah,
I don't even understand it.
Well, the interesting part of that is Christian Kirk hasn't been what we thought Christian Kirk was be. So you would think there would be a big opportunity there for somebody else to jump in and
check Christian Kirk in the last 6 games.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that it ain't double digits.
Yeah, it's Applebee's.
But that's the interesting part is there's clearly a little bit of a void there. But yeah, man, like we've talked about this, and this is just one of the handful of things that we're just going to have to come to terms with. Rooting for the Texans or covering the Texans is they're not going to. I mean, they don't even, the approach to offensive football is not we've got one guy or two guys that are really great, let's get them the football. The approach is we're going to line up, we're going to be pretty stagnant, relatively speaking, and what we've got to do is we got to get through progressions and just get the football to whoever's open. They do that to an extreme, and so I agree with Jalen Noel and his snap count and not getting more run and more attention and more opportunity.
1 catch for 6 yards in the last 2 games for Christian Kirk.
Yeah, that's what makes this thing interesting. But the reality of it is they don't even make it an extra effort to get Nico the football within that just is not how this offense operates. Is getting the ball in certain players' hands. Now, they've done a good job with Woody Marks, which is interesting, but, they've done a good job with him. But from a receiver standpoint, there's no extra attention given to player X because he's a really, really good player. And, again, they don't even do it for the top guy, much less Jalen Noel, who is a rookie who you really don't know what you have. And I know
also
there's
has
a lot.
To start with him being on the field.
No, I agree. I agree.
On the field.
I agree. I didn't look at his snap count last week, but you look at a lot of people may look at CJ. I mean, may look at Nico and go, "What are y'all talking about?" Nico had 6 catches in the first half. Well, I mean, it's not about how many catches they have. It's about how the defense can quickly eliminate someone from the game plan. And that is when you start seeing, well, how much effort are they putting into actually getting them the opportunities that they need. And so, I mean, Jalen Noel, I agree with you. It's frustrating, but the reality of it is hell, they don't even do it for Nico.
Yeah, it is, as you said, man, Christian Kirk has been, and I see people texting that in, Christian Kirk has been a bit of a disappointment. And now they're in a situation where they're getting absolutely nothing out of the slot. They're getting nothing from that part of the field, and that's just inexcusable to me. It's inexcusable to me that he's not even on the field, that he's not even getting reps on the field.
Yeah.
And then they can look at it and think to themselves, man, literally the slot that should be the quick answer. The tight end in the slot, that should be the quick answer for pressure that we're getting, and neither one of them are doing anything. And I would venture to say that Christian Kirk may not be doing anything because his skills have diminished and he's maybe not open. I would think Jalen Noel's not doing anything because he's not getting enough opportunities.
Yeah, again, I didn't check the snap count, so I don't know exactly what Jalen Noel is or isn't getting. But the reality of it is the disappointing part is Christian Kirk not being more a part of this offense.
Yes.
The frustrating or the mystery is, well, how come the next guy's not? So it is. I agree. It's interesting.
Someone texted in, you think it's bad now? Wait till Tank comes back. Well, no. If Tank comes back, I don't give a damn. But if Tank comes back, he'll be productive. Right now, there is no Tank. So the thought would be is you should be trying to get your playmakers not just involved, like you're saying, but at least on the field.
Well, look, you start talking about getting Tank back, get me good and worked up now. That's the fella I enjoy.
But you come out of the Seattle game and the 49er game, and you're like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Jalen Noel, we found something. He's about to take off. And then he gets 8 catches over the next 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's just. I think it's just
that's
something.
just inexcusable.
Well, I think it's something that we're going to have to get used to. I agree with you. Because you turn on the TV and you watch the Minnesotas and the Cincinnatis of the world, and you watch them go. We got this one guy that we're going to move around, and we're going to highlight that. When we don't move him around, we're going to highlight it, and we're going to do it in the second half to get him touches, and he ends the game with being a real focal point of the offense. I just don't think this group believes in making an individual a focal point of this offense. I think they just firmly believe in spreading the football around.
Yep.
So
all right.
We'll see.
As we continue here on a Thursday, let's take a look at the biggest story in sports. What the hell is going on in Ann Arbor? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a simple concept, no doubt about it. Unless you.
smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, appreciate you jumping in with us. Stay tuned with us as we're here live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. We're here in Baytown. Now I'm going to get to Sharon Moore's crazy ass here in just a bit. But the slander coming through here on CJ is a little aggressive. I'm looking on the text line. As the Jalen Noel conversation spun through the last two texts, we can't deny CJ is super smart, super accurate, great person, just can't process fast enough, and then CJ don't take the short plays, so slot don't even matter to him. I don't agree with either of those personally, but the hard starter is Jalen Noel's got to be on the field consistently for us to know if CJ won't take it from him. We've watched CJ take short stuff. We've watched, yes, is he more aggressive down the field? Yes, but we've watched it. I don't think this is a situation of CJ wouldn't take it. As Clint just broke down earlier in the week, hell, there's blitzes, and there are all routes that are 10, 15 yards down the field. There is no short. Yeah. Right? There is none of that. So, to me, I think I wouldn't say this is a, man, they're unable to get Jalen Noel going and have him more of an impact because CJ is the one that's stopping it. I completely disagree with that.
Yeah, no, I don't. This is not a CJ issue. Now we see a lot of it through the quarterback because that's just when you watch the offensive game, a lot of what's going on you can see through the quarterback and what he's doing or what he's not doing. You know, I don't think C.J. Stroud is taught versus pressure. Hey, we're going to go to this slot over here that's on the quick shake route, and then he's not doing it. Like I just don't believe that. I think this offense leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to having answers for pressure. I think it relies heavily on the quarterback being right. And when I say right, communicating the protection, knowing who's coming, knowing who's not. And then if there's one receiver on the field and there's 5 pass catchers and there's one on the field that's got a route that makes himself available, but the quarterback's got to know to go there and when exactly to go there. And I just don't know that CJ's quite there yet.
And also to that, the last 2 games he played with Davis Mills, Jalen Noel caught 2 balls. So I mean, it wasn't. It's not. I don't think it's the quarterback situation. I think partly it's him not being on the field and getting opportunities because, as you said, Christian Kirk is the one that's getting a lot of the slot opportunities. And then it's crazy. The game that we saw the slot being used the best was against the 49ers. All of the shortstop you're talking, and that was. Yeah. That was Jalen Noel and Braxton Berrios. I don't think Braxton has played since. I don't think he's been active since. And then then Jalen Noel, they've kind of set down. So that's the latest. All right, Clint, I want to get you and the people's thoughts on the biggest story in sports right now, and that's the college football, and it has nothing to do with the college football playoff. It has nothing to do with any of that. And that is – we understand, and we told you yesterday, that they fired the Michigan coach, Sharon Moore, but there's more to it. Former football coach Sharon Moore, who remains in custody, Clint, as we said, he was arrested last night, remains in custody as a suspect in an alleged assault and is expected to appear in court for an arraignment on Friday, according to the police department there. And also it says it does not expect a decision on Thursday on whether to file criminal charges against Moore. Authorities have yet to release details about Moore's arrest other than that to say that it remains under investigation. Now, we've read a lot of things on the internet. We are not going to spread internet stuff that we've read. We're going to go with what we're seeing has been reported as fact here from the police department, others. And so that is the latest up to date right now. He remains in custody right now, Clint. As this thing continues to come out and we're learning more, your thoughts on this Sharon Moore situation?
Well, I mean, the travesty here is not about coaching football and losing a job. The part that's sad is, he's clearly lost his family, and he's clearly, for lack of better terms, lost his mind. I mean, there's a mental health issue. Clearly, when you're doing what has been reported, if it's to any degree true, I mean, there's clearly some level of he's lost it to this, and so that part of it is what's really sad, man. It's crazy to think you go from the top of the world, man, winning a national championship, taking over for Jim Harbaugh, at Michigan, and you got what I would imagine is your dream job, given it's a top probably three job, maybe even higher in college football, to what's reportedly going on right now.
His life just completely changed in the matter of hours. I mean, like from whenever, like obviously, now we're seeing there's been at least conversation that this wasn't a surprise to a lot of people around the program. But I mean, in a couple of hours moments, he's fired from most coaches' dream job at Michigan, and then he's arrested and potentially charges for assault. Like, that is, like, he's done with the coaching thing. He's done in a lot of situations.
I've said it before, man. It's untied. It's undefeated. It's the most powerful thing in the world.
He could have been untied and undefeated with any other person.
Well, I mean, any other person, and it still would have made him go off his rocker. I don't think that losing his job and the fact that she worked with him is what made him do some of the reported things. I mean, I think that has to do with family related and again, the mental health aspect of it. But nonetheless, boy, you think you're bulletproof, you think you're invincible, you think you're on top of the world, and something like this can turn that thing upside down, man. That is, it's unfortunate, but it's what you sign up for when you start doing the things that he obviously was doing. And I'm not even talking about the going off the deep end thing and getting fired, but when you start doing what he was reported, with employees in the building, and clearly it wasn't just a one-time incident, I don't think, and so you start flirting with fire, playing with fire, man, your ass is going to get burnt.
And obviously, this has gone beyond the Udoka situation. There was some similarities with that part, but this has gone completely
one
beyond
just infidelity, right?
This is just him beyond, like, he's taking it to a whole nother, like Udoka wasn't in jail after the situation. And Clint, when you look at this, I'm really intrigued by the Michigan situation. Y'all know this is the 7th staffer that's been arrested since Jim Harbaugh
took the job.
I know that.
Wow. Not players, staffers, and this doesn't count the what's his name, Connor Stallions. That don't count him. This is the 7th guy that has been arrested on the staff since Jim has taken over, and now the wonder is, well, when did Michigan know about all of this? Right? Like, was there any kind of cover-up in this? There's going to be a big investigation. And, Clint, I'll be honest, it feels like Michigan has skirted away from major, consequences and punishments for certain things that they've gotten through. Man, you start putting all this together, it is like he may have really done Michigan in. He may have really – we'll see what the potential outcome that comes of this, but –
Well, Michigan's done Michigan in. I mean, this is as you said, when there's 7 of them, there's clearly a problem in the building of a lack of control, a lack of holding people accountable. There's a culture problem, obviously, and to your point, obviously Harbaugh. I mean, he believes in winning, don't he? I mean, at all expenses. Again, it's unfortunate, man, because there's a wife There's kids involved. There's obviously an extremely young lady involved, and so it's unfortunate how many people this is going to affect.
It'll be interesting to see. We'll see. I mean, they've got a lot. The process of how late this has happened, which is going to put them in a tough spot on the coach they can hire.
Well, I don't think that's the one thing that I don't think they're going to have.
You don't think so?
No.
You think they find the right guy right now?
Well, they're in a perfect scenario. Look, I'll be honest with you. I don't know that Coach Moore was their long-term answer anyway. I don't know how stable his job was at this point. I know they won some games, but I don't know that Michigan looked at him and was like, oh, yeah, this is our long-term answer.
But I don't think they wanted to get it done here.
No. I agree. I'm just saying that this isn't the first time that they've been like, hey, man, we might have to look for a new coach, right? And now you've got the excuse to go, hey, man, let's blow this thing wide open. The culture's bad. Obviously, whoever comes in here next needs an entirely clean slate to start over. And Michigan has the brand power to keep a lot of their players through that. So this may be, again, I hate that it's what it is. I mean, unfortunately. But in terms of football and for Michigan, this could be they could come out on the flip side of this looking really good.
Yeah, we'll see.
From a football perspective.
They can't rush it. And then there, a lot of the candidates that maybe they could have gotten are not there, and you just hope this don't turn into a Rich Rodriguez situation.
Yeah.
Because they have run into where they've hired the wrong guy and they've
hired the wrong guy a few times.
Yeah, and it set them back a little bit. So, yeah.
Well,
we'll see. All right. What you got coming up?
Woody Marks, baby. The ideal Woody Marks usage with his injuries this late in the season, 26 carries a game is not it. What does the ideal Woody Marks usage look like here in Houston? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 60. And before we do that, though, we got to tell you about Kushada.
shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
I don't think you can just say that, Clint.
As long as you don't, just dump it, D.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich? Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is. Get that thing right, Andy. That may be the best introduction radio, Tyler. Well done. Well done. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. Come on through. We don't have the mayor in the building. Got a couple of coaches in the building hanging out and enjoying the Thirsty Thursday.
There you go.
And looking forward to the rest of this show, as well as want to let everybody know, Football Friday this week. We were at BB's Tomball, which is off 249. So if you can't get here today and you're not on the east side, that's okay. We'll forgive you. But get up. By the way, today there's Buffalo Wild Wings all over the city, in and around the city, so you can get to a Buffalo Wild Wings for a Thirsty Thursday and have you a drink. They got specials going on, so take advantage of those. But Football Friday, BB's in Tomball off Highway 249. Now, Granny's not going to be there because she's got to either watch the kids or work tomorrow. But the vibe at BB's, no matter which location it is big time. Got that Cajun vibe. I actually absolutely love it. So come on through BB's in Tomball tomorrow. By the way, we broke this news yesterday, but just a quick reminder to everybody, the Texans-Chargers Week 17 matchup has been flexed to Saturday from a Sunday game amongst all the other games. So you got to kind of pick and choose if you watch the Texans or not. The Texans-Chargers game has been flexed to a Saturday afternoon in late December, and that is a 4:30 game, standalone game. So
December 27th.
December 27th, a standalone game, Texans-Chargers. The thought is there, Ron, that the Texans-Chargers game could mean a little something in the AFC wild card hunt right there. Yeah. The Chargers look like they're going to be the number 2 team in their division. The Texans right now look like they're going to be the number 2 team in their division, and one of those teams in Week 17 is probably going to be playing for either the division or one of those wild card spots. So that will be a monster game. Excited about having a Saturday game, standalone game. It's always good. I mean, I don't know do we consider Saturday games primetime? I mean, I would consider a Saturday
game. Standalone. There's no other games going on.
Between Christmas and New Year's, a lot of people off work, a lot of people be watching ball. I would consider that.
And they got the second game of that day because there's a doubleheader on Saturday. I can't remember who's playing the early game, but they're playing the later game.
Yeah, I'm going to get to something a little later on. By the way, my Instagram shopping has become a problem. I got a little bit of a hiccup. I got to get some advice on. We'll hit that at the end of this segment. But before we do that, we got to talk a little bit about Woody Marks. I'd argue that Woody Marks is as important as anybody on this offense not named CJ Stroud. I think Woody Marks is a player, when you look at 70+% snaps over the last 5 games, 26 carries last week. You look at how he's impacting this game in 3rd down and 4th down situations, as well as in the red zone. Woody Marks is as critical to this offense and moving forward, this team's ability to win games, as anybody, again, not named C. Stroud on the offensive side of the football. Now, the problem is that the last couple of weeks, Ronnie, keeps showing up, and as we see it in games, obviously he's got a foot issue. I don't think it's an ankle. I think that keeps getting reported as an ankle, but you watch him in a game and he's rubbing actually the lower part down towards his toe, his foot.
The injury report has it as a knee.
As a knee. Well, there you go. So it was a foot 2 weeks ago.
It was a foot.
So now all of a sudden you got a knee. He left the game for a couple of plays last week because of an eye. It looked like, I was worried that was going to be a concussion, but it looked like he got poked in the eye or something in his face. Somebody got a hand through his face mask. So bottom line is this: I don't know that Woody Marks is built for this kind of mileage. I don't know if Woody Marks is built to handle this kind of load management.
Well, we certainly know he hasn't had to before.
Right.
Even in college, it wasn't.
This is the kind of snap count, this is the kind of load that I was hoping Joe Mixon would get. And Joe Mixon is a giant compared to Woody Marks. And this is not what we thought Woody Marks coming into the season. He would be a third down back that's caught the ball out of the backfield a little shiftier. And now all of a sudden he's your bell cow back. Literally last week, a bell cow back with 26 carries. Here's the deal. The Texans offense, this team's only going to go as far as the Texans offense is going to take them. I know the defense is going to be the headliner. The defense is going to give you a chance to win in the playoffs. The defense, hell, is good enough to give you a chance to win a Super Bowl, to be completely honest with you. The offense is going to dictate whether they can make a run through 4 quality opponents and literally threaten a Super Bowl, or if they can win in the playoffs at all, I believe. The offense is going to dictate that. And with how important Woody Marks is, Ron, we've got to dive into, you've got 4 weeks left of football, correct?
Yep.
You got Arizona.
Regular season.
You got Arizona in the NFC, and then you got 3 AFC matchups, all of which are going to impact whether you can win the division or you get that wild card, right? You got the Colts, you got the Raiders, and you got the Chargers. Those 3 games are going to be absolutely monster games to decide your postseason fate. And Woody Marks is the player that you have to highlight of whether you're going to be able to get there. And how does this team use him moving forward? Woody Marks' usage, I think, should be the biggest talking point this week in Houston Sports Radio, for being honest, because this guy absolutely is dynamic, and he cannot handle the workload they've given him.
Yeah, I think you're really testing fate with how important he is and how much they are going to need him. And the worst thing would be is, all right, let's get to the games that are important, and then we're not getting.
You don't have him at 100%.
Yeah, the best that you can get.
Yeah, so I think my mindset is like, how do you use Woody Marks moving forward? How should Woody Marks be used? Because the way in which he runs the football, they've got to protect him. Woody Marks does not run the football like ideally a third down back would run the football. You look at an ideal third down back, and you're talking about a shifty player with a little bit of twitch that knows how to avoid the big hit that maybe slides before he gets. Woody Mark goes in there, and when he gets among traffic, he tries to run the football like he's 250. I mean, at the end of the day, that's just not going to last, and he's not built to do that.
And obviously, it's helped him down the stretch of
games. Yeah, it's made him the guy, right? Yeah. But how do they use Woody Marks? How should they use Woody Marks moving forward? And Ron, I think it's obvious. I think you use him as a third down back. Not literally as a third down back, but like a third down back. I think you take that approach.
What is that approach?
Well, I think he's in the game. The priority is to make sure he's in the game on 3rd and 4th down. Make sure he's in the game at the end of the first half and at the end of the football game. And the end of the football game, by the way, is it doesn't matter what the situation is, whether you're coming from behind or you're trying to preserve a win. Yeah. He needs to be on the field, and so you've got to be on the field in those most critical moments. But you've got to find somebody that can steal a few reps from him in the first half, in the first quarter and a half, and the third quarter and the half of the fourth quarter. Like those less critical moments of the game, again, 1st and 2nd down preferably, you've got to find a way to get him off the field in those downs so that you can keep him on the field in those 3rd and shorts, the goal line situations, the 2-minute situations. You've got to keep him on the field in those scenarios. But the bottom line is this, and the coaches said as much in the pressers, they got to find a way to limit his use, to minimize his use. Right now it's too much. And I think they've said as much in their pressers. How they do that is going to be interesting, and I think that's how you do it. I think you got to use him as more of like a third down back at third down / critical situation. That's how I would use him. That's how I would use him moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that over the next 2 weeks, Clint, it feels like this should be an opportunity where they're able to kind of minimize his workload. When you're playing the Cardinals and the Raiders in games in which, you can hopefully you grab a lead, or in games in which
it's less
you're playing lesser opponents as well, that you can maybe get more touches or more snaps for whoever is playing behind him. I think the Nick Chubb injury is looming large right now because, and you know this as coaches that there's only so many guys that you trust, right? And I think they trust Dare Ogunbowale. I don't know how much they trust anybody else. I know they brought Schrader in, Clint, but I wonder how much they trust to actually put Schrader into the game to take significant, snaps for this team. Clearly, Clint, they trust Woody Marks, and I think they trust Nick Chubb. And if Nick Chubb is not out there, ultimately, these guys on game day, they trying to win, Jack.
Yeah. And
they're going to go with the guys they trust. And, he's nearing, 25 to 30 touches in the last game and over 20 in the last game. So that's a big piece.
Well, you bring up Schrader. I wonder if – because this kid was an All-American 2 years ago in college, right?
In Missouri, yep.
And he was at Missouri, which the only significance for me is this is not a kid that was a lesser than that just ran behind a Georgia offensive line or an Alabama offensive line or a Texas-Oklahoma offensive line. Schrader is actually a guy that ran behind a middle-of-the-pack offensive line and made that offensive line better. And so, I don't know, man. It would be – hopefully the game goes in a way that we can see him. We can see he's a guy that can help us down the stretch. Yeah. Because I don't know what's going to happen with Chubb's ribs or Dare Ogunbowale just with the volume that he has. And so that's one thing. I don't know if he gets in the game this early, but I do know that he knows the offense, I think, from his time with the Rams. And so that could be an option in the next couple of games, to your point of, can you rest Woody Marks a little bit because the two opponents you have are opponents that you should get a healthy lead on? Yeah. Although, look, I know it's NFL, it's NFL football. Thinking that you're going to get a comfortable lead to where you can test players out is probably a little bit silly and probably.
But I don't know if it's test players out. But I think, as you're saying, earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if he knows the offense and he. Obviously, he has the kid went for 1,600 yards in the SEC at Missouri in one season. I mean, clearly the ball protection, the awareness, the things that you would want your running back to have, clearly he has that. Now, I don't know if he has the ability that's going to transition his game from Missouri to the NFL, but, clearly it's unknown or he wouldn't have been available to the Texans. But the next couple of games are games where I would like to see the Texans get somebody else a little bit of run to see if you're in this situation in 3 weeks, what does it look like? Hopefully it's not the same exact, we got to push Dare Ogunbowale in there. So
somebody in text in, we should have never let go of Cam Akers. God, dog, guys.
I mean, that was a minute ago, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I mean, he knows the offense and
is Cam playing?
I think he just got picked up by somebody. He just got picked up by somebody a couple of weeks. Now, he may have already got released. I don't know, but I think he just got picked up by somebody.
Seattle, yep.
There you go. Boys, I've got a bit of an issue, and I don't know how to handle it.
This can't be anything worse than what you did yesterday to those kids.
Well, that's fair, my daughter, right? But that's fair. I mean, but no. Here's the deal. I've got a buying, shopping on Instagram, right? Which is, that's life, right? We're all doing that these days.
Yeah, why not?
But shopping on this, I'm getting looped into these subscription purchases. Have you stumbled onto this yet?
Mm-mm.
I got looped into one yesterday again by accident. You got to be careful. What they do, most of them are supplement related. I went ahead and got on my supplement kick yesterday and got ordered me a couple more of my supplements that I've been lazy and not taking the last couple of months. But you order one, right, like one pail of this protein or whatever. Well, then before you check out, it says, well, you want another one. And if you click you want another one for 50%, it automatically subscribes you to the subscription is we're going to charge you again in a month and we're going to send you another one.
Oh, and you got to go in there and.
Bro, I got stuff showing up at the house and I'm like, I've already got it. Like, I've got it. I haven't been taking it quick enough and I've got it showing up at the house and I'm like, how in the hell is this happening? I'm signing up for subscriptions. The subscription is they recharge.
They just keep bringing it.
Yes. monthly.
You got to go in there and stop
Oh, it is a bear to cancel.
They got you loaded up now.
Oh, man.
Basically Costco at your house.
I mean, it is a bear to cancel. It is go to this link, and then when you get to this link, send an email to this person, and then that person never responds. And then finally they do respond, and it's from some random email address, so you don't know what the hell it is. Yeah, it should be illegal. It should be illegal.
It hadn't been caught like that, but I got into a deal where my Dusty Baker barbecue pit gloves.
Yeah,
they just kept showing up. We had to slow them down.
Yeah,
I was in there. I was 7 deep in gloves.
Oh, that's the deal. So I got this little it's a supplement, and you take it with a. This is how little bit you have to take. You take it with a dropper. Right, and I went ahead. I was like, I believe in it. I don't know the product, but I believe in what they're selling. So I said, man, let me go ahead and get it. It wasn't that. Let me go ahead and get 3 of them. Let me give me a little stash, right? So I got 3 bottles one at a time, and they're up in the pantry. And I look at the front doorstep yesterday, Ron. I got 3 more bottles. I'm like, hell,
they get them in quick.
I got a year's worth. I said, man, how do I cancel this damn thing? So yeah, but I mean, that's about the second or third one that the subscription has got me. I mean, got me good, and they're hitting me with that damn check too, with that damn charge too now.
Yeah,
whew.
They getting you.
I wonder if I'm the only one.
All right, the injury report is officially out. We'll let you know the important names you need to know there. And Dana Brown, he's talking about Astros pitching, and maybe a name that they're looking at. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you are selling a home.
Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There you go.
There we go. Welcome back as we are live here, and we are at Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday, and it brings us here.
Old school Andy, baby.
There it is, and it brings us here.
Yeah.
To Baytown, right off Garth Road. Come on out, hang out. Bud Light Girl is out here. Her hat is lighting up, and so it's a good time out here to be had.
Alejandra.
Ooh, Alejandra.
Alejandра's in the house. And I'm gonna tell you, we've had several of these Thirsty Thursdays with the Bud Light girls out. And
several of them.
I'm gonna tell you, she's solo today. For whatever reason, I'm gonna tell you she don't need no damn partner. That's why. But she takes the cake, Ron.
Your favorite? Wow.
I mean,
that's high praise now.
The energy. Are you kidding me?
Bringing it. The outfit.
The Christmas cowboy hat with the lights.
Bandana
Come
around
on, man.
the neck. Yes.
Who's bringing that kind of energy?
Wow. Shout out to her.
Come on, man. Who's bringing that kind of energy?
Well, you can match her. You can bring that kind of energy. Make
I need
your way
that
on
cowboy
out here.
hat.
You want that cowboy hat? It looks like a little small for you. You need a bigger one. But come on out here. Enjoy yourself. Buffalo Wild Wings just hooked up our first winner, and we still have prizes for you to win in the 5 o'clock hour. So come on out, Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light. As talked about, Bud Light Girl is out here, and as they help us put this on every single week. Just to confirm, Clint, and we'll go a little bit deeper here at 5 o'clock fire. Kamari Lassiter, Nick Chubb, did not practice today, and then Titus Howard did not practice today. Personal reasons, non-injury related, as it says, but he did not practice today. So that those were the guys that did not participate, and all the fellas who were out yesterday, including Azeez Alshire. And Trent Brown, they returned back to practice today. So we'll dive in a little deeper at 5 o'clock fire, but that is the absolute latest there when it comes to the guys who didn't practice today. All right, as we continue here, the Astros things are starting to get going, a little hot stove. We're seeing some big moves. We've seen some big moves the last couple of days, but it has not involved the Astros. And pitching is a big one. Not a lot of pitching has moved, at least starting pitching has moved. And that's going to be something that the Astros are going to be connected to and looking at. And before we kind of dive into this thought here, General Manager Dana Brown, he was on MLB Network, and he was kind of giving his thoughts about the Astros pitching and the direction they're wanting to go in.
As you mentioned, we still have Hunter Brown. He's still at the top of our rotation. We have Javier, who's going to be pretty good. He showed flashes of coming back. Arrighetti, who we lost to the injury, he's going to be fully healthy. And so I think we still have the core to pitch, and our bullpen's really good.
All right, there he is. He talked about three guys, but there were two spots open potentially.
Yeah.
And I know they've made some moves. And, Alexander's still there. McCullers is there. But clearly they're going to have to fill voids there in the rotation. And we've heard them talk about that. My question to you and people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, I think for years we've always felt like, okay, the Astros, they'll figure out the pitching stuff. Right? Like I think there was a certain level of confidence that I don't know how it's going to get done or who they're going to get, but they'll figure out the pitching stuff, and they've pretty much been able to do that. Do you still have that confidence and trust in the Astros that they can figure out the pitching situation?
I do, yes.
You do?
Look, just like hell, the lineup, if we're being honest, injuries just ravaged this organization last year. And if you don't have those issues, which it's a big if, I get it, but it's not like there was a a lack of effort in building this rotation. I mean, they had more than enough starters last year. If 50% of them would have stayed healthy, they would have been fine from a pitching perspective. And so, I think, one, I don't want to jerk react to the injury issue. And number two, you made the point. They've always taken care of pitching. They've always found a way, whether it's before the season or at the trade deadline, to at least give you arms. Last year, Alexander was rolling, and he gets injured. Right? I mean, you've got the Spencer Arrighetti freak accident in left field during BP while the Mariners are swinging a stick. That didn't make sense, but it was a freak accident. Like, those things, I would say, derailed this organization from a pitching staff perspective. I don't see those being issues again this year, and so I think they're going to be fine. And the other part of it is, I love what we're hearing from the organization from the standpoint of every time we hear something about what they're doing in the offseason, it is our focus and our goal is still on starting pitching. And so, that's all we can ask for from them at this point in time for me. So, I still have confidence that they're going to get it done.
713-572-4610. Do you still have trust and confidence in the Astros that they will be able to figure out the pitching, right? They have always, in this run, whether it's been easy when you got Verlander and Garrett Cole, or you've had to try to figure things out with Framber and injuries to Verlander and Framber and Greinke, and they've been able to figure things out to pitch well enough. I'm going to say we'll see. There's a lot of change and a lot of turnover. There's to me, when I see change and turnover, it means to me like maybe philosophy has maybe shifted a bit, and we'll see. We'll see. Now, I'll give Dana Brown credit. He was able to find Yusei Kikuchi, and that was a great move at the trade deadline. Yusei Kikuchi.
Oh, I say Kikuchi.
Yeah, I know. They were able to find him, and that was a big move. But I'd say I would lean towards feeling good, but not as confident as you've been. Like, I don't know that I'm just certain, boy, they'll figure it out. Obviously, they have a big gun at the top, which helps you out when you've got Hunter Brown. And Javier has the ability to be a 2. Well, but again, we'll see how they fill those voids, because there is a lot of newness.
Yeah. Well, look, and I'm not a roster specialist or a cap specialist, but when I look at the Astros, it seems like they've got some bargaining tools. You've got too many infielders, and I'm talking about infielders that if you look at Christian Walker, there was a tie to the Mets for some reason, earlier on today, and
because Pete Alonso's gone.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Isaac Paredes. I mean, I don't want to see him go, but there's some. It would make sense if the Astros were to move anybody, that it would be him kind of deal. So. You mentioned Jake Myers. That wouldn't break my heart. So they have bargaining chips that they can move.
I saw a projected lineup that didn't even have Jake in it.
Yeah. So there you go. So I mean, I think they've got some pieces that they can move and they can shake and they can do some things, improve the pitching staff without cratering the lineup. And so I feel like there's no reason that they shouldn't get this thing done.
Yeah. Ryan Weiss, who they signed. Yeah. Probably a part of this rotation. We'll see. If Christian Javier can get back to the strong version of Christian Javier we've been used to, then I can look at it and be like, all right, this makes you feel a lot better, because there's something there with Spencer Arrighetti and maybe the Weiss kid, and you can fill that up. But if it is just one big gun and Hunter Brown, and then you've got real drop off there, that is a question. But we know they're going to add a veteran starter at some point to go.
I would be disappointed if they didn't. Maybe not before the season.
I don't see how they can't.
Well, just again, I mean, like maybe not before the season, but definitely the trade deadline. I mean, I just have faith that they're going to find a way for that to not be an issue.
Clint, right now, Lance McCullers might be in it.
in the rotation?
That can't be
the H.
I mean, I'm over Lance McCullers.
He's not going to get me again.
That ship has sailed for me, but I'd be lying if I told you if I said that I wouldn't really be excited if he was able to help this team in the future. I'm just over. Like, I'm not even talking about the excited as an Astros fan. I'm talking about excited for him. I'm a Lance McCullers fan. Like, I would love to see him go out there and do well. I'd love to see him peacocking around the mound again and helping the Astros. I'm just not looking for it.
Text line coming to is the JV talk real or not? I think it is very real.
It's real as hell. Now, whether it happens or not, we'll see, but it's real. Ain't no doubt.
And I saw Chandler Rome say the other day of the Athletic, if he and Crane are on the same page, this is going to be something that gets done. So that may be the answer. Again, we'll see how that works moving forward. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see the direction they go and how they fill that void behind Hunter Brown and Christian Javier. All right, coming up, it feels like Nick Caley, who we heard from earlier today, it feels like Nick Caley needs to have a really good performance out of his offense. When you look at who they're facing Sunday, I think it could go a long way to people feeling pretty confident about this team and their chances moving forward if they can have an impressive day from their offense. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, it's holiday season, man. Christmas is right around the corner, and I know also right around the corner there is an Academy Sports Outdoors, and you're always going to find prices that you'll love. Now, it's hunting season as well. If you've got a hunter in your family, know this. They got to stay warm, they got to stay dry, and they got to stay hidden. And Academy Sports and Outdoors has got a full line of camo. They got a full line of
COVID exists. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-2222.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are back here live in Baytown, you can make your way. Hey, it's 4:45. We're nearing 5 o'clock. That means folks are getting off work. If you're looking to grab a great drink, grab you one. Yeah, you want to hang out and take pictures with the Bud Light girl with the lit-up hat? Hey, come on out. You want to get you some good wings? Some good
Alejandra.
They've got some good special on a Thursday on the
Cap done made a move.
Oh God! They got specials on the boneless wings on Thursday. You can come out and take advantage of that. TVs all over the place. Watch the Rockets get back on track against the Clippers. You got TVs everywhere, and it's a fun time to come hang out and say hello.
Shingun's back tonight, ain't he?
Yeah, should be. Better be over that sickness. Hopefully he's back. They've been off for a little bit, so he should be back.
What do you have, the vid?
Something.
Oh, COVID got him?
He had COVID, but I don't want to speculate. I don't know what he had, but he was under the weather. Missed some time. But Thursday night football tonight as well. Falcons and the Bucks. We'll get into that a little bit later on, but you can watch that here. But it's a good time to be had out here. Still got a prize for you to win in the 5 o'clock hour. If you're in the building, grab a ticket from my guy Shay and give yourself a chance to win coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, I was listening to Nick Caserio on Texans All Access, and he does this weekly where he kind of gives you a bit of a breakdown of the other teams.
Yeah.
And he goes through the different sides of the ball. And really, I don't know that people really give a damn about the breakdown of the Cardinals offense. I think most people believe that the Texans defense, which is the number one defense in football, will go ahead and take care of them. But offensive or defensively, as we see, maybe will they give the Texans problems? Will they be able to do what a lot of teams have been able to do, keep the game close by holding down points for the Texans offense? Here was Nick Caserio's breakdown of what the Arizona Cardinals defense potentially looks like.
Defensively, their scheme is very unique to what they do. Not everybody plays defense the way that they do. Kind of how they deploy their people is different than most. I don't want to say it's chaos, it's organized chaos, but they usually end up in the right spots. If you were to work back to front, I mean, Budda Baker is like a maniac back there. I mean, this guy is explosive. He's fast. He's tough. Hundreds of tackles each year. He's a big part of what they're doing. They have a pretty good 1-2 punch between him and Jalen Thompson. I know Thompson got hurt there the other day. We'll see if he plays. And in a corner, they got some good young players. I mean, drafted Will Johnson in the second round, who was injured coming out of Michigan, but he's played a bunch. Max Melton's played a bunch. Denzel Burke's played a bunch. Moved Garrett Williams to nickel. And then the front, I mean, they re-signed Campbell or brought Campbell back, who's still a problem. They signed Josh Sweat for agency, who Jonathan Gannon was with in Philadelphia. And then they signed Davis Gaither at linebacker, who he starts at linebacker, and he also leads them in special teams tackles. This is a good football team. They have talented players. I would say their record is probably not reflective of the team that they actually are. So we understand the challenges are in front of us.
Yeah, that's nice, Nick. Also, in the last 5 games, they've lost all of them, and they're giving up 35.5 points a game. Yeah, they've got players. Clearly, you named damn near all of them. They've got players, but I would just say to all of that, and that was a lovely breakdown, and he went even in more depth as he always does on Texas All Access when he joins them each week. But Clint, this is a defense that has gotten torched here lately. They've given up 40 points 3 out of their last 5 games. They're the 24th overall total defense. They're giving up on the season 27 a game and even more lately. I just look at this game, Clint, and I understand that the Texans' offense isn't a high-powered offense. This isn't the Rams. This isn't Seattle. But we should look at this game against this team, especially if we're looking at the Texans' offense from the perspective of they've got to play well enough in big games in the playoffs that their defense doesn't have to just carry everything, that their defense can allow a team 10 points and not have the game hanging in the balance. Can they play well enough? And to me, Clint, when you look at this Cardinals defense, this should be a game that we walk away feeling better, much better about the Texans offense.
Yeah, there's an opportunity. There's a big-time opportunity here for a team that's got a ton of momentum. They're on a winning streak. They seem to be the Texans, that is, hitting stride at the right time late in the season. They've dug themselves out of the hole. The playoffs are a reality. The division is right there in reach. And you've got everything to play for. And really, when you look at this team, I don't think the defense for the Texans needs a reason, needs an opponent, needs a playoff game or a division game. Like, it doesn't matter. If that group is going to play football, they're going to play with their hair on fire, and they're going to cause major problems. The offense is where the questions are, and the offense, I think, has been significantly better. It hasn't shown up on the scoreboard, but the offense has been significantly better. The O-line has been better. It seems like Nick Caley over a 5-game stretch, maybe not against Sunday night, but over a 5-game stretch has been better. Woody Marks, it seems like, has been better. Dalton Schultz has been significantly better this year. Higgins is coming along. So you got all these pieces that seem to be kind of coming, and this seems to be the perfect timing for an opponent that has been giving up a ton of points for the Texans to go up against and see if they can get not just in a little bit of a rhythm and show some good signs, but see if they can go out there and put a game together where they comfortably win this thing because they score 28 or 30 points. You know, that opportunity is there. Now, can they take advantage of it? It's a lot easier said than done. It's there, though. Can you take advantage of it?
Text line coming in. Arizona D shut down a top offense in the league. Ron Dallas. What is this here? November 9th, 44 to the Seahawks. November 16th, 41 to the 49ers.
Hold on,
We've watched that 49ers offense. Okay, they've got some pieces missing. The 23rd, 27 to Jacksonville, 20 to the Bucks, and then Sunday against the Rams, 45. I'm not calling for you to do the 40. I'm not calling for that. What I am calling for is we should watch and come away from this game thinking, oh, okay, feel better about what we've watched. Feel better about what we watched. Didn't just go through and watch multiple possessions, multiple quarters where they look like they're inept and they're not getting anything done. It shouldn't be like, oh, wow, the defense just set them up. Guys had 36 yards of total offense against Buffalo in the second half. They got shut out in the first half by the Titans. They had 78 yards of offense last week. It got set up with their points inside the 30 by the team. Like, it's got to be better than that. And if they can't show improvement against a team who is average giving up 35.5 points a game over the last 5 and who are in the midst of getting this thing over with, this season, I don't know how you could start to feel real confident that this offense in the playoffs are going to be able to hold up their end of the job to get this team where they need to get to. It's got to be able to score against and have good offense against these type teams.
The thing is, whether we see some adjustment or not, when they get to the playoffs, when you've got a CJ Stroud, when you've got Nico Collins, and look, when you're using Woody Marks the way you're using Woody, they can go out and score 20, and that may be enough to to win more playoff games in a given year than you ever have. But the reality of it is, if you want a real shot, there has to be some level of an identity, not just created, but that's obvious, right? That is, hey, this is what they're trying to do. This is who they are, and we all see it. We all know it. They're leaning into it. And I just don't think I don't think we're there yet. I still we're grasping at straws offensively at times, and so we'll see. We'll see what they get to. But there's a big opportunity the next 2 weeks for sure.
From YouTube, when I hear people saying this offense is quote, not that good. I just laugh because although we're not perfect, this offense is damn good, in my opinion. I would ask you, what the hell are they good at? What aspect of the game do you look at this Texans offense and tell me what they're good at?
Nothing.
What are they consistently good at? Maybe you listen to me and you're thinking I'm hating, but I mean, what have they consistently shown they're good at? If you watched last week's game, hey, boss, it was CJ. Come on, baby, make a playoff script. And let's see if we can land that plane. They've been able to get a first down at the end of games the last 2 weeks. I wouldn't say it's been consistent on the ground. But they're like right now, keeping it real. Like there's not anything that they do consistently good.
But the thing about the Texans as they're built right now, the focus can't be on the ceiling. The focus has to be on raising the floor. It's not about how many great plays you can make. It's about how can you avoid getting your quarterback hurt because you're getting him hit. How can you avoid the sack taking you out of field goal range or getting you behind the chains? Can you avoid the turnover? To me, the way this team is built, it's more about being better at avoiding bad situations than it is. We're never going to see a team that we're excited about how much they score as long as Nick Caley and Nick Caserio are coaching this offense or are in charge of the offense. The key is, how high can you raise that floor? And if you raise it high enough, the Texans are going to have a shot to win it.
Yep. Text line coming through. Ron, can you ask Clint why doesn't CJ make any pre-snap calls? Never see him putting out anyone or making calls. I think Clint has kind of described that a little bit.
I can't tell you why that we don't hear more of that. I don't understand it. I mean, when Davis Mills played, we heard more of it from Davis. Maybe he's just more animated when he's doing it. But yeah, I think that's a big part to me when I talk about having command of your offense. It should be blatantly obvious to all of us, and it's just not. So I don't disagree with the texter's point.
Text line coming in. Brent in the Heights, salty Chiefs fan, talking a lot of glass half empty with these Texans. Remember who pays the bills. They don't pay my bills. That's just dumb. Again, you can push the Chiefs stuff. You tell me what they do is good. You watch that offense every week and you think that offense, they're going to hold it up. I mean, hey, man, you got a chance to get to an AFC championship game. Pull it together. I know you're not used to this, but you got a chance to get to an AFC championship game. And if you think this offense is you're happy, they're going to – it's not – someone's texting Clint, hey, what if the short fields dictate that they're able to score on short fields? That can't be the plan. that you can't bank on that. You can't bank on CJ roll out, cross-body to sucker. CJ roll out of pressure and just get it down there. Man, you can't bank on completing 3 passes in the second half and winning.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Someone texted, damn, they're consistently winning. Okay, all right. All right, man. Just keep rolling with this offense. Just keep rolling with it. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll look at the injury report from both teams as the Texans have a couple of guys that may be in jeopardy. We'll let you know the latest on that. The Rockets, they're back at home and they're hosting James Harden, so I expect to see that in T. Mills'
No
best
question.
bet.
No question.
And he's going to bet with his heart. Thursday night football coming up tonight as well. We'll get you up with all of that. 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know power outages, they happen, whether it's
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Ville, Psycho T have the latest, and the latest is we are live on a thirsty Thursday, and it brings us here to Baytown. Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Bud Light. The Bud Light girl is here. Give her a hand in the building. There we go. That's right. Good times to be had. She'll take care of you. And
come on.
Steph and the gang in here will take care of you here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Look at Cap
there
blushing.
You go. Look at Cap over there. Cap
blushing, man.
Cap on the phone talking to nobody. Just over there, just stunting on the phone. But a good time is being had out here. TVs everywhere. You want to watch the Rockets, Thursday Night Football, this is the best spot to get to. And if you're close to Baytown, bring your ass out here and have a good drink. What you got? Beer. I got a little something extra. Whatever you need, they got it.
What'd you go with over there?
Got a little, with a little Crown.
Little Crown of Coke?
Little Crown of Coke. Little Crown and
you go Diet Coke or you go
zero?
You go zero? Okay.
Damn, right there. Damn, right there. Right there. I'm
Cap
proud
said
of
that's only zero you need right there.
I'm proud of you, Cap. I add a little bit more in mine, but I'm proud of you, Cap. But come on out here and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a bit. And you know, for the most part, he is killing those football bets. So stay tuned for that, for your chance to win a little money in our final segment. Still got a chance to win prizes here. If you're in the building, grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win coming up in this 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, as we look at the injury report right here for the Texans and the Cardinals, I'll go with the Texans here. The important ones here, the guys that did return, Clint, DeMeco Ryans, this has been his thing each week. He doesn't practice the first day that they're in pads, and then the second day he jumps in. Woody Marks, they have him disclosed as a knee, but he returned limited in practice. There was some video there of him going. Aziz, Trent Brown, they returned to practice, Clint, and they were full participants. Sheldon Rankins, I saw a report initially that Sheldon Rankins did not practice today, but they do have him listed. They not only have him listed, they have him listed full participant. How about that? Justin Watson, Clint, full participant as he practiced today. He's been out. He was a full participant with that calf. We'll see what that means for them. But the ones that did not practice, Clint, Nick Chubb, Titus Howard, his is non-injury related, just personal. So I don't think that affects the game very much. And then Kamari Lassiter, who has that foot issue. If you remember last week, he didn't practice all week, but still played exceptional in the game. Of those guys, and really it looks like Kamari and Nick Chubb, who's jumping out to you the most?
Well, I think Nick Chubb and Woody Marks did not practice designation and limited designation. I think the running back room overall is something to keep an eye on. I don't think it's coincidence that they signed Schrader. I don't think it's coincidence that they fielded several questions about Daria Gumbawale. And so the running back room is just something to keep an eye on. I didn't hear you mention it. I may have been a little distracted, but E.J. Speed with a limited knee.
Limited. He's been limited both days.
That's one to keep an eye on as well. His role has expanded week after week after week, and he's become a pretty big part of this defense. And not that they could handle playing this defense without him, but he's become an integral piece. So keep an eye on him in a sense of whether he's going to be full go or not.
Yeah. Nick Chubb, the one jumps to me, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
This to me looks like I'm at the point now on a Thursday. I'd be more surprised if he was able to go on Sunday. Left the game, never returned with those ribs, and now has not practiced all week in pads. And I think that is a pretty significant thing, as we've talked about a bit, is I don't know how many guys, if there is no Nick Chubb, that the offensive have trust to be in the backfield and trust to get snaps outside of Woody Marks and Daria Gumbawale, which means to me, when I hear that, it means to me Woody Marks even more. And he was getting, felt like, 70, 80% of the carries and snaps to begin with here lately, even with a healthy Nick Chubb. And you would think that would probably go up a bit. And it's just concern, man. This is the biggest load that he has had to kind of deal with work-wise. And the hits he's taking and the way he's running so hard, and he's become a huge, important part of this team. We'll see what they do with Nick Chubb. But, yeah,
keep an eye on it, man.
That jumps
out.
The
running back room as a whole, keep an eye on it.
Marvin Harrison Hill didn't practice back-to-back days for Arizona. Paris Johnson, he's going to be out. Their tackle as well did not practice. So those are, I think, the two big ones there to look at when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals. They've got some guys dealing with some things too. So big one coming up, and we'll see tomorrow and learn more to see more about the Kamari Lassiter's and the Nick Chubb.
Well, I'm going to tell you one guy that was limited for them that has the ability. I don't know if he's playing every snap, but that the Walter Nolan kid, we know him from around here. I believe he was at A&M before he went to Ole Miss.
That's right, Tyler.
Yes, sir.
And he is I've seen highlights of him. Now, again, I don't know if he does it every play, but I've seen highlights of him. The future is bright for that young fella. There's no doubt. So I wouldn't mind him being on the shelf with a bum knee this week if we could help him. I'd be okay with that.
Injuries have ate up his rookie season. He's really struggled with that. So that is the latest there as the Texans get ready to face the Cardinals.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight the Rockets, they're back at it, and they will be home at Toyota Center to face the Clippers, and they've been one of the worst teams in the Western Conference. They got 6 wins on the season right now. They've got that drama with Chris Paul being traded and everything going on there and injuries. But James Harden, he returns back, and it looks like, with the exception of the guys who've been hurt all year, it looks like the Rockets will be full strength. They'll get Şengün back and the rest of the gang, and they'll take on the Clippers. And Clint, this is one where it feels like the Rockets should handle the Clippers pretty well. This is one of the worst teams in the NBA so far to this point, and the Rockets should handle this Clippers
well,
team.
It's one of those games that with Harden on the other side, there's probably a lot of Rockets fans that'll appreciate this one a little bit more than.
I was going to say, does James, is there still juice with that when the Rockets play James Harden, especially when he comes back here?
Well, I don't know that I think for a select few, I think that take a little extra joy in beating James. I think overall, I think I was not a huge James Harden fan, but I think the Houston, Texas NBA fan base is but just whether you're Rocket or just an NBA, I mean, I think most of them are fans of Harden and probably overlook some of the lack of performance in big moments, the antics with the weight and all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't imagine there's many folks like Tyler in this world that get joy out of James Harden losing.
Yeah, Tyler, is this still juice for you when James?
No, not really. I mean, I don't want him to succeed because he's a turd of an individual, but no, not really.
It's just
there it is.
He likes honey buns, man.
Honey bun eating son of a.
Just let it ride. 713-572-4610. Does it do anything for you? I remember we did this with DeAndre Hopkins, and there was last year. It was just like, nah. It does nothing anymore when the Texans have to play DeAndre Hopkins. Have we reached that point with James Harden? I mean, would anybody even give a damn to boo him tonight? Like, I don't even know. It does feel like that is kind of going its course, the James Harden thing. But they'll get back at it tonight, and we'll see what this looks like. So Rockets, see if they can get a dub, get this thing rolling again coming up tonight.
I got to actually learn how to play basketball.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we'll see and hear a lot of this tonight in T-Mill's Best Bets. But Thursday Night Football, Clint, and you can come on out here, Buffalo Wild Wings. TV's all over the place. I am surrounded by TVs lined up all around me. So you can come out here to Buffalo Wild Wings here in Baytown and watch a little Thursday night football, or the Rockets that we just talked about. But the Falcons and the Bucs, Clint, this is a very important game to the Tampa Bay Bucs, and they were off rolling early. We saw them week 2 when they got the win. They got off to a fast start and thought they were going to run away with that division. But now they have the same record as the Carolina Panthers right now, and they have been struggling. They've had a lot of injuries creep up for them, but they're playing the Falcons, and they are such a wild card of a team. They're not going anywhere, but they do have weapons, and Kirk Cousins sometimes feels it at times, and you got Bijan Robinson, and the Bucs really need this game. I thought the Bucs were a Super Bowl level team. That feels like that has changed up to this point, but they got to have this win at home against the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Bucs have looked like a team that could win a Super Bowl early on, and some of the things they were doing. But of late, I haven't kept real close tabs on the Bucs.
I think Mike Evans might be back, might have a chance to play tonight. Is he active sexual?
I think the defense is the part that's a little disappointing and has been inconsistent, to put it nicely, this year. So the offense has bailed them out in a couple of high-scoring affairs, but the defense has been the struggle. So, we'll see a scary team. I mean, they're definitely a scary team that can beat damn near anybody.
Yeah. No. Yeah. They are a 4.5-point favorite tonight against the Bucs. So that'll be a big one for Baker.
No, against the Falcons.
I mean, against the Falcons. The Bucs are a 4.5-point favorite in this game. So big one tonight for the NFC South, the worst division in football. We'll see if the Bucs can get a dub to take control of that division.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the biggest story in the NFL, or I'm sorry, in sports really, was the Michigan situation. And I think there's multiple layers to this that all are interesting and impactful. There is who the hell is going to be the next coach of this premier job that many people are looking at. And then what does this mean for Michigan in terms of potential infractions or consequences with what has happened with this program over the last several years? But then the Sharon Moore situation is the big one. He is in custody right now. He was fired yesterday for an inappropriate relationship, but then it went a step further, Clint, as he's in custody, remains in custody up to this point, and is a suspect in alleged assault, and is expected to appear in court on Friday for an arraignment. And as they say here, they're going to figure out today if they're going to file criminal charges against Moore. Authorities have yet to release details about Moore's arrest. There have been a lot of things we've heard online that we won't bring to the table here. We're just going to deal in what we've heard from the police and credible people who have reported things. There's a lot here. The Moore situation, the future situation with Michigan, this right here to me is interesting. They've had 7 coaches or staffers who've been arrested since Jim Harbaugh took the job there, and I don't think they've been hit with major infractions. They've had some, but not really major. They've had to have Jim sit out BS games. I think Moore set out a couple of games, but it feels like they potentially may go a little further here with things, because I think a lot of people wonder how long did Michigan know that this was going on, and was there a cover-up at all? There's a lot going on here.
Look, Michigan deserves what they get. They asked for this.
They do.
Sharon Moore deserves what he gets. He asked for this. He signed up for it. The unfortunate part of it is there's a wife and a couple of kids that didn't sign up for this, and unfortunately they're going to have to live the nightmare as well. Not only the infidelity and it being on a public stage, but now also clearly Dad going off the deep end, and to some degree, I don't know what's true and what's not, but going off the deep end and assaulting with a weapon and all this kind of different stuff. It's sad that these young kids got to go through that, and their mom's got to find a way to make it all make sense. That's a sad deal, man.
Yeah, tough situation all the way around. I am certain, Clint, that this is just the start of this story.
Right.
I think there's going to be a lot that comes out of this story, a lot that we'll be learning, even more that comes out of this. All right, coming up, if there's one person that you think and you would want to see more involved with this Texans offense, who would it be? I know who it would be for me. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I hope you never need this advice, but I think you should probably.
Ryans and Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. There we go. The Drive is live. Congratulations to our latest winner. She is excited, too. I love it. All right, she's got a naughty or nice or I tried shirt on.
Yeah, girl.
She said she tried. That's what she came yelling out there, that she tried. And she tried and she won. She took home our last prize, courtesy of Bud Light. Congratulations to all of our winners tonight. They all sitting on that same side right there, both our winners tonight. So congratulations to them. Remember, tomorrow, as Tyler just said, we're out tomorrow. Football Friday BBs. I don't know if Tyler just said that, but it just felt like saying that.
I was like, I definitely didn't mention anything. But
I know.
love it.
Tyler, I think you've known me long enough that I live to have that look on your face of like, what the hell is he talking about? But we'll be at BB's tomorrow, Tomball Parkway in the H. So come on out and hang out.
249.
249.
Up 249 way.
Yep,
come on now.
249. You need that.
What are you going to eat?
Huh?
What are you going to eat? Gumbo? Boudin? Sliders?
I'm glad I didn't say what came to my mind first.
Oh, you filthy. I'm talking about at BB's, bro. Not when you get home.
Sorry.
You sicko.
Sorry. That's, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, that's why that sly smile across my face. I apologize. They got some good fish tacos, I'll be honest.
Oh, do they?
They do. They have red beans and rice is solid. Strong there as well. But no, we'll be out there tomorrow. Come hang out with us. 21441 Tomball Parkway. BB's, come on and hang out.
I got it taken care of, Chief.
Look at that. You got a little action there. Why not? Why not, baby? That's good to go. So come hang out with us tomorrow on the Football Friday. Plenty of prizes there. And you should have a chance to win future Texans tickets as well. All right, Clint. Can you help me understand how we get to a situation where when you look at the talent and you look at the weapons that this Texans team has, and like we would agree that this offense needs to pick things up, right? We would agree that this offense could maybe need whatever they could use any type of.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that whatever weapons they have, they need to deploy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you help me understand why the last 6 weeks after Jalen Noel appeared to really take some strides, he had a back-to-back game situation against the Niners, against the Seahawks, where he clearly jumped off the screen and made big plays and was up, I think he had 60-something yards one game, 77 another. And then in the last several weeks, he's got like 60 yards total. And they don't play him. He's not getting a lot of snaps. He's mostly being used on special teams. How did we get to a space that Jalen Noel is just not someone that seems to be featured in their plans?
Well, I don't think their approach to offensive football is feature player X.
Yeah.
You know, I know there's games where Nico has, a good number of catches, but I think that's because within the system, I think Davis Mills actually looked his way a lot more. But there's, I think that's within the system. It just is happenstance that it works out that way. Just like last week in the second half, the entire second half, they rolled a safety over the top of Nico Collins, rolled a corner down, and the defense was able to eliminate him from the box score. The offense never moved him. They never did anything to get him the football. They just said, okay, if you're gonna allocate so many, defenders that direction, then we're going to hit you somewhere else with somebody else. So I don't think it's a Jalen Noel deal as much as the Texans offense is just not one that's going to highlight one player, no matter who it is. They're going to spread the football around, and whoever gets catches gets catches. They're not going to feature anybody.
Yeah, you said that about Nico all
no
season.
Question.
But
happened again in a huge moment. Now, you won the game 20-10 last week, but had you not won that game and had Andy not made some of those bonehead decisions, we would be in an uproar about what was going on with Nico in the second half last week. But that's that's who you are. I mean, because that is a blatant week 13 of the season. That is as an offensive coordinator, if you can't accomplish that, then you ain't gonna be around.
But even if they don't, let's say, feature a player, like, how have they not gotten to a space of thinking, all right, he's playing whatever receiver he's playing, that they haven't determined that he should be somebody that's getting more snaps on the field. Yeah. Right, like that, it is crazy to me that he would put together those 2 games in a row and then it would move to – because I remember us talking about it coming out of that game. I said, we'll see what they're going to do now that Christian Kirk is back in, but I certainly don't think that it means that Jalen Knowles' snaps should diminish, and I'll be damned. Like, it is. He may get some sort of reverse or something. He may get out there for maybe 1 or 2 passes, but to your point, they're not even doing anything with that position to begin with, because Christian Kirk has 1 reception in the last 2 games. Like, they're just not using that slot position very much at all anyway, and maybe it's just because it's not as open, but it is, I don't know, boy, it is really odd to me that Jalen Knowles on this particular team seems to be one of their better weapons and has proved on the field to be one of their better weapons, and they don't really
I think when you look at what Nick Caley has shown, the one player that he does seem to use in a very intentional way is Woody Marks. And that's the one guy that at this point is like, hey, man, we got to take care of my dude before we end up getting him hurt. So, we'll see if that changes. I think this is just the approach of, hey, man, we're going to be a stagnant offense. We're pretty vanilla. We're going to try to get the perfect play, the perfect protection, and our quarterback is going to put the football in the right position. We'll see how that plays out. Right to this point, I don't believe it's a great fit for CJ Stroud. We'll see how it works out longer term.
I'm catching this Texans video that they've done on Cal McNair.
Yeah, I saw it.
I don't think Cal should have done it.
Man, I thought that was funny as hell.
I think I understand it's funny. I mean, I get it, but I enjoy that Cal is not afraid to make fun of himself. But man, if I'm just honest, Tyler, the presentation, I don't know if it's the trench coat with the hat. I don't know.
I will say the trench coat threw me off.
That's what he had on at the game.
Right, but it's still.
I know, but he's just sitting there with holding his hand.
Did you see where it comes from?
Sitting there looking like Inspector
I know. CJ just walked right past his ass and he left him up there. But I'm just saying, I love that he wants to make fun of himself, and I just believe Hannah came up with this. But I love that he's all right with being the butt of the joke, making fun of himself. I don't know if it's the attire or something.
Go Gadget Texan.
I don't know, man. I was like, oh man, he looks like guys, be my friend.
But I think that's all.
I just don't like it.
I think that's what he's looking for.
I didn't love it.
I think that's what they were looking for. It's definitely one of those videos where some young kid in their social media marketing department said, hey, this right here would be good. And Cal said, sure, why not?
He walking up these damn steps with that just holding his hands up.
It's right here. It's Gabby. Right there, Gabby.
Yeah, I didn't. I appreciate that you have an owner that is willing to do stuff like this. It's cool.
Do you?
No, I do. I appreciate it. I don't know. It just didn't hit for me. It just didn't. And I like Cal.
I didn't laugh, Tyler. I'm just being honest. I didn't laugh either. I'm just being honest.
That's fine.
Tyler laughed.
The trench coat did throw me off, but it was funny, man. That was
didn't look strong. And Cal is strong.
Pinky ring Cal.
Yeah, that's pinky ring. He got thick fingers. He's he's I don't know, boy. I just didn't.
Thicker than Snickers.
T-Mill's best bets coming up, and Nick Caley had 2 words that he really kept saying in the presser today. One was spirit, and we'll talk about the other one that I think more suits a conversation heading into this game against the Cardinals. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, Payne has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, and during the holidays, those moments are plenty. Now it's the holidays.
Your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Playing some football on Thursday night.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Boy, I didn't know that was going to get such a reaction. I see here on the text line, people texting, people on YouTube and Twitch, somebody on the text line. Awful take from Ron. The Cal thing was great. It makes sense. I didn't say it didn't make sense. Show, come on. That was hilarious. Great spin. Great way to spin being left hanging on YouTube. One of the funniest videos that any team owner would do. And Show said, no, because of that coat. I don't like it. It was the whole presentation for me. Like, I just, like, it made him look like a sucker. But it wasn't in a way that made me laugh. Like, oh, I got it. I get it. It's like when I watch Seinfeld. I get it. Just it don't make me laugh. But I was like, I don't know, man. That's something that he's had to deal with. Like, like people think less of him and think, is he a powerful? No, man. Cal is a strong dude. Like, no, they should have done a video of CJ going around trying to find him to give him a high five. And walking around with that trench coat looking like Inspector Gadget and like he's sad with his little skull cap on and his hand
It took me a little while to realize what was going on. I was pissed at CJ for not high-fiving him in the get-go. I was like, I you walk right by? How'd you walk right by the damn owner in the group,
We talked about it. It was clever. Like, I got it. I got where they were going with it.
I need to get me one of them trench coats.
In my mind, I'm thinking, if somebody left DeMeco Ryans hanging for a high five, DeMeco make a video walking around looking like a lost puppy with his hand up in the air.
We don't like that.
Trying to get high five from everybody. Got it. It's funny. Got it.
Slap hands.
Cal is strong, baby. Shoot, baby. Strong out here. No. It needed to be like, nah, but you better get back over here and give me a five. He should have been standing at Arrowhead until he ran back out there and gave his guy a five, damn it. So, I mean, I got it. I don't know. When I watched it, I didn't break out in laughter. I was like, damn, Cal, you look bad. Get the joke, but you looking bad out here. Anyway, coming up behind us, Texans All Access as our guy, the Hall of Famer, John McClain. He will join the fellas tonight. And then a little Thursday night football following that as the Falcons and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, courtesy of Westwood One, they will take over as soon as the fellas are done with John McClain on Texans All Access. The General, yep, the Hall of Famer. And T-Mill's Best Bets coming up after we get done here in just a bit before we get up out of here. As you know, as he will tell you and let you know, hey, he's been hitting those football bets big time. Text line coming in. You don't like Seinfeld? You're effing weird. Okay. I think there's a.
I don't like. I personally don't.
Yeah.
What's the Seinfeld reference?
Well, like I said, for me, like I've tried to watch that show multiple times.
What, Seinfeld?
Yeah, I get the jokes. It's not humorous to me, and I don't laugh.
Was there a reference in the video?
No, I compared that to
that kind of humor.
Yeah, I got the joke. It just didn't do it for me. No, I think you'd be surprised, Texter. If there's a group of people that aren't fans of the show.
You need to lighten up a little bit, man.
What did I do? I just read the text. I just said I think you'd be surprised. Just like for me, I'm not surprised that there are people out there that don't like Martin. Not weird. Not surprised. I bet you there's a good group of people, Tyler, that don't get the humor. Not saying you don't. There's probably a good group of people who don't get the humor.
Are you saying there's two Americas?
I'm not saying there's two Americas, and there's just preferences. Right? I don't think it's weird. I know it's a very popular show. Friends was a very popular show. Doesn't do it for me.
It seems like DeMeco wouldn't do it. Martin's not.
No, that
it seems like
DeMeco. No, George Steinbrenner wouldn't.
Oh.
Like Jerry Jones. You think Jerry Jones would do that?
No.
Do you think Jerry Jones would make that video?
No.
I think Cal's like that. Cal's like that. Oh, man. Jerry wouldn't have done that. Jerry would put on his damn sunglasses. He would have waited. And Dak would have came and brought his ass back over there and gave him a high five.
Get it on my schedule.
Anyway, we heard from Nick Caley earlier today, Clint, and he spoke about the offense, and one word that he used, and DeMeco used this yesterday too, was urgent.
Spiritual. Oh.
Well, that too. He said that a lot.
When you gave the tease, I really thought that was the word you were talking about.
No, it's urgency. They've talked about urgency a lot. They've spoken about urgency multiple times. And when I look at that, Clint, I'm like, is it really urgency? Is urgency take place of execution like we heard last year? And I know by about week 10 or 11, that execution thing just drove you insane. Like, no, man, we're beyond execution. It's more than that. And urgency is starting to pick it up. And I just look at that and I think, yeah, sure, there could be some things with urgency, but it seemed like it was more when the ball was snapped, there seemed to be a lot of either guys just getting beat or confusion on what they were doing. And I'm not saying urgency isn't everything, and they know their team better than we do as they see them every day. But it felt like it was more than just urgency when they were going through that bad stretch.
Well, urgency is a super broad term when you're talking offensive football. I mean, at the end of the day, I think this is what we see Caley and Caserio and DeMeco do is they use kind of these all-encompassing excuses that are accurate, but what it does, it allows you to not mention names, right? I mean, the reality of the urgency situation is the fact that they say, just forget about who they're talking about, but the fact that they say it tells you there's one thing of several that's true, right? Either Nick Caley is not getting the play in soon enough and giving the offense a chance to set it up right and get out of the huddle in a hurry, or CJ Stroud struggles with the difficulty of this offense, which he mentioned yesterday in his press conference about how long-winded the play calls are, or the offense is undisciplined and doesn't get in the huddle and doesn't listen and doesn't get to the line of scrimmage with a sense of urgency, all of which you would have to pinpoint a group of players or a specific player, and I just think they're not going to do that. So he just says urgency is an issue, which I say all of that, all-encompassing. If I were an offensive coordinator, now this is kind of how I'm wired, but if I were an offensive coordinator, it would embarrass me if we were 13 weeks into a season and we're still talking about sense of urgency in any sense of the phrase that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Because that means if from day one, like the standard that is set is you can blow an assignment if you want to, but get your ass in the huddle, listen to it, CJ, communicate clearly, get to the line of scrimmage. If we're going to run a motion, it's going to be crisp, it's going to be quick, get to your spot, and that's how we're going to operate. The only way you have a problem week 13 is if we're not focusing on those things, like if that's not a way of life, right? I've never I guess I've always been wired in a way of like everything you do, there should be a sense of urgency behind it.
Yeah.
Like everything you do, there should be a sense of urgency behind it. And, a lot of people don't beat to that drum.
Yeah, well, there should be a sense of urgency, and then we also got to make sure we know what the hell's going on when when teams are sending pressure and have answers to pressure.
Well, but that's the point, though, right? If you just operate with a sense of urgency at all times, and I'm in the slot, and I'm operating with a sense of urgency, I'm getting off the line, I'm getting through my little juke route, boom, and I'm flat right now. If the quarterback's getting pressure, you're a quicker option for him.
Yeah, but Clint, but I don't know if it's necessary urgency that didn't allow Christian Kirk or Jalen Noel to know, hey, I should be hot if the blitz is coming off of me, right? That's just not.
Yeah.
That's not coached.
Yeah.
Like the blitz. What'd you say? There are multiple blitzers coming off of this side. and everybody's running 10 yards down the field, and CJ's not even looking at the area where the blitzes are.
But to the point is, I mean, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it.
Yes, yeah.
And it's like that's ultimately the lackadaisical stuff that I feel like they've talked about for 2 years offensively is either you're coaching it or you're allowing it. We don't have a problem on the defensive side of the football.
No.
And so, I think it's a to me, it's an unacceptable excuse. It's real. I mean, it could very well be the problem. And I don't know what department is responsible. Is it CJ? Is it Kaylee? Is it the team? Is it, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's just unacceptable this late into the season. So they got to get that fixed.
All right, T-Mill, let's get to your best bets of the night, Thursday night football action. And by the way, if you do not hear these and you need to go and check them and take a look at them, go to @T-Mill Real Deal to find his bets. What you got?
Yes, Thursday night football happening in Florida.